Good morning, traders. Anthony Cordelli here, and welcome to Ninja Trader Live here on this Monday morning post-Thanksgiving. Hopefully everyone's wide awake, ready here for the first day of December, first day of a new month, the last trading month of the year. And there's one theme I've talked about all year long on the first day of the month: gold. Gold is up again. It's been the first day of the month theme throughout the entire year. We'll talk more about that and a whole lot more. First, let me introduce the panel. Good morning, Shai, senior economist, sitting with me here in Naples, Tracy Schuchart.
Good morning, all.
Back row strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And my man on the big screen, senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It's a glorious day on the island, and the folks in Indiana are, 12-0 undefeated. What could I say?
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for it. I mean, it is really impressive. What, number 2 in the country, right?
No, we're number 1.
No.
Some polls might disagree, but yeah, I mean, here you are, and there we are. Number 1, number 2 in the country. What's the difference? Doesn't matter. You guys are in the playoffs. That's the good thing. Again, this morning, when I look across the board, we're going to talk more and more about it throughout the morning. Things that pop out to me before we get to Shai with the news is weak dollar. You got yen up almost 1%. Yeah. You've got currencies railing against the dollar. You got the bond market still very range bound, really not doing much. I mean, at least on the short end. The long end is down just a skosh. Gold is up, equities down. We've kind of seen this theme throughout the year on the first day of the month. There are a lot to kind of roll back here, I think, as the last month of the year begins. But first, Shai, the news.
Yeah, so let's talk about the obvious this morning, the big moves that we've seen in crypto and bonds and equities. So really, this all really stems from Japan. So we had the yield on the 10-year note rose 3 basis points to 4.04, following a jump in the Japanese equivalent to the highest since 2008 on the prospect that Bank of Japan will hike interest rates later this month. So BOJ Governor Uda talked up the prospects for a rate hike, leading money markets to lift the chance of a move on December 19th to 80% from less than 25% a week ago. And the bond market's response was immediate and violent. The yield on the 10-year reached 1.85, highest level since June 2008 before the collapse of Lehman Brothers. The 2-year touched 1%, a threshold not seen since pre-crisis era, and most strikingly, the 40-year bond yield hit 3.7%, an all-time record that announced in unambiguous language of fixed income that the era of free Japanese money was ending. Traders in U.S. debt remain sensitive to BOJ policy, given its control of the spigot on Japanese yen liquidity globally. So higher rates in Japan entice kind of domestic investors to keep more funds in local government bonds instead of higher yielding assets overseas, such as treasuries. Now, this also did affect the Bitcoin market. We saw that plunge below 86,000. We just had another slight puke to start December. And this is really being triggered by the unwinding of the largest arbitrage trade in human history, the yen carry trade. So there are conservative estimates that of 3.4 trillion in global assets will be affected. Realistic estimates are more like 20 trillion. And so, as yields rise, yen strengthens, leverage positions become unprofitable, selling begins, selling triggers margin calls trigger liquidations trigger more selling. And that's what we're kind of seeing in some of these riskier assets like Bitcoin, and it is affecting global markets in global bond and equity markets this morning. Moving on, we have Trump said he has made a choice to lead the Federal Reserve. He said, I know who I'm going to pick, and we'll be announcing this shortly. He didn't give us any clear-cut time when this announcement would happen, but the fact that he has made his decision. As everybody knows, I'm sure, we had a CME data problem. We had a 10-hour outage on the backup cooling from the Cyrus One that owns the facility in Aurora, Illinois. They said that they have restored stable and secure operations, and it had installed additional redundancy to the cooling system. They said in a statement to Bloomberg on Sunday. Obviously, markets opened okay and are still functioning, so hopefully that problem is resolved. There was a rumor going around that they halted it because of the silver market. I addressed that on Twitter and a long post, if anybody wants to read it.
I didn't even hear too much about this, but that's pretty funny.
Oh, yeah, they said they halted it because the silver market was about to break out, and they wanted to stop the silver market from breaking out. Was this whole conspiracy theory,
glad I missed this.
which I debunked on Twitter if anybody wants to go back and read my post about it. Then we have a flurry of Fed dissents in coming meetings could pose market and political risk. We know the Federal Reserve has been criticized for being too consensus-driven, and this may end. Well, we saw in the last meeting, we did have a dissent, but we did have Waller come out and say, you might see the least groupthink you've seen in a very long time. And so we will see what happens on this Fed meeting next week, and how markets feel about the dissents, if they care or not. But just so you know, I know Powell is speaking tomorrow, but it is Fed blackout period, so he's not going to discuss anything monetary related. He's talking at some sort of funeral event. What was it? He speaks at a memorial event. So tomorrow when you hear Powell is speaking, he can't talk about monetary policy. It's Fed blackout. He's not speaking that. Bowman is also testifying this week before the House Committee on Financial Regulation. She also can't talk about anything monetary related. So it is Fed blackout, even though they are speaking. So traders don't need to kind of worry about that. And last but not least, because I like to throw something fun in there when we do, Cartier is Gen Z's new Rolex, thanks to Taylor Swift. I guess when she got engaged, everybody was looking not only at her ring, but her rare gold and diamond Cartier timepiece. And this has put Cartier at the top of Gen Z's wish list.
Well, Cartier's been growing more and more out there. I've been seeing more and more people wearing them, but I guess it's the Swiftie effect or whatever they call it.
Exactly.
I mean, and they've been making watches for a little bit of time, haven't they?
For over a century.
Yeah. A lot to unpack from that news. I mean, it's first it's funny how the rumors fly around on all these different things that are, people are wrong about, and it's just I always find I didn't catch that silver thing. That was like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So they don't want silver to make a new high, so they
shut the
close-
market instead of just shutting down the
Got it.
right.
Yeah.
So I debunked it. I
Yeah.
wrote a huge post on it.
Yeah.
Bunked
Yeah.
it.
A lot to unpack there. I think the one thing I think about the most is the upcoming Fed meeting is going to be pretty important. First day of the month, last month of the year, and going through rollover. We've got the markets. Look, at the themes are the themes, right? I go back to what I said probably at the beginning of November, maybe October. Very rarely do you see a market that's been in a dominant primary trend give it back at the end of the year. It just doesn't happen much. I know we saw a little bit of movement in October. I talked about it again in November. It's why I came in last Monday, and I bought NASDAQ and S&P across the board. I talked about that. I'm flat everything now, but again, it's like I think if anything we're sideways to up. But the only thing I think that could kind of put a little bit of a twist into the end of the year is the Fed meeting.
Yeah, the odds of this December rate cut have moved back up to, north of 80% again, right? We were talking 2-3 weeks ago that the odds had moved down kind of below 40, down towards 30% as the hawks were making more noise and didn't really want to push forward. But with the market sell-off and with a little bit of weakness, let's say in the ADP data, the market ran with that ball and said, no, you're cutting. And so we've taken the odds back up towards 80% again. And when the odds are this high, it's very rare that Powell would push against where the market is pricing. He has not historically looked to disappoint market expectations. So the question then will be, well, how does he placate these hawks, these regional bank hawks on the Fed to kind of come along, with this rate cut? And the way he could do that is with a hawkish press conference, a hawkish dot plot, and give some credence to the idea that the Fed is not going to be looking to accelerate rate cuts early in 2026. And so if we create an environment where this is the last rate cut of the Powell regime, which is possible because he only has 3 more meetings left after this one, that's something that the market's not going to digest well, I don't think. And so that's an event for next week, which is a little bit different than how it usually happens. It's usually the 3rd week of the month when we get that Fed meeting commensurate with the options expiry. But this time it's the week before. It's commensurate with the roll of futures. So it's a little bit of a weird, different dynamic because the Fed meeting is next week, not the following week. But we get some data this week, but we don't get the NFP payroll data until after the Fed meeting.
Or CPI.
Or the CPI, that's right. So, with the odds this high, it seems like the Fed's going to cut. And it seems like in order to placate the hawks, he's going to have to come out and say, we're slowing things down for next year. So that creates this kind of bizarre messaging for the Fed without data to say, look, we're not, markets, we might not be here to support you like you always want us to be. That's a risk for the year-end trade. I don't think, we're trading that today. I think we're trading other things today with respect to dollar yen and Japan. But when you start to add up some of these other macro factors, and volatility got crushed last week, as is typical during holiday thin trading weeks. Now we're on the other side of it, and vol got too compressed again. And so you're starting to see some volatility creep back as people are thinking about hedging for the Fed or for December expiry or, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, we're back above 18%, so we're up 11% today in the VIX.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense. Obviously, S&P was down, nearly 1%. It was like 0.75%. NASDAQ's down 1%, and Russell's down over 1% this morning. Now, talk a little bit more about what's going on with Japan. I haven't followed it too closely this morning. I mean, obviously, when I woke up and I saw that the yen was bid and it remains bid, Shai talked about how that's hurting,
global equities and the bond markets because of the yen carry trade as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think bonds are holding on very well. Again, I think the bonds are just range bound because of all the things we talked about. I think the bond trade is the worst trade out there right now. I've said this, it sucks because you break out higher, we're going to go higher. Like, look, they took out last week, they took out the low, and then they come back in the range and they make a high, and it's like, we're right back in. The bond market's showing me nothing. But talk more about what's happening with the yen.
Yeah, with Japan, we've been talking about this for a little bit. New prime minister, highly stimulative expectations for printing there and bringing back investment into Japan. But they have inflationary issues that have been creeping. And so the story for the last few weeks has been weak yen and rising JGB yields. And so the market was trying to figure out, well, when was this going to stop, or what were they going to do to prevent it? And so we had rumors over the course of last week that the BOJ was thinking about a possible rate hike in December, and so the odds of a rate hike start to creep higher. And then over the weekend, UADA came out and said, yeah, we are thinking about it. And so they've taken the rate hike expectations up to over 80% for 2 weeks from now. That meeting will be after the Fed. And so, we've brought in this dynamic again of now rising yields in Japan, and a strong yen kind of introduces this yen carry trade unwind risk, which we have seen episodically over the course of the last several years, most recently probably back in August of last year, where we had a big yen carry trade unwind that led to some massive pain in risk assets at the end of July and early part of August last year. And so this was a bit unexpected because people were thinking that with the new prime minister, the BOJ would play ball and not raise rates. But it seems like this might be a place for them to kind of step in, make sure that the inflationary pressures that have been brewing don't develop. But we're seeing some of that repatriation of capital back to Japan, which has implications for global funding markets and global bond markets, which then transpires into risk assets. And so, to blame the Bitcoin move on the BOJ move, I don't think is 100% accurate, but it is a deterrent for risk assets. And so as global cost of capital is rising, risk assets start to suffer. And so you're definitely starting to see a bit of that develop here on the first day of the month.
Well, it's a trigger. I mean, that's what it comes down to. I mean, Bitcoin to me has been kind of trading crappy. It's not really holding rallies. You get one little headline that does add fuel to weakness. It goes down quickly. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, right now people are looking for more reasons to sell still in crypto than they are to buy. I've talked about this. I continue to buy spot. I look at these big sell-offs as opportunities to buy. I haven't bought any crypto over the last couple of days, but again, we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm also not convinced that because crypto is getting hurt here, that that's super bearish for our U.S. equities. I actually will probably look to buy S&P and NASDAQ at some point, whether it's today or tomorrow. Again, we'll see. I just don't think that the markets, these are opportunities as far as I'm concerned into the end of the year. I think next year is different, but right now, it's like towards the end of the year, are they really going to try and hammer this thing all the way back down? I don't see it yet, but we'll see. Like I said, last week on Monday, I said it was the window of opportunity. It's the first time I had traded equity indexes in a while. And, when I covered everything Wednesday, I didn't want to have, even though I was like, do I leave a trailer here into Thanksgiving? Nah, not really. I wanted to not have to think about it. Sometimes even a one lot, you're thinking about it. But anyway, we'll see what today brings. First day of the month, I'm going to go to the tape now with Jimmy. S&P 68.14. I've got it supported 67.88. That's an area I'm going to be watching very closely. It's down, so S&P's down $45 this morning. Nasdaq's 25,246, down 230-ish bucks. Knocking back down to that 25,000 area. Again, I think all things considered, I think the Nasdaq's holding on relatively well. Russell continues to get hit. Again, you look at the Russell. Bad news hurts the weaker markets more. Bottom line. Right now, Bitcoin to me is a weaker market. Russell continues to be a weaker market. Russell's the leading index to the downside today, down $26 at 24.78. Dow is down the least, down a couple hundred points to 47,535. Energy markets, we didn't talk about this that much this morning, a little bit. 59.11 here in crude oil. I put it in my note. I want to buy crude so bad. I bought a few last night on the Sunday night open. I scalped them. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I want to be long crude so bad, but yet I look at the chart and every time I get in it, last week I got stopped out 2-3 times trading it. And I'm like, why am I even in this market? It cannot find any energy on a rally, Shy. It's the bottom line. I just think, again, if without a flush it's like it just wants to go up, it feels like, but it has no energy in that market. Every time I get in, and it's like I feel like the only guy in the room, I'm looking around going, oh, God, and it just grinds back down. But crude oil this morning, 59.11, up $56, up 1%. Gold, this is the story to me. Gold is up 0.75%. Metals, I should say, are the story. First day of the month, it's been the consistent theme this entire year. Go back and look at your daily chart and look at the first day of the month. What are the flows coming in the first day of the month? They're buying metals.
Yep.
Bottom line. And you know what? This sets the tone. We'll see. It's probably going to be a little volatile. It's always volatile right now in the metals market, but pretty volatile in gold and silver the next couple of days. But boy, if they start catching a leg higher again, that's just something I would not want to fade, man. Because again, when you look at where would you put your money, where's the most dominant trend fundamentally and technicals, it's the metals.
Well, and silver broke that double top.
Yeah.
And when everybody left it for dead, when we had that second top kind of have a puke. But so silver's breaking out of that cup and handle if you look at a weekly chart.
Yeah, and we'll go back to what XY said last week, right? He goes, "There's no such thing as a double top." Didn't he say that on the stream? They don't exist. And then you've got so silver's at 57.90, up 1.25%. Platinum at 1,700. Don't sleep on platinum. I mean, that thing is,
I love that market.
I mean, that market, I think, is still going to head higher. Bonds, as we've all talked about this morning, 30 years, 116.27, down 19. Ultras are down 22 ticks to 120.08. Again, I think in spite of everything that's happening, I think that the long end has held on relatively well. Short end is pretty much flat. I mean, 10 years off, 4 or 5 ticks. 10-year yield this morning comes in at 4.04%. And again, we've talked about the yen up nearly 1% against the dollar at 64. 68 in 6J. Euro's also up a third of 1% of 116.51, and then the pound is up modestly at 132.63. Again, Bitcoin 86,300, and ETH is just floating above 2,800 ish. Again, and not a surprise to see crypto weak. I don't think crypto is a story, and if crypto stays weak, I don't think it hurts indexes. But we'll see. Jimmy, what'd you see in the tape?
Well, I'm in crypto. I mean, across the board, it's the first thing I noticed. We have Ether down almost 7%, Sol down 7%, XRP down 7%, the Bitcoin down 5.26%. So that asset class is clearly money is coming out of that asset class, right? And those are big numbers, right? And they've been sustained for a little bit of time now. This isn't just today. We'll talk about the Bitcoin in the Edge report in a little bit, but that's the first thing I noticed. And it's like, all right, is this risk off or not? Looking across the board, though, there is an awful lot of red. And the other thing that was interesting to me was even the S&P last week, it had a 324 point range in a week. I mean, it was moving down and up and sideways, and I expect that maybe to continue a little bit going in, at least between now and in the Fed meeting. And then lastly, yeah, the bonds are kind of slow. We're talking 4.7-ish on the 30-year yield, but it's really a nice swing trade and a nice day trade when you could, buy the 116 halves and then sell the 117 halves, all for the whole entire month of November. It's been really nicely tight in that range. And, until it's out of that range, to me, that's an easy trade, not an easy trade, but a appealing trade to me to, buying those 116 mids and selling the 117 mids with, clear and present stop at a breakout.
Yeah, Jimmy, I mean, if you like consolidation type trends where markets are really respecting, range bound support and resistance, then the bonds are your market. But, again, I look at it, I look for trends that are dominant. I look for the pullbacks and then back within trend. The bonds to me, it's like they hold the Pax's quarterly pivot, then they don't hold it. And I look at his quarterly pivots as key areas. They're aligned with my supports, which has been just below it, which has been why I've not really gotten bearish on bonds, and we're back really right to it again today. We're at near his quarterly pivot and my support. I look at it and go, if anything, yeah, again, it's a buy for a rotation, but the bond market is as confused, I think, as what the Fed is going to do. I mean, it kind of feels like that's the case. And again, it depends on what type of market you like. But what I do like, again, I go back to equities today. I got to tell you, first day of the month, you see weakness. I look at this headline and I go, okay. I mean, is it enough to derail this thing? I think it's, again, another opportunity. We'll see what happens, but I would not be surprised to see this market close green today.
I mean, U.S. investors all year have shown remarkable resilience to not care too much about global macro developments, right? And so things that are going on in Japan have really not been something that people have focused on really at all this year. That doesn't mean that they won't at some point, but the idea of the AI CapEx trade and the seasonals in December and the flows that come in at the beginning of the month, plus the share buyback flows, which are very aggressive and impressive in the month of December, can help support the S&P. But to the extent that dollar yen keeps doing what it's doing, and we have another 1% move tomorrow, the day, then global macro and global cross asset guys will start to notice and pick up, on that momentum. So. But it is the first day of the month. It's hard to read too much into some of these outsized moves. I agree with that.
I also agree that if the yen move goes beyond today or today's gets real legs, 1% move in the yen is like, okay, I get it. It's also been trending lower, and you've got news to pull it back within trend. So when you look at it, it's just prices that they haven't seen since like 4 days ago or whatever it was. I mean, I get it. It's not enough for me to derail that. I think that this rally in equities. Just my 2 cents. We've got a minute and a half left before we get to the Edge report. Let you guys each go 40 seconds. Kind of close us out, Shai. Any final thoughts before we head into our guests this morning in the Edge report?
Yeah, so I think really, keep an eye on the yen, keep an eye on the bond market, because that's going to kind of give you some clues where liquidity is going or not. And I agree with you that if we have a sustained rally in the yen, that could start meaningfully mean something bigger to market. So just something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Close us out today, this morning.
Yeah, and we have some data this week. We get the ISM today, services ISM on Wednesday, and we do get the ADP on Wednesday. So markets will be looking for some, understanding of how the macro economy in the U.S. has been developing, and that'll help instruct the Fed for next week. And finally, just as a potential exogenous event, we are waiting for the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. It could come as early as today. Supreme Court typically gives rulings at 10 o'clock on Monday mornings. So if it doesn't come today at 10 o'clock, then we'll table it again for next week. But that is a looming thing that is sitting out there for the bond market. Are we going to lose all that tariff revenue? What does it mean for yields and government deficits? So just something to keep in the back of the mind.
Yeah, so that will be out by 10 a.m. Eastern.
Typically, that's how they do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Something to watch for. I mean, that could definitely throw a little curveball into the first day of the month kind of trading here. Chad, again, good morning. Hopefully everyone is doing well. Hit that like and subscribe button. Great to be with you here on Monday. Hopefully you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I did. I know I'm still kind of dusting off the cobwebs a little bit myself. You know, I didn't host Thanksgiving, but it was interesting. Shai was with me on Thanksgiving. I had a big group of people over at my club, and it's like the one thing I miss about not hosting is I didn't have the leftovers. So hopefully you guys are still enjoying your leftovers. I didn't have them. It's okay. I compensated by eating other things. But again, great to be with all of you here on Monday morning, first day of the month. And as I wrote in my note, small and smart, ease your way into the first trading day of the month, which is the last month of the year. Don't ruin Christmas. I've done it many times before. Take it easy. Let's take it slow. But it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
Let's start out with silver. I mean, this is a huge story. This is a weekly silver chart, parabolic. We're literally from this peak low here that we saw again weekly, April. We're literally low to high up 113%. So this is certainly just an astonishing move up over the last several months here in silver. Remember what happened to Icarus, though, when he flew too close to the sun. So be careful here. I had to go to a daily here I had to use an fib extension to kind of figure out targets on the upside. There's really, no targets to kind of to look for. 123.6%, right north of that $59 number. And then after that, 138.2, again, fib extension, $60.33. So there are some targets on the upside. Moving averages are just, launching straight upward as well, as is the MACD. So right now, anyway, it is definitely a bullish disposition. Intraday, really nice volume profile, surprisingly. After you look at that weekly and that daily chart, you're like, oh, okay, this is not going to look like this. But this is a perfect volume distribution here in silver so far on this session, right? Point of control right in the middle around 57. 85-ish. We're driving back up toward the highs. We got a long way to go to get to the highs themselves, but after the London initial balance, we kind of wicked up to 58.4. We have that one-day max from Mentor Q a little bit further north here at 58.84 is a nice target. Should we be able to get a breakout to the upside? On the downside, Jax 1's kind of framing the bottom of the conversation. We never really got quite there yet at 57 even. Let's pivot over to the Bitcoin here. This is also another tremendous story. Let me get the micros up here really quickly here. We'll start with the daily chart. This is, we thought we had a really nice, we had a little bit of a picture perfect retracement back up to that 38.1%. And that's measured from the high on the 11th all the way down to this peak low down here on the 21st. So, but that was it. And that's, buyers couldn't push us up anymore. Moving averages sloping down pretty caustically, I would say. And then we have the April lows. I have my target there. I'm ready to pounce right there on those April lows. MACD is starting to get to that zero line here too. So that's also kind of interesting, but we're below that 80 MA right now. Intraday on the Bitcoin, we have all sorts of targets on the upside, not so many on the downside. S3 is kind of framing the conversation here at 85,000. We are below that session VWAP pretty consistently throughout the night session, and that one-day min is right at 88,400. We'll round it up a little bit. Above that for targets, we do have that S1 and then JAX1 level, both at the same level. I love it when two of these areas of interest collide, and that's at 90,000. And then above that, we have that call resistance level at 92,000 should this turn around. Right now, looking a little bit negative on the Bitcoin. Let's go ahead and show a yen chart since we've been talking about it. It's also an outstanding looking chart. We had those January 25th lows here. That area is kind of highlighted with my plum colored rectangle. Lower swing high, lower swing high, lower swing high, lower swing high. That's the story. and then the lower swing lows as well. But we do have a nice bounce here. This is a healthy green candle so far, breaking up out of that trend channel right now. Remember, this is the yen US dollar crosses on the denominator, so it's kind of a nice move up. Will it have legs? Will it continue? This is actually subtly kind of sneaking up ever since that 1120 low. Intraday, we have that high vol level up here, 64.75 is the next target to the upside. Look at these VWAP bands are just arcing up nicely here. It's in a bullish disposition right now. A lot of empty space all the way up to 65.25. That's that call resistance level way up there. Achievable? Sure. Why not? You never know. Point of control this is kind of a wonky volume profile, not really slick. But we do have official point of control a little bit lower here, right below that VWAP. And then that one-day max also, in my mind, is kind of important since it was so close to the London initial balance high. So 64.48 if you're trading the yen US cross. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
We have Anas Alahaji. He is a world-renowned energy markets expert, researcher, author, speaker, has written more than 900 papers and articles and columns in oil and gas markets. He is the managing partner at Energy Outlook Advisors. And if you follow oil markets, I'm sure you follow him on X. And we just had an OPEC meeting, so let's talk to him about what's going on in the oil markets.
Yeah, Anas is one of the best in the biz. Been on a podcast with me many times in the past. Also, listen to him regularly in all the podcasts he's in. A lot of questions for Anas today. Let's bring him in.
Thank you for both.
Well, great to have you here. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
So, OPEC meeting this meeting. Walk us through any key points you noticed coming out of the meeting this weekend.
Oh, well, generally speaking, I think for what happened on Sunday, I think Tracy is well qualified to answer that question. Generally speaking, this is more kind of a management meeting than anything else. That's for OPEC Plus. But for the audience, I just would like to make a distinction here that we do have OPEC and we do have OPEC Plus and we do have the group of 8. And the group of 8, which we call sometimes the V8 for voluntary cuts, the group of 8 basically is the one that meet monthly to decide what to do the next month. So all of those met several meetings on Sunday. And the one that matters to the market the most in the short run is the group of 8. And the group of 8 basically did not make any new decisions. They just reaffirmed the idea that they are not going to increase production in the first quarter of this year. And the comment I would like to make on this is the following. Some people are making a big deal out of it because they are saying, look, this confirms the fact that there is a big surplus, etc. This is a complete nonsense. Oil demand usually declines in the first quarter. And the second issue here is if you look at last year, in November, President Trump won the elections, and then they decided to delay the increase in production until April. So basically they realized always that the first quarter is always a problem. So they did not bring any oil to the market last year. So this is just consistent with their own policy. It has nothing to do with this massive surplus that the IEA is talking about, which kind of really annoying. I just tweeted something about the IEA simply because the amount of the surplus they are predicting does not fit the storage capacity that we have, which means that they are announcing a surplus that we have no storage for. And that just tells you the crazy forecast of this surplus.
So what it sounds to me is really the novice in this space is that because the weakness in the first quarter, this is just really about price stability, right? Is we're looking at it saying we don't need to change, increase production. Market's going to continue to do its thing, and why continue to drive price lower? Is that basically the reason?
Well, let me clarify a couple of points that everyone should remember all the time, especially those who are trading oil on a daily basis. One of the problems we have in the market, especially when it comes to certain media outlets such as Bloomberg, is that they always promote the idea that if OPEC or OPEC Plus cut, then prices should go up. But if you study the history, it's not really about prices going up. It is really about preventing prices from going down. So if you look at the cuts and people saying, well, they were a failure. Well, where is the failure? Prices are not at $40 or $30 today. So where is the failure? This is a complete success by keeping prices at 60, if you want to look at it that way. So in a sense, are you looking at the half empty cup or the half full? So that's the number one. Number two, they assume that that OPEC always wanted higher prices, and everything they are doing is for higher price. But if you look at all the statements and all the efforts, including what we heard yesterday about the new mechanism to assign quota after 2026, which means that starts in 2027, they are more interested in medium-term and long-term issues than the daily fluctuations in oil prices. And people should realize that the Saudi price itself has nothing to do with daily fluctuations because it's the monthly average. It has nothing to do with the daily fluctuations at all. And therefore, those who are screaming and yelling, look, oil prices declined and the Saudis did not do much, etc. Well, it's the daily fluctuation. They don't care about that. What they care about basically is mostly the medium term and the long term. And the last point along those lines is the following. We've seen people saying, look, the Saudis need $90 to balance their budget and therefore they need to cut. It's a complete nonsense. Most of the countries around the world run a budget deficit, and they've been running budget deficits for decades. So why all of a sudden some people want the Saudis to balance their budget, and why they care about Saudi Arabia, whether it balances its budget or not? They are writing those hateful articles about Saudi Arabia anyway. So the issue here is not what the price of oil needed to balance the budget. If you are serious about this, you focus on the assumption that is used to generate revenues. And that assumption basically comes from the finance ministry, has nothing to do with the oil policy. There is not a single evidence to show that the Saudi policy is tied to the price that is used in the budget or to balance the budget. So what I'm trying to say here is the focus really is on all the other issues together: market stability on one side, lower volatility on the other, OPEC plus cohesion, the politics of it, etc. So it's the management of all these things together. It's not only prices.
And talk about, they've been talking about the supply glut for over a year now that really hasn't showed up in the market, even though some are saying, oh, there's all this oil on water, that means we have a supply glut. And so can you kind of talk a little bit about that and maybe clear up some of the confusion, and also throw in, why do you think that market sentiment has been so poor on oil markets in general after we have known that, oil demand's going to last much longer than we think we have? Even the IEA finally admitted that.
Yes, I don't think we have enough time to go and explain everything. For those who are interested, they can go to our publications and read in details and check all the numbers and all the charts. But briefly, here is the situation. We do have a manufactured bearishness, literally, and the evidence basically are overwhelming. So let's start with the surplus. Just to say one thing here regarding U.S. oil production. U.S. oil production been increasing. If you look at the September data, it's at record high. But if you look at August, where the increase came from, it did not come from shale. It came from the Gulf of America or Gulf of Mexico. If you look at September, most of the growth basically all the growth came in from two places. It came from Alaska and it came from New Mexico. So that's the western flank of the Permian. And what we know about the western flank of the Permian, it's really gassy, which means that most of that increase is really light ends. It's not real crude. But regardless of all of that, if you look at the amount that we locked in the strategic petroleum reserves, and you look at oil production additions, most of the production additions today are locked in the SPR or equivalent amount. So where is this oversupply in this case? We are, yes, production is increasing, that's bearish, but we are locking an equivalent amount in the strategic petroleum reserves. The result is almost zero. So that's number one. Number two, when we talk about oil and water, we do have some serious issues here. We highlighted about 7 of them, but I will talk about 2 quickly. The first one is if you look at Brazil, for example, and that's where the media and some analysts basically missed the point. Brazil's exports declined in September, and they are declining right now. So supply is literally decreasing. This is bullish. But exports to China skyrocketed. They are shifting oil from the United States and Europe to China. And the distance to China is triple that to the United States and double that to Europe. So naturally, you end up with more oil on water. But supply decreased. You cannot be bearish because supply on water increased or oil on water increased while the total supply out of Brazil decreased. So that's number one. Number two, we have a problem with Iran exports because most of the media follow the exports based on the electronic signal of the ships. So if they turn on their signal, you see it. They don't, you don't see it. And for some reason, all of a sudden, several weeks ago, every single tanker that is carrying Iranian oil turned on its signal. So all of a sudden, the media is seeing all those ships, but those ships already been on water. So you have higher oil on water, but no impact on supply. Then you have Iraq. As you know, Iraq started exporting from the north. Kurdistan, when they were not able to export their oil, they were sending most of it to Iran, and through Iran basically is going to China on the dark fleet that the media and others do not see. But now going through Turkey, everyone see every barrel. So all of a sudden we have increase in oil on water, or at least increase in the visible oil on water, but really that the same oil was there. It was just going in a dark fleet. Now it's not. So you can see that the amount of oil on water is exaggerated and the impact of it is exaggerated. To give you another example on the exaggeration, the Saudi Arabia increased its exports significantly in September and later in October. And the question that the media did not ask was, where is this oil going? Most of it is going to Egypt, but Egypt does not consume that much. So why is it going there? Because the Saudi storage in Sidi Crair is there where they send it to Europe. Sidi Crair inventories were near record low in August. So in a sense, they are just shifting storage. So you have more oil on water, but where is the surplus? And the final point here is the IEA. I can go on for hours on the IEA, but the main point here is the following. The IEA started the year saying that U.S. oil demand will grow by 60,000 barrels a day. But the facts on the ground show that demand was growing at way, way bigger than that. So they adjusted that from 60,000 to 90,000. And in their last report, they said it's 120. So they doubled, literally doubled their estimates. But this is not the issue. The issue is the actual demand is more than double that. So they are underestimating demand. So where is the surplus? Then you look at oil inventories in the United States. Crude is low. Gasoline was at the lowest since 2014. That's gasoline inventories. And then distillate is very low at the bottom of the 5-year range. So any way you look at it, where is the surplus?
We only have a minute left, and again, I look at myself, well, I know I'm the novice, especially in this group, but overall, looking at what's happening in oil, because I follow price more than I follow the macro that you guys do. Plain and simple supply and demand question for you, Dr. Anas, is is demand at some point going to kick in? We're in this stock market's at near all-time highs. It's supposedly the greatest economy the world's ever seen, right? AI booming, right? We talk about this all the time, the need for energy. We see it a little bit in natural gas. Is the demand for oil on a trajectory to increase over the amount of supply, or are we just priced kind of perfectly and the world's figured out how to operate with the increased demand?
Let's remember that oil is a natural resource, and natural resources have their own cycles. Our problem right now, and this is one of the reasons why most forecasts failed, especially the bullish one, was China. China adopted a policy, a strategy, a political decision to reduce its imports of seaborne energy imports. That was not counted by anyone, including me. So this is really one of the biggest issues, that China's policy that is based on strategic issues related to the trade wars and possible war, actual war with China. So that's really one of the reasons. But if you don't mind, I would like to end with this statement. One of the weirdest things that happened in recent days and the media ignored is the following. Trump threatened or asked airlines not to fly over Venezuela. And days before that, China stopped importing oil from Venezuela. That's number one. Number two, before the attack on the CPC terminal in Russia, of course, CPC terminal exports Kazakh oil mostly and some Russian oil. Before the attack, Russia stopped blending its oil. So they literally, they stopped exporting oil through CPC before the attack, and the media ignored that.
We end it there. I can't wait to
Thank
have you
you.
back. Dr. Anas Al-Haji, one of the best in the business, goes without saying.
Thank
Please
you.
follow the doc on X, and we're always so thankful and grateful to have you here on the program. Thank you so much, Doc. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You know, when I think about, again, the oil situation, it's like, I hear him when he's talking about coming out of OPEC. Again, I talk about like price stability. It's like, it just feels like oil has been really just stuck at these prices again, because I follow price more than the macro, right? And
Right.
so I go back to, that's my way of looking at the oil market, not the way that you guys do. But it just seems like they've gotten it to the point, and I say they, OPEC and the bigger players in the space have got it to where oil is just almost, no matter what happens, we just have price stability.
Which is great, but like all markets, we know is the longer you consolidate, the more wild the move is out of that consolidation. So,
But so do you think that what's happening is that everything is going smoothly now, we'll call it, and then that price is building up for demand to really exceed the amount of supply that we'll have in the future?
yeah, absolutely. We don't have enough capex. We don't have enough. We already know this, and so obviously my bias is to the upside because I know what the supply demand situation is. I think contributing to this is also poor market sentiment, but keep your eye on it because I don't. We may stay here for maybe through H1 next year, but I think next summer could be kind of explosive.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before. I'm trying to get bullish oil. Every time I get into the position, I just feel there's no energy in the market.
Right.
Sorry, everybody, that's a bad joke. No, but it really is. You look at, see what's happening. Again, you come out of OPEC, you hear what's happening in the news of Venezuela, you hear from Doc, you hear all these different things, and it just seems like the oil market is just sits at high 50s, low 60s, and every time it gets a little bit above it or a little bit below it, it gets pulled right back in here. And again, I go back to the simple thing of we have all these things happening, the AI boom, greatest economy ever, and oil just is not reaching the demand levels, I would say, that we thought they should be.
Well, I think it depends on how you look at it. I mean, demand is going up, not as fast as everybody thought, but still, about 1 million barrels a day per year that we're increasing, and we certainly don't have that much production coming online to keep up with that demand. Again, I still think the energy sector in general, even if you look at the AI demand, still really it hasn't caught up to what all this demand is. And so that's why I keep saying I think this is a story for next year when they go, oh crap, we should have thought about this.
Yeah, don't sleep on the oil market, everybody. Metals were the theme this year and will be till the end of this year for sure, and probably beyond. Energy markets, I think, are brewing for something here.
For sure.
We'll see. All right, Shai. We'll see you in chat.
All right. Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Farm. We chewed up enough of his time. He's probably pissed at me. Good morning.
Good morning, Deli. How we doing?
I'm doing great. Let's go right into the charts today. I'm actually going to start with oil. Might as well pull it up. Again, I look at oil, and it's great having Doc on. Love him, been listening to him for years, known him for years, and I try to always get a sense of what's happening in the macro theme, because when you look at what's happening in commodities, people forget, in order to, get into really the depths of what happens, especially in oil, commodities, even metals. Metals have got some theme, even though gold moves like the NASDAQ does now. You got to kind of know what's going on in the backdrop. And I just continue to look at the chart of oil, and I ask everybody that comes on here, I'm like, look, we have been, if you go back to where we were, again, keep going back. Let's go back to where we were at the beginning of the year, roughly. We're in somewhat of a bear market here in oil. If you go back to where we were 8 months ago, or pretty much the same prices, and it's just done nothing. Every single rally has been sold. When I look at it from a technical perspective, I look at just the simple things in it. Are we getting near oversold or overbought even in a consolidation? No, it is the epitome of a consolidation. Again, I look at it, and my yellow line is my neutral line, which it cannot get above at all, and I continue to monitor it very closely. 59.84 is a level we'll watch for in crude. If I do start to see daily closes above it, hearing everything I hear from Shai, obviously Doc, Anas today, and just everybody else in the space, saying that the oil is brewing for a rally. Let's got to prove it on the technicals, and I have not seen any closes above my neutral level in months. And it's kind of bounced off of support, but really lackluster. But above 59.84, watch that into the coming days and weeks, everybody. If that does happen, I do think we could see a spike up to nearly 62. I'll trade it. I've been trading in and out of oil, not successfully, because even when I buy the dips, I'm sitting there going, kind of just, more time is getting me out of them than anything. But if it does start to see above my neutral of 59.84, I do think a spike up to 61.93, which is a decent move, a couple bucks, could happen. And that's something I look to play. One thing I want to talk about gold, because I'm going to let you talk about equity indexes. When I look at what's happening in the metals market, time and time again, everybody, the most common theme I've seen this year on the first trading day of the month is gold is higher. Metals have been higher. Go back and look at your daily chart. First day of the month, green. I'll just go back to here. You can see August, first day of August, big green candle. You could probably barely see it on your screen. First day of September, big green candle. First day of October is a green candle. Not a big one. Nonetheless, it was a green one. Go back to November, you're coming off of a little sell-off. November, you go back, green candle. I can go back the whole year. I've been talking about this on InterTrader Live for really probably since the end of the first quarter. I'm like, wow, first day of the month, gold continues to get bid again today. But anytime we've been breaking out of previous highs with gold, and you see a bid like this, I see Bollinger Band expansion above my resistance levels. Boy, is gold ready to make a new all-time high for the end of the year? It sure looks like it to me. When I see gold today, I think it's a market where on dips you want to be a buyer. I think it's a market where, go back to first day of the month, flows are coming into it. Technically, fundamentally, everything supports higher prices in gold in this current moment. It's a market that be very careful of fading today. I wait for pullbacks to come in. I'm not really doing much here myself in gold, but I think that, just to give some color to everybody, it's the trend that just keeps on paying. And I would not be in a hurry to fade this thing. I'd be finding a way to go with it. So those are the two non-equity index markets. I'll hand it over to you to take a look at what's happening in NASDAQ and S&P.
Appreciate that, Deli. Yeah, crude, I'd love to be long. Agree a lot of reasons why it may not want to die. And I'm with you. Like, greatest economy ever, and crude's in the dumpster. So I really
Dumps.
wanted it to take those April lows. I really think it would have been able to find some strength if it just stopped everybody out that was long since April, but doesn't look like it's ready to do that. So with equities, I've started just kind of way zoomed out here, right? I mean, where we left off last week, we had taken out the October low, which ended monthly one-time framing higher for the first time since the lows. Now, keep in mind that does not mean the market's in a downtrend. It just simply pauses things potentially. And it is extremely, extremely likely that we're then going to back test higher. It's like you've said this many times. It's not like a bull market rolls over easily, right? Especially in the end of the year. And so we got that last week, shortened holiday week, some volatility crush, came pretty far. You can see on the profile, it's a pretty thin structure. And so, is there some potential for, this to check back? Is there potential for it to completely unwind? Absolutely. Is that a base case? I don't think so. But some further consolidation prior to attempting a new all-time high, I think would be extremely healthy. If you look all the way back, I was looking at monthly candles in 2023. I was looking at 2024, December into January. This move here at the end of the month is similar both to, August of 2023, that put in like that, is it a hanging man or is it a hammer monthly candle? So this was similar to that. And then from the 2024 into 2025 picture, this thin rally back up to all-time highs or near all-time highs is like identical structure to that. And, when that happens, when you've got thin structure on the way up and you're racing up towards a potential breakout, it's just far more likely that it's going to fail. And so to me, this consolidation digestion, obviously we've had, some Japan news that's causing a little bit of volatility, but any kind of consolidation to me is before attempting that all-time high break is very healthy. I've marked out just a couple of spots for today, big picture on these weekly profiles. This kind of 57 to 64 spot. If you just look left, that was effectively sort of a lower edge way back here that bulls were defending, and it was the loss of that lower edge that opened some of this weakness, especially once it was offered below. You saw how nasty things got. It also traded through there on that prior lower high as NQ stayed relative weak, and it broke down again from that range. And this was Friday's spike. So a lot of the structure from last week, again, was very thin, multiple sets of single prints, at least 2 days with a spike into the end of the day. This spike thus far has been rejected. We've taken Friday's low. Okay, no big deal. That just brings the daily now back to balance. We are set to open. Obviously, we have 35 minutes, and it seems like silly things tend to happen right when we get off. But we are set to open on a true gap down, just meaning entirely below the prior day's range on a cash hours basis. And that can trigger some weakness. But again, we could just come down and form some kind of a 3-day balance between, I'm going to get my days wrong, but Wednesday, Friday, today, right? That's just sideways consolidation. And then we get a bigger move once we break from that range. On a technical basis, the healthiest higher low structurally to me would be above this 67.91 to 67.96. And I mean, you could just look at the chart and look left and see why. I mean, you've got strength above, weakness below, multiple times. This entire area, and I think we talked about this last week, call it 67.90 to 68.10 is just littered with key market generated information. 68.09 half was the October 9th RTH high, 12.5 was the ETH high before that nasty 10-10 day breakdown. And then 68.01, basically the overnight low, is October's value area high. It was acceptance within October's value in November that allowed some of the weakness. So, big spots here. But at the same time, like, it's not really that much of a pullback after such a large move. So it's an awkward situation where, again, structurally, I think your safest, your healthiest higher lows are above basically this overnight low or 67.91 to 67.96. But like, I don't get mega bearish just because it's lost necessarily. There is a lot of room for a higher low. And I would argue, like, even coming all the way down to like 66.80 to 66.85. I mean, I think this was Tuesday's low that was in the 70s, like 74. That's not the end of the world to me. It's going to look a little bit iffy, but it's not catastrophic. So yeah, is there potential to rug this? Sure. Is it a base case for me? Absolutely not. This so far is healthy consolidation to me. NQ is pretty much the same picture. That 502 was basically Friday's high on a spike. Had a huge spike on Friday. That was absolutely enormous. And then overnight, as we opened on Sunday, came into these 540s. But I mean, same thing if you look at 502 up into 540s, you see that's the breakdown area. So like we basically just came back on Friday to the scene of the crime, right, from the breakdown. And after, a week of thin structure, low participation, to see a bit of a liquidation break off that, like, it's not really that surprising to me. So I'm broadly, I would say, neutral to constructive, at least at the end of the year. Like you said, it's kind of rare for this thing to just completely fall apart. Is there potential for that? There absolutely is, given this sort of thin structure. And then in terms of today, again, true gap down. So when you get a true gap down, you open entirely below prior day's low. I'm watching the open. I like to watch the range of the first 5 minutes. I won't call it the 5-minute opening range because Pax will kill me. I like to watch the range of the first 5 minutes and see, is there any interest below that range, basically below the open, or is all the interest above that range, above the open? And generally, if there is no interest below the open, it's not going to be a gap down and go. I start to look for a reversal back towards the prior day's low. On NQ, 282 to 292 is going to be key to get through. ES, I'm going to say 21 to 24 is going to be key to get through if bulls are going to go ahead and try to fill that potential RTH gap. So those are kind of your spots, your overnight lows at a great location to work with today. Watch the open, see if they come in and try to sell them for a gap down and go. If so, then I would look for Wednesday's low and see what happens there. If they can't sell them at the open, then I'm looking for a back test of Friday's range. And if you reclaim Friday's low at this point, and especially there was a lot of selling there overnight just below there on ES in particular, then, it was a big nothing burger for this overnight range.
Yeah, with first day of the month and rollover coming up, I look at today, I think that the bulls will probably try and defend 67.88 is the area I have in the S&P. I just don't see them running away too far from here to the downside with this if it's a potential gap and go. I look at your level 67.91, you said, and to me I have 67.88. I've got a bunch of moving averages there. I only look at 3, so that's a bunch. I just look at it and go, are they really going to come in and just hammer this thing? I think the overnight news with Japan and the weakness in crypto has got everybody a little bit bearish, and I look at it as an opportunity. I'll actually be buying S&P if we can hold 67.88 today. If we can hold that, I think that will eventually be back up to 6,900-ish. Not today, but over the course of this week. I mean, that's just my 2 cents right now. I don't see this market giving back too much to the downside. I think on a relative basis, it's held up very well considering the weakness that everyone keeps talking about in crypto. I don't play too much into that anyway. If crypto's weak, that doesn't mean I'm bearish NASDAQ. I find it to be kind of nonsense, but I understand the risk asset comparison. But I look at it and go, with the news overnight with Japan, with the yen getting bid up, potential of raising rates over there, I understand a little bit of the weakness today, but we'll see if they use it as an opportunity to buy them again. I think that this market's bullish. I've said it. I don't think that they give away this rally that they've had at the end of the year here. But to me, 67.88 and your level 67.91 to 96, I think is pivotal today. If they hold those areas, I'm pretty bullish. I think that the day unwinds all the way back up. If it doesn't, then it could be something else, and we'll see what the rest of the week brings. But Farm, as usual, thank you so much. We missed you on Sunday yesterday. Were you too much leftovers for you? You couldn't make it.
Yeah, we decided to, because we got our cabin this year, so we decided to do Thanksgiving weekend up north. So I was cooking the third Thanksgiving meal of last week, which is of course why the market was up so much last week, because I was stuffing my fat face just relentlessly. So.
The Joey Tribbiani special, three Thanksgivings.
That's right.
All right, Farm. Follow my boy Farm on X. Check out what he's doing on his Substack. Farm, you're the best. I'll see you later this week.
Take care, Dolly.
See ya. So everybody, first day of the month, last month of the year. I wrote in my note this morning, and I write my note a lot. I always say, small and smart, ease your way into the week, especially coming off of a holiday. We don't talk about that enough. And ease your way into the last trading month of the year. I wrote something down on a card many years ago, and I put this out as a tweet years ago as well. I said, great traders don't force trades, they're forced to trade. I'm somebody who early on in my career, I always forced trades. I just, wanted to be in, and that's just the way I was built. And over the years, I had to train myself out of that mindset. And when you come off of holiday weeks, when you come into first days of the month, you got rollover coming up here in a couple of weeks. We're not quite in rollover yet, but nonetheless, you've got some of the other markets rolling over. You've got the last month of the year. You got a little bit of news coming out of the weekend. Don't be in a rush. Don't be in a hurry. And we have two traders that don't force trades. They are always forced into trades because of their preparation. It's time to trade the open with Jade Cap and Tanya Trades. Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. How was everybody's
How are you
holiday?
guys?
Oh, it was
Great.
great. Too much turkey, too much stuffing, but I made it out alive.
Nice.
Tanya,
Uh,
you're giving me massive FOMO with these apple pies here. I mean, this is,
Uh-oh.
I don't look. I got a lot of room on my desk here. I might be able. I'd like to see one over here at some point.
Yeah, of course. I'll come to New York and then I could have, my own, I'll bake it fresh out my oven. I really like my oven. It really is important in making a good pie and like any kind of baking dishes, having a reliable, good oven.
Here's the plug for LG.
No, I'm not plugging anything, but I
J-
don't know, 'cause I'm having a bad oven. The back of my cookies, like the whole back of my baking sheet being like burnt, and then the
Somebody said you have
front
the
being
Easy Bake
good.
oven.
Oh man, I wanted one of those so badly when I was a kid. I never got one though.
I mean, Jade, have you seen her pies? They're like pro
No.
level. I mean, literally the glistening of the crust. I mean, it's like they're
Secret is you
perfect.
put some egg wash on it. Yeah, and then it glistens for sure. That's the secret, you guys.
Maybe you should start a cooking
Yeah.
channel.
Oh my, Tanya cooks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it
All right.
definitely
Well, let's
does.
talk.
So that's a fun, nice thing to do.
Speaking of cooking, let's see what you guys are cooking up here today. First day of the month, December, coming off a holiday week. I kind of talked about the mindset coming into it a little bit. We'll start with you, Tanya. What's catching your eye on this Monday morning?
Oh yeah, so I mean, what's catching my eye, definitely everyone's watching that we just dumped during Asia last night because you see, like if you guys talked about that Japan news, we took out that previous day high, came all the way back up, took all this buy side up here into this daily, and now we're dipping back into, we have two daily fair value gaps lined up. And oh, we just had a huge move to the downside. Now we got that huge move to the upside. I think that we could digest now, especially after a large overnight move. So I think that before the next move up higher, if we do go higher, I would want to see consolidation. But if we're going to end up going back down to last week's low or towards, let's say 20 here on the NASDAQ, 24,600. If we're going to go back down there, then I would think that the strong reversal keeps holding and that we have a fast next couple days of downside, including today. We could have a fast open. I don't know. You guys chat. We've had a lot of fast opens on Mondays recently, and ever since Stowe, shout out to Stowe, he mentioned it one day. He was like, "Oh, Mondays are more likely to trend than any other day, right?" So after that, I've like definitely started to look at that more. Like, oh, why? Like, and he's totally right. Because a lot of times at the open, we'll have a gap and go, whether it's to the upside or downside. So if we're gonna have a lot more downside today, I would expect something like that at the open. Other than that, I think I'd probably lean towards more consolidating. I'm more of a bull, so I definitely want to pick my spots, whether it's below the current low on ES or below London low. I'll have to check it out. I'm definitely going to be marking out the low that we just made, actually, 6,800, close to that psych level of 6,800. It's at 6,802. Um, and kind of just go from there, I'd say. I
What are you
feel like
saying,
JCap
JCap?
probably has like a fairly similar chart. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm basically seeing the same thing. So we did take out that October low. We had a nice swing failure here. So after this closure above this low, I was really tempted to go long. I believe this was on, when was this, Tuesday of last week. I didn't end up going long though, just because I didn't really want to fight against this large bearish move, and I was anticipating to run the high out here, which we ended up doing. But now that we've done it and I've already missed the move, I could just kind of see that we're just really just stuck in a range since October. So for me, it's a very difficult read, especially with the first day of the month and the last month of the year. Again, I don't really trade a whole lot in December. But I would say if I am leaning any type of direction, I would say it's neutral to bullish. If I kind of recall what we talked about on the last stream that we had, right? We had however many months, 7 months that closed bullish. It only made sense to at least take out one of these monthly lows. But now that we've done that, we've taken out the October low. I'm not so sure on where we're going to head next. Last month did close bearish. It did create a lower high, lower low compared to October. But I would say it's going to be hard, I think, for bears to really be confident in shorting this down to, down to a new low down here. Just because this was a pretty deep flush and a pretty fast recovery, I would say. I was not anticipating this to recover so fast last week. So currently we're trading in between two fair value gaps. This is usually when I'm not doing anything, when I don't really have a good idea of where the market's going to go. If we do reject this daily fair value gap, though, I am anticipating, a return to like 26K, maybe higher. I think going into the last month of the year, though, my expectations are quite low. I can just see that dollar is just chopping around as well, so it's not really giving me a clear picture on what dollar wants to do, and maybe that's having an effect on index markets. I mean, dollar's been a mess since April. I thought it was going to trade up to 100, 101. We kind of took out this short-term high here and then collapsed. So I'm looking at both of these levels because these candles are inefficient for me. They don't have any wicks on either side. So for me, it's more of a coin toss on which one of these levels is going to get taken first. Is it going to be this candle up here at 101, or is it going to be this candle here down at 98? Right now, if this thing kind of rolls over, I would anticipate more so 98. I think the administration doesn't really want a strong dollar, right? They want a weak dollar. So I think it makes the most sense for the dollar to possibly head lower. But again, it's really just been a mess this year. Outside of the first couple months, this market's really just been sideways. So again, the kind of currency markets haven't really been something that I've really been trading this year. Made most of my profits this year in index markets, but that was earlier this year. I think past August, I've had a hard time reading them, which what NASDAQ wants to do, just because it's creating all-time highs, and I typically don't like trading long at all-time highs. Usually I'm looking for a deeper correction. And right now we are really just stuck inside of this range. So if we draw out this range high to this range low, we're very close to equilibrium. So I think where we go from here is going to be interesting. But yeah, I would say I'm leaning more so neutral, slightly bullish.
Tanya, have you taken a look at gold today yet? I'm curious what your thoughts are on it, because the one thing that I've talked about quite a bit coming into the first day of the month, go back several months, I talked about it this morning. The one trend that I've seen over and over again on the first day of the month is that gold's been getting bid up. Metals for the most part. I mean, silver and gold, platinum have been getting bid up on the first day of the month, and that's a trend I've seen again, first day of the month, come in. If it's bid, they typically stay bid. And so that's kind of like my first day of the month thought process. I'm curious what you're seeing from a technical perspective.
For sure. Like, okay, so this is the daily chart on gold. Um, we just took out that weekly high. I definitely want to mark that out, which I just did. Previous weekly high at 42.87. Yeah, we definitely had already a strong Friday from gold. Wow. Okay. And we just took out that weekly high. I just want to see us hold above that, I think, and hold. Oh wow, those 4 hours kind of choppy a little bit, but back and forth, and it's holding up. So, I mean, I definitely would think that gold can go to back to all-time highs. But I wouldn't be buying it here since we just took out that weekly buy side. Kind of see where we're at in terms of that. If we can hold above it, then I would look for more upside. So I'd mark out 4,300, which is actually 42.99 is basically this day's high. It's basically 4,300. Yeah, I would look to see if it holds that, and then we can go higher from there. For sure. Yeah, and especially in the coming days, we could go back to up to all-time highs. Yeah, gold is there's no stopping it really. It's kind of crazy. We were on this. I remember. I think it was one of the Arena Cup days, or that we ended up going all the way to like 4,000 in gold, and now we're at 4,200. Oh man, crazy.
I know. And I was going to ask you, Jay, because you talked about the weakness in the dollar. We talked about strength in the yen. You got weakness in the dollar, also adds strength in the euro, which is going to add, and it's a good correlation for gold. Have you looked at gold at all this morning?
No, not really. I'm not really a big gold trader, but I'm kind of sad that I didn't get in at like 3,400 because this consolidation before the run up was huge. But it's been on a tear since. I think it's again hard to, unless you're an intraday trader with tight stops, I think it's hard to look at this market and really say, I want to invest in gold at 4,300. But right now we are just creating higher highs and higher lows. As this market just continues higher, we can see that every time it's either taking out previous lows, it's, rallying from there. Every time we're getting a consolidation, we're getting a nice markup after that. And like Tanya was mentioning, we do have this previous weekly high. So if we do retrace it all, I would anticipate that it's really just going to be a retracement to go higher and maybe continue towards new all-time highs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm somebody who always looks at the first day of the month and last day of the month's action. It's something I've done over the course of my career. And I've noticed a lot of times when the markets open up on the first day of the month, you find a theme that the market just gets attached to. And I've seen that theme attached to gold throughout this entire year where, over the last week, I'm going, oh, here we go. Wait to see what gold does. First day of the month comes in. It's probably going to be bid again. It's hard to trade it, but typically if it does come in and it's bid, it typically stays bid. That's the only reason why I mentioned it. Again, first day of the month, last month of the year, ease your way into the trading day, everybody. But don't ease your way into hit and click like and subscribe for these two. Setting the tone for us here on Ninja Trader Live here on the first day of December on this Monday morning. Jay, Tanya, I'll see you guys later. Tanya, keep up the food pics. I think you've got something going there, a little side gig for you. All right, guys, I'll see you later.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Did you actually post the pie pic?
Yeah, check out
On
Twitter.
Instagram, Twitter?
Yeah.
I'm not really a
Chat
big
know what
apple
I'm
pie
talking
person.
about. What's up?
Not really a big apple pie person. I'm more like pumpkin pie.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
a controversial. That's a hot take, actually.
It is.
It's a hot take. I
It
mean,
is.
pumpkin pie is great. I don't think I've ever made one though. I don't know. I don't like pumpkin pies unless it's a really good one, and I've only had one good one, I would say. What about pecan pie?
Uh, that's okay. I'm
Yeah,
not really
same.
a dessert guy, to be honest. I'd rather just eat stuffing.
Okay. Everyone says stuffing's the star of the show,
It is.
and I agree. I think,
Some people don't agree with me
really
though.
important.
Yeah.
Super important.
I guess talking about the gold trade though, usually and this is where I think high time frame trading really comes into play, is watch, when you start watching more markets, usually there's one market that has like a mega trade throughout a course of a year or maybe a couple years. Because
Hmm.
when the Fed was cutting rates, right? If we could go back to the yen, right? If you guys follow the yen back in like 2020, right after COVID, and we started cutting rates, cutting rates, cutting rates, this is a massive mega trade, right? And if you're not on board with all the, you know, macroeconomics of what's going on behind the scenes and why specific markets are really moving, there was headlines that Russia and all these global economies were buying up gold. They were, buying tons and tons of gold. If you got in when those headlines were coming out, right, that was like all the way back here, right? I think like last year, 24, um, right before Trump got in office, basically, is when they started pumping out headlines that, Russia is buying gold or US is buying gold. There was tons of people that were just stacking up gold reserves, and you kind of see the after effects, of that. So yes, sometimes you should pay attention to headlines because headlines do at times provide these massive mega trades where you look back and you're like, why didn't I first of all stay on side for the most part? Because even if you're a short-term trader inside of this long-term trend, you're taking a huge advantage of just being long only, right? Even though you go through periods of consolidation, if you can catch the moves where it's pumping higher, you're going to make back all those losses when tried to long inside of the consolidation. So I think it's very important to, as you mature as a trader, to eventually start following more markets and start understanding the narrative behind like intermarket analysis. Because I missed out on both of these mega trades. So I missed out on the yen trade and I missed out on gold because I wasn't following those markets. And that, I think both of those situations kind of opens your eyes up to the idea that you don't need to just trade one market all the time, right? I don't know about you, Tanya. You probably mainly stick to just NASDAQ ES, right?
Yeah, I do. I definitely stick mostly to the indices. But like I said, this year I've been trying to open my eyes a bit more into gold and um taking a look at euro,
Yeah.
because at the beginning I definitely need like a feel for them before I
Yeah, of
have
course, of
to.
course.
And like gold moves differently than NASDAQ, and like euro definitely moves way different.
Yep.
Um, and kind of just focusing more on the higher time frames, I'd say like the 5 minutes, like the lowest I'll go in gold
Mhm.
actually. And meanwhile, in the third for NASDAQ, it's the 30 second because there is way more liquidity in the NASDAQ, so you can do that. But some of these other assets, there's definitely not as much. It's more thinly traded at
Yeah, like the
times.
euro.
Hmm.
Oh, ICT's in the chat.
Oh,
Good
hi,
morning,
ICT.
sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy December the 1st.
Yeah, so that was a big transition for me was going from Forex to futures. So I was always using the dollar index
Hmm.
to try and correlate my trades in the index markets. And then when I was getting steamrolled, I was like, all right, well, maybe these index markets aren't as closely correlated as I thought. And then I really kind of just started trading index markets outright, not really looking at major correlation. Maybe the bond markets, following more closely with index markets. But yeah,
Right.
outside of that, when you start picking up new assets, you kind of have to understand the nuances of everything. It's not like you just go into another asset, trade your strategy, and all of a sudden it's going to work, right? There's a
Yeah.
period of trial and error. So I wouldn't say just start looking into new assets and start risking full size. Like you have to understand that there are different nuances to each market that you have to learn before you can
Hmm.
actually become proficient at it.
Yeah, like some markets will blow through every buy side liquidity straight. They can just be fast and furious, and some
Mm.
will can constantly just be more of a range bound and come back into the range. I mean, like crude oil is definitely more of a range bound market than the other assets, for example. So yeah, it's definitely an adjustment to be made. And I'm not really in a rush to do so. So it's like still 80 to 90% of my trades are NASDAQ.
Yeah, I mean, even if you take a look at the
20 are
euro, it's
probably
probably not the
US.
best time to trade it, just based on what we've seen since like, I don't know, April. This market's
Mhm.
really just been chopping people up. I mean, I
Yeah,
haven't performed well in the euro this year just because the dollar is just
it makes sense if the
bouncing
dollar
all
is
over the place. It's all
gonna
over the place.
right? If the dollar index is going to be hard to read, and like you've marked out those two different um candles, I remember with the no
Yeah.
wick,
hmm
so then it really is hard to know which one will get hit first.
Yeah. Usually when there's only one, I have a very, and typically I like seeing them in 1 week. So like if Monday opens up, for example, and it trades lower, I'm
Mhm.
usually targeting that candle, that weekly open basically to trade to again. But the longer and longer it spends time away from it, it's harder to try and understand which direction we're gonna go.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's been like weeks since, but I mean, I think price is more takes definitely the recent price action is more in the memory than rather something from like weeks ago.
hmm
When we start going for weekly levels and monthly levels, and I definitely try to after we hit them, then I try to make sure to take a little step back and not and not look for more continuation, because then that's the point where we can have our reversals.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you start just zooming out that much, I mean, that's how, like the price action's hard.
Yeah, yeah. And I didn't
Zooming
notice
out
that like until I was like
levels
blowing my
from.
accounts and having a really hard time because I
Hmm.
was just stuck on the low time frame. And if I had just zoomed out a little bit,
Hmm.
the problem was I was going the other way. So like I would start on the high time frame and then keep zooming in and until I found something.
Yeah. No, I definitely
Like if
have
you
done
do
that.
that, you're definitely gonna find something, but probably not the
Yeah.
trade that you want to take.
Oh yeah, 100%. Then like that's when you end up getting chopped up on like the 30-second in the middle of the afternoon. That's
Yeah.
what's happened to me when I was a beginner trader for sure.
Yeah. So you were trading like at any hour of the day.
Oh yeah, I remember when I first started trading, I mean, I was at my desk the entire time from 9 to 4, from 9:30 to 4 p.m. And that was crazy exhausting. I'd end up every day super exhausted. I wouldn't even get lunch. Like,
Yeah.
and that was the market's super interesting to watch, but there's definitely times where you don't need to be watching it all
Yeah,
day.
there's times where you're sitting in front of the charts and you're not learning anything. You're just sitting there
Yeah.
and it's like you're just brainless watching the candles print. Because a lot of
Yeah.
times, for me at least, like usually when that daily expansion happens and I've already missed it, there's no point in me sitting in front of the charts. Because usually if I try and do that, let's say if I come to the charts and right off the open it runs, I don't know, 250 points or whatever close to the ATR. A lot of times the market will just chop around in the afternoon. It's like you're just watching paint dry.
Oh, yeah, that's the worst. And then that's when you could easily get chopped
Well,
up
yeah, you burn out. You don't want to trade the next day because you spent 8 hours in front of the desk the prior day. Like
and you
it's,
lost money.
yeah,
And now
yeah,
you lost confidence in yourself as well.
yeah,
So it's definitely a slippery slope there if you're trying to trade all day. Um, but yeah, most of the time I'm not really looking at the afternoon sessions,
yeah.
unless I have specific parameters for that. I would say like if my daily or weekly target hasn't been hit yet, and then I'll look at the 5 minute if it's been cleanly, there's been a manipulation and we're trading away from it, then I wouldn't mind getting in.
Right.
But other than that, like the New York Open, there's nothing like the New York Open, you guys. We got 2 minutes till the open. We also
Yeah, so
have
we have this 4 hour bearish fair value gap. We've already ran out of buy side liquidity. I could definitely see it at least retracing a bit before trying to get long, but again, it's tough because we're trading into a daily fair value gap. So it's like how much lower are we going to go
and we have a
before
lower
maybe this thing turns
daily
around?
MVP as well. Yeah. Well, we have two of them stacked there. We
I think
already
today's
lost.
interesting too because we have ISM coming out at 11, right? Doesn't it? It
No,
usually
it's
comes out
10.
at
It's
10.
10. Yeah, yeah, it is at 10 today.
Oh, maybe my calendar's off.
Gotta get them that daylight savings.
I know. Let me just double check.
Yeah, no worries. It is actually a 10. We're first time in a while we have some news on Monday, you guys. Woohoo.
All
I
right, if
love
it's actually a 10, then maybe we're
release.
actually going to see something.
I'm actually excited. I don't know. I'm not
My
excited.
internal clock is drunk, yeah. It's too much food over the weekend.
Um, yeah, I mean, I have that. I wouldn't be surprised if we go for that sell, like to the 6,800, like what we made during, I think, London, that London low. Or no, it's at around midnight. Yeah, ES made 6,800.
Yeah.
Um, NASDAQ, I have that sell side marked out. Yeah, I mean, it is the worst when we kind of have two FEGs, and you could definitely just ping pong between the two.
Yeah.
They're stacked right on each other. So it's not really helpful to me if
Usually when I see this,
this big,
this is like
huge
a
level like
huge red flag for me to just kind of just wait.
yeah.
Otherwise, you're at risk of the market just kind of chopping around both ways.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and ES actually, though its daily FEG is within that bearish one.
Hmm.
Hmm. So we have that to consider. I mean, those are better because that's more lined up, at least. They're versus NASDAQ. I mean, what you have like 400 point range there. Here's the open.
I mean, I would think about getting long if we inverse this 4 hour bearish fair value gap. Otherwise, I probably won't be trading today.
Hmm.
And same goes for NQ. So we have this 4 hour fair value gap. I would not be
Then
looking
move your
long unless we get back above it
okay.
and
That's
close
fair.
above it.
That's fair. I
Just
mean,
because I don't
more
trust shorting it here either after last
no,
week's rally.
I don't trust shorting it either. If I'm kind of in the mindset of right, I am also bullish like many others on this stream that we've listened to the segments before us and
Hmm.
so I'm thinking we're probably going to consolidate a bit. Um, and if I'm going to play within that consolidation, I would need to see, I'd probably want to see that London low taken or that midnight low taken. And then I would trade it back up to those London highs. And then that's kind of it. I wouldn't go for more than
Yeah.
that. That's just like a really short term intraday trade to see if that would work out or not. But so far we're literally in the middle of that range that I've marked out essentially. The this low and not high.
Yeah. So we haven't taken out the Asian range high. Kind of
Yeah,
just
Asia range high. Yeah, pretty much in the middle of them. So take a look on the 15. I mean, those are equal highs pretty much at 4 a.m. and 3:15.
yeah.
Um, he has actually made a higher high at 4 a.m. Okay, that I don't love as much. But yeah, I think that this is probably the range to be looked at. Let's see on the 15. The 15 isn't really that clean either.
On the hourly, we have at least on
We have
Nasdaq
a
that
bearish heavy
bearish.
cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. I just looked at that as
I
well.
think if it goes lower, maybe we just take out the midnight low, and
Yeah.
then I don't know, maybe Wednesday's low. But I think even overall, even if it does go lower, I would say it's more of just a retracement to try and get long. Um, no, again, it's the first day of the month. It's the first day of the week.
I mean, how much did we trade overnight already? Let's see.
Quite a bit.
Like today's range is okay, 350. It's still smaller than usual. I thought it looked a lot larger. Okay.
But guys, try not to blow your accounts on the first day of the month, on the first day of the week, right? You want to ease into the trading week. Try and
481.
Uh,
Hmm?
what was it?
Yeah. 481 ATR for NASDAQ the last 5 days. CES 94. See what the chat vote for. Bearish, bullish, or neutral.
I voted neutral.
Such a cop out. See. I think I voted bullish. Let's see here. 41% bullish, 36% bearish, and 23% sideways. Well, that's really quite split up there.
Yeah. When I see that, I would say everybody's neutral. If people are feeling
Yeah.
split between bulls and bears.
Hmm. I mean, what I would look at is
Honestly,
probably
there's usually these
AMC.
consolidations though where people don't know how to keep the money that they've made. Let's say they made money on the short and they made money on the long. And let's say we go through a period of consolidation into the end of the year. That's probably not what we want to hear, right? But you probably should try and think about it. Like think about all the periods that you gave back money. You were trading when you shouldn't have been trading and you should have been sitting still. Like I can
Hmm.
think about so many moments where I had amazing trades, right?
Yeah.
The next couple weeks slowly just gave it back over time instead of just taking like a week or two off. Those are like that is honestly what is gonna propel you as a trader, and like you're gonna feel like you've matured as a trader when you know when to sit out, which is not it's not easy to know when to sit out. Like that comes with experience.
No. No, yeah, it's like the when you it's the worst when you look back at it and you're like, damn, I would have made more money doing nothing. I would have
Yeah.
been better off doing nothing. But that's pretty much the I think everyone has to learn that lesson sometimes the hard way.
Yeah.
I think that's one of those lessons, yeah, you learn the hard way and
Yeah, I don't know if there's any like shortcut to it, to be honest.
no,
Like
no.
if you sat somebody down that doesn't have any experience, of course they're gonna feel like they need to trade every single candle that pops up.
Yeah,
And I think the only way to learn is by, I think it's the hard way. It's by losing
experience.
money. It's by taking trades you probably shouldn't take, kind of forcing it.
Experience is the best teacher.
Yeah.
So I typically do mark out the first presented FEG of the day, which did happen. We tapped into it. But when it's in the middle of a range like this, I'm not putting a lot of emphasis on this fair value gap, the first one of the day. Um, all right. Let's see. Took out, yeah, we pretty much didn't do much here yet. Let's see what the range is. We have 10 a.m. news, so I think I'm more interested in maybe a 10 a.m.
Yeah.
reversal.
We've got quite a gap down.
Yeah, it's about almost 200 point.
Catching the next buy entry. Yeah, so again, I'm neutral to bullish, but I would anticipate if we don't lose like this low from overnight and we don't lose this low, then this market is really just creating higher highs, higher lows
Yeah.
since last week.
Yeah, then it would definitely invert that 4 hour.
Yeah.
Um,
Which
well, it's
right
like,
now, if you're bullish on the weekly, like let's take a look at the weekly. If you're bullish on the weekly, you're really trying to play this as a power of three because you're buying it below the weekly open.
yeah, that's a good
Now,
idea.
wherever it's going to trade to, we don't know. Maybe it's going to trade all the way up to 25,800, 25,800, possibly.
25,800. What's that level for you? Oh, I
Just
see.
this
A
swing
previous
high
week's
all the way
high.
back here. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
And we did take out the Asian range low. Or no, we didn't. Sorry. I'm looking at the wick. Did not.
I would have preferred if at the open we took out those lows and then we rallied
I
from
guess we did take out the Asian range low. This was the Asian range low.
hmm I'm not really anticipating this middle of the range to be significant here. As I've said, I wouldn't be surprised if we do drop through this first presented FEG. I'm just kind of drawing it out to see if that ends up holding or not. But I would think that no. I think that we're a little consolidation.
Mhm.
Hmm.
I mean, based on Friday's price action, right? We probably have a breaker in here.
Move your candles more to the
Oh,
right.
okay. Got it.
Like move your chart more to the right. Let me see. What about those candles? What about
There's a
Friday?
breaker here. So we have this down close candle prior to this run here.
Yeah. I don't really care about Friday. It was like a half day, honestly. Like
Yeah.
I don't really
Oh, true.
I don't really put that much emphasis into it personally because I mean, we look at that range on Friday. Oh my gosh, if anyone tried to trade on that day, they were watching paint dry there.
Then Asian
Okay.
session just
It did. Okay, so just as expected, this did not end up holding, and I'm glad that I didn't really put a lot of emphasis into this. So let's see what ends up happening here. I mean, I'm still looking for hopefully this low to get taken.
yeah, I'm waiting for news also. And
Yeah,
but if the 4 hour candle doesn't really present anything that I'm interested in, then I'm probably not going to take any trades.
I'll try something if we end up taking. Really depending on how we react to those lows, if we do end up taking them out.
What's
If we just drop
50%
below
here?
it, then we could go down to here.
Yeah, like even maybe just a
And then
retest
back
of
down.
25K on NQ or
Yeah.
trading higher. Just because this is our swing from here.
And so I mean that 25K is like also yeah, that daily FEG is there as well. The lower
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
And the daily swing is yeah, I want to mark out what's this low and not and the high from here to here. I don't think that we'd get back down there into 50%. Um, from this swing low.
This low time frame right now is kind of ugly.
Oh yeah. Ain't that the way it goes? Like we
Yeah.
said, if you keep zooming in, it's gonna get uglier and uglier. Um, all right. The first Monday in a while, you guys, we finally actually had a little consolidation start to it. It wasn't a fast and furious start off. And I feel like every Monday recently has been really, really volatile.
Somebody said gold melting. I wouldn't necessarily say it's melting.
Melting up or melting down? It's a
We're
melt
kind of just back to the daily open.
back to the daily open, weekly open.
When you're on the low time frame, though, it definitely feels like it's melting, even though it's not really. It's probably moved, 0.91%.
Let's see, gold is flat right now on the day. NASDAQ down 1%, ES down 0.6.
Definitely feels a bit bearish going into this 15-minute close. You think we'll be stuck in a small range again?
Uh, I mean, I think we could. Look at the 4 hour.
Yeah.
Not really doing a lot this on ES at least. On NASDAQ, it does look a little bit droopy.
Droopy. Funny word.
Snoopy droopy. I watched Charlie Brown, the Thanksgiving special. That was great. That was great.
Oh,
They basically made Snoopy just cook for everybody. And he made like toast. All right.
pretty, yeah. 15-minute for me on NASDAQ is quite sloppy.
Yeah, pretty uneventful here so far. First 15 minutes of the day. Took out just a small pre-market high and then took out new low of day. Now we're coming back into the range. And so, all right.
The mess.
Took out the 750 low. Yes, didn't, yes, stayed above that. I don't even think ES made a new low session yet. No, no, made like equal lows. All right. I hope we don't hit this before news. And then I don't really have an idea for the rest of the session. See, 4 hour. Yeah.
I think one thing that interests me is like all this consolidation from Wednesday into Friday. How we took out the lows there. We took out this consolidation, right? Flushed that out.
Yeah, that's true.
And we are trading into that
It's true.
daily fair value gap, but again, we're trading into a bearish fair value gap. So I think any upside price action is going to face some
Roadblocks.
resistance. Yeah.
Oh, ES is above its London high now. which I don't love. We took out the London high on ES now.
Oh.
Hmm.
Are any of these other markets moving? The euro kind of traded up towards these highs in here, then getting a bit of a retracement back into the range. So I don't know. This market is really just barcoding a big range.
Yeah, I don't really love this. So, looks like a seek and destroy so far.
Please show my indicator. So I'm really just using the ICT everything indicator, which gives me my daily dividers, the Asian range sessions, and my Asian range deviations, and then power of 3 by 2 degrees, and FVG by Nephew Sam. I honestly don't use that many indicators.
Me neither.
Which one is that? Which one? ICT, fair value gap, ICT everything. The
I
ICT
use the
everything
calzones
one
instead.
shows like all these daily dividers, just so I can see price action when it's done during the day. It plots out the Asian range and then it plots out the Asian range deviations. And it also plots out like the weekly open price. So I know if
Mhm.
I'm trying to get long, right? Let's say if I'm anticipating a power of 3 on the weekly candle, I know that if I'm trying to get long, I know that I'm buying it below the weekly open with the anticipation, right, that this weekly candle may close bullish. So at some point, right, if we're just trying to position ourselves efficiently inside of a wick, right? If I enter anywhere in here, and let's say the market trades above the weekly open and closes up here by the end of the week, now all of a sudden you're a profitable trader, right? That's a profitable trade. So anybody that bought it below the open with the proper stop loss would have exited all the way up here, right?
Mhm.
Noise. Um, I honestly, I've probably only taken, I don't know, 4 trades in the last 2 weeks. I'm kind of wrapping up my year. I don't know if you typically do the same, Tanya, but I,
Yeah,
I
I
need so I
probably
need
would
like at
look
least
to
two
do
weeks, like
more.
going into Christmas and New Year's. I need at least 2, 3 weeks to like not trade or look at markets at all. So I'll
Yeah,
review how my year went, kind of mark out like or write down my goals for next year, things I need to work on. Just try and reflect on what happened instead of just trading, trading, trading into the end of the year. You don't get a break. I don't know. I think breaks to
but definitely
me,
last 2 weeks of the year, yeah, needs a
yeah.
break.
So many people they don't take breaks. Like,
Yeah, and then that's what happens. Like you can easily just steamroll or
yeah, you
burn
burn
out.
out. Like I mean, I get it. When you're trying to learn and educate yourself, you're spending hours upon hours upon hours.
It's
But
really
you have to ask yourself, is that even like efficient? I
yeah,
think it's much easier if you like dedicate, let's say if you're working a full-time job already, dedicate 1 to 2 solid focus hours per day towards trading. If you try and do more than that, now you're doing like 2 things kind of half-assed. You're doing your job half-assed, you're doing
yeah.
trading half-assed because you're not putting all of your energy into it. Yeah, work smarter.
You can only really focus for a 90-minute cycles anyway.
Yeah.
You can only basically get 2 to 3 of those of deep focus sessions a day, like
That's
3.
what am I waiting to buy? I mentioned I'm waiting for an inversion on this 4-hour fair value gap. Again, I'm not a low time frame trader, guys. Whatever you guys might think, I typically will trade an hour or 4-hour time frame, sometimes 15-minute. And some people are probably wondering, how do you do so good on a high time frame? I just trade bigger size. I just trade more accounts. I'm not doing
Yeah.
anything different. I just don't. I don't like taking trades and getting stopped out in 5 minutes. That's just not
I
how,
remember
you
saying, like
know?
you were taking like 3 micros or something, just like
Yeah,
20
yeah.
accounts. So
Hmm.
there's something to be learned from that.
Yeah, like even in the cup, in the championship for Ninja Trader, right? I
Yeah.
took some trades in the morning. I held them all day long, and then
Hmm.
by the end of the day, I think I ended up like $200 or something,
Yeah.
maybe down $200. But at one point, I was down like 1,100. I didn't I didn't take any additional trades though. I just was comfortable
Held.
with the drawdown, just left them alone. And as a high time frame trader, you kind of have to do that. You have to have patience with it. I think this is going to be interesting because we're about to get, well, if it
Yeah.
does close here, we're going to get a 4-hour bullish engulfing candle, and maybe we're going to invert this 4-hour bearish
Yeah.
fair value gap.
Oh, it seems like yes, it's
So if it
certainly.
does, I think we're probably going to target this high back here.
Which high? Overnight high.
Um, this was from, yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, with the day on Friday, I don't even know when this was. Yeah, this is like overnight.
Yeah, that was like
Six.
yeah,
It was
that
like right at the rollover, basically, right?
yeah, right at 6 p.m. open, I believe.
Yeah, 6 p.m. open. Not rollover, sorry. Sunday night open.
Yeah, so starting to get some speed to the upside, so it looks good. Looks promising.
We got 3 minutes to go. So even on the news, ideally, right, the next 10 a.m. 4-hour candle will open, maybe trade lower to create the lower wick, and then continue higher through the rest of the day. Ideally.
Yeah. Or I can just start running. I mean, I see these bullish breakers happening. We broke above that 938 high and those London highs. Something to be noted is Nasdaq did take out 750 low. Yes, didn't stayed higher, so you have a divergence there. Um, okay.
What's the number? What number? Two minutes ago. Yeah, we're getting at least my confirmation to try and long, which is an inverted fair value gap. As long as the next 2 minutes doesn't like really retrace too much. So just
Chad, what do you
the
think will
setup that
happen
I would take would
if we
be
just start
just kind of
blasting
a
off?
long on the next 4-hour open,
It's gonna
stop
be a
go
huge
below the last
green
4-hour
candle.
low, and then I would just target like a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1.
Yeah,
Well, because I'm looking at this from a
respectable.
4-hour time frame where I have to anticipate how long I might be in the trade for. It might be a long time.
You could be in that trade for like 2 days.
Yeah.
I do like that. I took the a standard deviation of that, a projection of that false move lower from where we hit the new low of the session earlier.
David,
And
this
I'm
guy.
where the -2 extension is near those overnight highs. I like that.
No, David as is asking, an engulfing candle doesn't have to be the opposite. No, it doesn't. An engulfing candle just has to engulf the previous candle. Doesn't matter if it's bullish or bearish. Tell us about gold. I don't have any comment on gold.
All right, you've got chat. What do you think will happen at 10? I think we're probably gonna have blast off. Let's see. Okay, buy side is here.
I mean, it would make sense to me at least.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. 10 a.m. open.
So this is our inverted fair value gap now on the 4 hour.
Mm-hmm.
Just remove all of these lines. Way too much stuff going on. Not much of a reaction, huh?
Give it some time, I think. We have a 5-minute fair value gap right here, actually. It's in the 15. 15 might be making it. Or this 15-minute candle could just start being really green and continue this previous one. I would prefer that. Let's see.
My work is done here.
Hmm?
My work is done here. Like, I guess for me as a high time frame trader, like I see the engulfing candle, I see the inverted fair value gap. I would just place a trade and then come back in 16 hours. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Very hands off for me. I wonder if yeah, dollar is kind of just retracing. We do have equal lows down here on the dollar that we're probably gonna run to, which is what 98,992. We have these equal lows, and if we just take a look at this 4 hour candle, right? This candle does not have a lower wick. So for me, it makes sense that the start of this 4 hour candle is really just manipulation, right? There's 3 more hours to go, and if you're trying to get short, you'd probably want to get short now with the anticipation that this 4 hour candle is going to close lower, and then you're shorting it inside of the wick. All right, and this would be your target down here, below us.
Yeah.
So if that happens,
I'm gonna,
euro should trade higher.
I'm gonna put a buy limit here.
Order filled.
32.
There's like a 15-minute break or bullish breaker in here, but Actually, I mean, it's not something that I'm like really confident in. We have this swing low, right? This candle prior to the run lower. How would I trade this if I was still trading Apex with trailing drawdown? I mean, with Apex, you really only have two options. Either you trade pretty big size to try and get the intraday trailing to stop right away, or you trade extremely conservatively, and you have to trail your stops pretty aggressively. So as it's going in your favor, you have to either trim some of your position out, or you have to trail your stops aggressively because you can't let trades turn around on you.
Should be getting filled here right now. Okay. All right, people, I'm in the trade. Woohoo. Let me make sure I got everything set up.
Did JCap take this trade? I'll leave that up for your imagination right now.
Yeah, no one cares about Tanya's. I'm basically just taking a 15-minute. I'm glad I got it.
Jaro's saying I've legit burned accounts just to see the market go back in my position.
Hmm?
I think he means like he's burned accounts by closing his trades too early just to see the market go in the direction that he anticipated,
Oh, okay.
which happens. You got to get used to like when you place a trade, you just have to assume that that money has already left your account.
True.
Because if you do that, now you're really treating it like a business, right? Businesses have expenses. You're going to have losing trades as a trader. That doesn't mean that you having losing trades does not mean that you're a losing trader. You can lose on 7 out of 10 trades and still be profitable if those 3 trades make up for all the losses.
Mm-hmm. But that's a very hard concept for people to
Yeah. So if those
take.
3 trades, if
But
you make 3R on each of them, right, you're up 9R. The other 7, you lose 7R. Jade Cap, do you smile? Why are you always so serious?
why so serious? Just Joker. Isn't that a Joker?
Um,
I'm glad you
I
got
feel
it.
like maybe my emotions are like cooked from the markets. Like I don't get any excitement out of trading anymore.
The market has aged him, guys.
Yeah, no, legit.
Like you ever see like the trader before they start trading and then like 5 years after trading
Yes,
and
that guy Harold, like
yeah.
with his coffee mug. That's me.
Mm-hmm. Woohoo. All right, I got that fill.
That
I
was
can't
probably a
believe
great fill. It's probably better
I
than my
can't
fill.
believe it. I mean, I can't believe it. I put my
Bottom
lips
tick the
there.
4-hour low.
I just can't believe I had no drawdown yet. But I could be speaking too soon. We could just be now coming
Yeah,
and chopping around. But I do like how we've been going so far,
yeah.
actually. So
Why
yeah.
didn't I trade the bearish engulfing candle? Because overall I'm not bearish. So usually when you get a bearish engulfing candle in a bullish environment, at some point it goes and takes out the other side of it. And this is kind of where I'm not just a setup trader. So like if I teach you a setup, or if anybody teaches you a trading setup, you're gonna make a lot more money by learning how to filter out losing trades. It's not just trade every single setup that shows up in front of you, right? And I'm sure Tanya's the same way. She's not trading every fair value gap that pops up.
Yeah.
You have to trade with context behind you.
Yeah, like I explained why this morning why that first presented FEG I didn't care about it, right?
Yeah.
And you see how it didn't hold up you guys and we ended up taking that low. But then we started caring about the 5 minute because um a bunch of different things. We have a small divergence with ES, and we also have, yeah, that inversion that
Yeah.
on the 4 hour, even on the 1 hour, right? We saw at the end of that it was not respecting that at all. That
And it
the
comes
bear.
down to like your context of markets. If I think markets are going to go higher, I'm not trading any bearish setups. So if I see a bearish fair value gap like we got on the 4 hour, I'm not taking that. If I see a bearish engulfing candle, I'm not taking that. I'm only taking setups that align with where I think the market's going to go on the higher time frame. So if I think markets are going to go higher, I'm only taking long setups, right? So I'm not counter trend trading. Not a counter trend trader. I've lost way too much money in my career to try and to try and justify that counter trend trading works.
Yeah, I think some of the most frustrating days I've had in the market is when I'm bullish on my bias, and then um we keep going and I never get that entry, and then I we hit my target, and then I'm like, okay, or no, we didn't get to my target yet. Actually, that's the worst. I just don't get my entry, and then I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna now try to trade the counter trend for the retracement down for me
Yeah.
to want to go long, and then it never really turns. I went against my bias.
Yeah.
Number one. And number two, it's like, oh, it's so strong, it didn't even give you a fill. Why do you think that it's going to come back down and for your
Mhm.
short now? Like, it makes no sense logically.
And then I've
And
tried that on some days and it just keeps going higher without me. Or it just keeps going
no,
higher and
exactly,
I
it
just
keeps
keep
going higher.
trying to I
That's
keep
exactly
trying
what
to
it gets.
short it. I'm like,
Yeah,
I shouldn't have
yeah,
taken a long, I shouldn't have taken a short. Those are days where it just runs without you. And it's
yeah.
taking every liquidity level. It's blowing through every level that you thought I was going to respect. And then by
Hmm.
the end of the day, you're just like, what was I even doing?
Literally.
Yeah, somebody was saying it made me develop a uniform take profit strategy. I think the thing is too, you need to have like a uniform stop loss strategy. Because for me, I don't really care so much about like perfecting the take profit. I care more so about how like I'm managing the stop loss because as long as I can get at least 2R out of a trade over time, I know that I'm profitable. Like
Yeah.
I don't need to get 3R. I don't need to get, 2.5R. It doesn't need to be perfect for me. But stop losses for me, I usually find when I don't respect them, my performance takes a huge hit. Whereas you can not respect your take profit. Like if you're up 2R and your target's 3R, you can close the trade and be fine with it, right? But if you don't respect your stop loss, if you take a 2R loss when you're supposed to take a 1R loss, like that's a
Yeah.
big issue.
Yeah. Basically, like all your stop loss, when you're looking at your journal or your data, all your like stop outs should be similar sizing
Yeah.
all around. It should be like all is one size, and then your TPs are all going to be
Yeah.
varying size
1R, 2R, 3R.
structure.
But your
Yeah,
stop
or
losses should
partially
always be like
the
1R.
same. Yeah,
You have trades where maybe you risk a little bit more on, which is totally fine. I'm not saying that risking 2R on a trade is like bad. Just make
yeah,
sure that it's not a consistent theme. So if
yeah. Make
you're
sure there's a reason why you did the 2R.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. And
yeah,
if you take a 2R loss and you feel like really down about it, take some time off and take a break and reset and like understand that you took an outsized risk on that one trade. I'm not gonna clown anybody that's taking 5 or 10% risk. If you do it properly in the right way, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But if you take a 5% loss and now all of a sudden you don't size down and try and slowly claw back out of the drawdown, now you have a problem, right? Now you're just gambling. Because I do know professional traders that will size up and risk 3.5, 5% on a trade, which is
yeah,
okay, but just don't make it like a
yeah,
consistent theme.
yeah.
I mean, so we had the news come out pretty slow. I mean, I think it's gonna be maybe one of those
It looks like a good grind.
stair
Slow.
step up.
It
Yeah,
can
it's a
be.
slow
Looks
grind
like a
up,
slow
right?
grind up. Also, like the it starts out slow, and then we'll see the the prettiness unfold. I
Trump
believe.
tweet.
I believe that this I think that this could, yeah. I mean, what we have a 300 point day so
What was
far, and
that?
the average is
That
that. It's
Jeopardy?
edge
Jeopardy
alert.
bell?
Hmm?
Edge alert.
Edge alert. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, we need a Trump tweet. We need something.
Some ball.
And it could come back, you guys. I wouldn't be worried. And then it's a 15-minute FEG here. And but the way that we've seen, I mean, I just wouldn't be stressing. It's just gotta let it play out.
Yeah, the way my trade is set up, you guys are probably all going to age at least 8 years before anything happens. Maybe I'll report back next week. I'll leave a comment on the stream. Discuss the edge alert.
Hmm. Oh, Kyle, so when you're holding for a few hours at a time, obviously you're not sitting at the computer the whole time.
No.
And then you're just checking your position on your phone or something to see what's going on. Like,
Yeah, and
or
usually I try not to even look like all the
yeah.
time. So if I'm in a 4 hour
Mhm.
trade right now, let's say, I'm
Yeah.
probably not going to check until 2 p.m. later. Like
Yeah.
I have other things to do, try and
And
grow
let's
other
say,
businesses.
um, do you put like an alert when it gets close to your TP or stop out
No,
then?
not really, because if it's going to turn around like really hard, I should know if there's like a news release or something that comes out.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I'm just thinking once it starts
you can set an alert at 2R, set an alert at
once it
3R.
starts approaching one of your stop loss or TPs or take profits, are you going back to your like computer to just like make sure everything closes out correctly, or do you just do that from your phone?
No, yeah, usually I'm trying to trade at my desk, so
Yeah, I mean,
I
yeah.
usually try not to trade on my phone. I probably should delete TradingView from my phone, to be honest.
Yeah.
I actually saw a reel with Pax, and he mentioned like he treats his trading like his terminal as his office, right? So he
Yeah.
deleted all the trading apps from his phone. He's
Yeah.
only trading when he's at his desk. Probably is the best thing that most people can do. Just because in general, I don't think I've really made money from my phone
No.
historically. Like,
No.
I
I never
think
do futures from
overall,
my
I'm a net losing trader from my phone. But now
Okay.
that I'm a full-time trader, obviously I have the benefit of trading from my desk. So I would say you're probably better off trading from a desk mostly, and then, only unless it's an emergency, if you have to manage your trade from the phone, that's fine.
Okay. I wanted to know, do you like go back to your desk nearing while it's close to your
Sometimes, not all the time,
um
you know.
close like near your trade closing out soon just to
Yeah.
make sure everything like you don't get overfilled on one account or something, you know? That's what I would do too. Yeah, I don't like I never trade from my phone. I have trading view on my phone, but I try not to open it too much. Um just putting other things in your calendar if you get busy with something else and you're not going to be obsessed with trading 24/7.
Yeah, that's a huge problem, I think, is I mean, unless you're not like really focused on it, it's so easy to just place a trade overnight, from your phone, even when you said you weren't going to trade, like you're done for the day, let's say. You open up a
Yeah.
trade during Asia. Now all of a sudden you're up all night watching nothing maybe. Maybe you have your stop loss and take profit in place, and then you're just watching literally nothing. I mean,
Yeah, kind of every little like blip is agonizing then.
it is,
From the
right?
5 now to the 1, then like yeah,
Yeah.
honestly watching this 1 minute is agonizing in itself. It's like, oh, we
Yeah.
staircase up, now we drop back down near my break even, now we're back up a
Mhm.
little. Like honestly, you guys, what's happened? Wake up the market. Yes hasn't is retracing more, which
So
I
like
don't.
I guess for you, are you more of a trader that kind of watches their positions very closely? I mean, you're trading for what, 2 hours a day?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm not typically leaving my desk while still in a trade, but this trade I left a big stop loss, and I do it. I anticipate since I entered on the 5 minute.
Mhm.
That's what I look at. It's like, oh, I entered on the 5 minutes, so I'm not anticipating this to be done in 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Um, this is probably going to take like 2 hours or a few hours, end of the session, or maybe even we won't even get to it by the end of the session. But I actually do think we could get there just by looking at the ATRs. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
And
but
yeah, I guess for a thing with me, like because I am more of a swing trader, I tend to have to hold positions through overnight sessions, through additional news releases, because I'm not gonna just close my trade at like a point 0.5 R, right? Like if I'm risking 1 R on a trade and my trade is only
yeah,
up half an R
yeah,
and we're at rollover, then I just have to make sure I have the margin to hold the trade overnight because
yeah,
let's say over time, right? I'm constantly closing my trade at a half R, half R, half R, and
yeah.
then I lose three in a row. Well, now
Mhm.
I'm negative, right? So
No,
depending on how much
exactly.
risk I'm putting on and whatever my time horizon is,
Mhm.
I need to make sure that I can hold it long enough to extract 2 or 3 R out of. And on the 4 hour time frame, it takes a long time to get 2 or 3 R out of, right?
It does. Yeah, it really. I mean, yeah, you're entering on the hourly or the 4 hour, so you're
Yeah.
gonna be definitely holding for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I might be in this trade for 8 hours. It might go 0.25 R from here. Like,
Could be. It's happened before. Huh? It'll happen again, especially in a long trading career. Mm,
do you hedge to protect your positions?
me?
Yeah.
Um, no, not really. I don't really. I'm not really holding for that long to do that. I won't really hedge. Yeah, no. Like I'd rather just take a partial or something. I guess if I'm swinging options, what I've done in the past is if
Somebody
I'm
said
like
hedging
long
means you don't
option.
know what you're doing.
What's up?
Somebody said hedging means you don't know what you're doing.
Oh my gosh.
That's not true.
No, in the past I've done like the call spreads on the VIX. Or no, just calls on the VIX to hedge.
So hedging limits your upside, but it also protects your downside. All right. That doesn't mean that you don't know what you're doing. Otherwise, people wouldn't be running hedge funds. That doesn't make any sense.
My answer was gonna be no, I don't hedge because I'm not a
And that
hedge fund.
that's a crazy statement.
I'm not like, yeah, that is a crazy statement saying that, but
No,
that's,
I don't. Futures really aren't made for hedging. Options, I
yeah,
would say, are made for hedging.
yeah, yeah. Features, I don't see it. I've heard Pac say a different interesting way of taking partials, though, is
Hmm.
if you're like long 2 or 3 minis and then you
Short
could
micros.
with the micro, yeah, which
Yeah.
isn't hedging, it's just like another way of taking the profit
Yeah. When you
with
hedge,
this
you definitely
wall.
limit the upside, but you also protect your downside.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you can't hedge with futures. I'm just saying it's probably more effective to do it with options. It's a pretty quiet day so far, guys.
Yes, it's definitely retraced much more. But now it's still in a 5 minute FEG. I like that NASDAQ is the stronger one. So I'm in NASDAQ. Definitely is a quiet day. Like what?
Dead.
That's what I said. If I was looking at this on the 1 minute, I'd probably go crazy. If I was looking at every little, which sometimes I do. I mean, on my stream last week, definitely I was going like just like being an agonizing pain just from this kind of action. And then what ended up happening actually was I wasn't even, I had like a cold, but the second trade of the day, yeah, that was essentially what happened. I ended up just like closing my trade break even because I just couldn't hold it. I just didn't have
Yeah.
focus. And then, of course, that was literally that swing low. And then it went back up and went to the target. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I thought of re-entering when was making that swing low in the middle of it. But again, like I just knew that I didn't have the mental capacity to do that. And if you go on a higher time frame and you're limiting the amount of trades you're taking, then it's just easier to stick with it. It's easier on your mind too. I mean, some
Yeah.
don't like it.
I did not enjoy. I mean, I can trade low time frames, but I find usually whenever I go on tilt, it's like amplified when I'm trading low time frames. Like I make way more mistakes. I'm trading too much, over leveraging.
Mm. Oh, there we go. We're dropping a bit. Now I'm in some drawdown. Since mostly
Where's your stop? Mine's all the
us,
way at 25,206.
yeah, mine's 25,209. I think because it's on micros, it's just slightly different.
Yeah, it is.
Say 209.
Well, my low is 25,209. My stop is 25,206, just because I like to give it a little bit of room.
Interesting. Have you ever found that it goes like 1 or 2 points past? My experience, if I just get stopped out, it's gonna go like 10 points plus
Yeah,
past
yeah.
way. Um, there's been times where there's been like one tick before my stop out at the exact low and it reverses and goes to TP,
Mhm.
which is like that's just the craziest when you're actually like watching that.
Yeah.
And that's definitely the more exciting part of trading. I think more
I mean,
exciting.
how do you get used to that though?
Yeah, I've gotten used to it now that it's happened so many times. But at the beginning,
I'm
definitely.
surprised it took me so long to try and understand like the risk that I put on. I just have to be comfortable with that because I just could not take a stop loss for whatever reason for I don't know,
Yeah.
5 years more or more. I would just get so emotionally attached to the position. I would widen my stop losses. I would add into the position. I don't
Was it
know.
more,
There's so
was
many
it
mistakes.
comfortable with the amount of money you're risking, or was it like you didn't like taking a loss?
I just didn't like taking a loss. I just did not
Yeah.
like taking a loss.
Well, then break even again. Chat, you guys are mostly bullish. I know most people are
Somebody's
on my
asking why am
side.
I giving this side glance? Because my chat screen is over by the camera, guys.
I have 3 screens, so yeah, we have extra screens for
Yeah.
other.
ICT said
But
tuition. I guess. I mean, I think
it's all market tuition.
I think I overpaid. I think I paid them too much.
There's no FAFSA in in the market. No one's gonna help you out there. You
No,
gotta
it's
pay
yeah, that's
attention
true,
yourself.
honestly. I don't think anybody is gonna help you.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I paid Ivy League tuition plus a graduate degree.
PH, a graduate degree. Oh my gosh, those are real expensive. You finished college or did you drop out?
I did finish college.
Okay, cool. Me too. We're one of the few that didn't drop out.
One of
I feel
the
like a
few.
classic like trader story is like dropped out of college.
I mean, I dropped out of college and then trading actually got me to go back to college. And I
Hmm.
thought that I studied business and finance and I wanted to get a job in trading outside of um or a job. I wanted to get a job in trading. I ended up working construction instead because nobody wanted to hire me. My grades were terrible, by the way. I mean, I wouldn't
Right.
say they're terrible, but not
Well,
like
it's
good
just really
enough to.
competitive to get into
Yeah,
like
was
something
not
like
good enough
that.
to get onto a trading floor. Because trading legitimate trading floors. They're looking for people that came from
Like,
MIT or freaking or in business school, quants. Not looking from
yeah,
some guy that, didn't graduate with top honors from a private school that didn't really have a network. I see he's asking what are my 2026 goals or what are your 2026 goals?
oh yeah, I mean, I New Year's resolution already started for me. I went to bed last night at 10:30. Going to bed, getting to bed at 10:30. I have process goals and then outcome goals. So I'll share some of the process ones. Yeah. 8 hours of sleep a night. Um, I have a I have a whole list out there. Um, let's see. Let's just see this. Okay. Um, I think literally, I'm sorry, I always talk about sleep, but you guys, I feel like half of people's issues with impatience and other emotional issues will go away if they go to sleep, get enough sleep.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm just trying to get back in a good routine, um, grow my real estate business, and then also try and get more funding at this prop firm in Chicago, um, because
Stop
it's
filled.
legitimate. It's not a retail prop firm. It's a legitimate institution. But that requires me to improve my trading skills. So I don't.
Yeah,
I think every single year, I've always looked at trading as no matter how good you get, or no matter how good you feel after a trading year, like maybe you smashed your trading goals, there's always another level. It's like, it doesn't matter how much money you can make, there's always somebody else out there that's probably doing way more, making way more money. And, you're
oh,
trying to try to aspire to that. Because even the guy that's making 25 million a year, there's probably somebody over him making 50 to 100 million a year from trading.
100%.
And then those guys are like, well, how do I get to that level? You know?
There's always another level to be had, really.
I think
Yeah.
a lot
So,
of it though is emotional. Like, how do I manage my emotions when I'm trading bigger size? Because the guy that
mhm.
traded and made 25 million probably could have outperformed the person that made 50 million. Maybe the person that had 50 million had more capital. But it's just about like looking at, I guess,
Yeah.
your biggest flaws. I don't know. It's interesting because no matter how many years of experience I have, I always go through periods where it doesn't feel like I'm a professional trader. Maybe it's like imposter syndrome, where it feels like, I take a trade, it goes straight against me. I'm like, or I go on a losing streak and I just
Yeah.
feel like I'm never going to be.
Confidence is shot.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. You guys can probably attest to this. Like, whenever you go on a losing streak, sometimes it feels like you're never going to be profitable ever again. Like,
Yeah,
you're
like you
like,
forgot how to
this is it.
trade.
My run is over. I'm done.
Yeah. Like, or the market's against me.
Yeah. And then you just got to slowly build up your confidence again. Yeah. Read market wizards because a lot of those guys trading
hmm
huge. Those guys were making hundreds of millions of dollars. And the interesting thing was they
Yeah.
all traded differently, but they pretty much all said the same thing. And a
Yeah,
lot
it
of
has
it came
something
down to
common.
risk management, psychology, your process. Oh, who was my favorite interview? Um, I can't even remember some of the ones that were on there. I would say Ed Seikota's like jumped out to me the most because the way that he talked about his trading setup, like not his setup, but like his environment. I think he was trading on like Lake Tahoe or something. It's like some secluded cabin, and he just had quote screens, and he was just making decisions by himself, just like isolated. I think maybe that's my ideal picture of trading. It's like on some
Everybody
serene
gets what they
lake,
oh,
right?
oh.
Tanya's going through it right now. You have it
Yeah.
bookmarked?
Yeah.
I actually have to give it a reread because I haven't read it in a while.
I mean, it's a pretty, I liked how it's just formatted. It's like, because it's
It's
like,
a very easy read, right? Like you
it's easy
can.
to read, right? Yeah, I like that part.
Wish you could get an interview with Jesse Livermore though. That guy.
Oh my gosh.
Listen to the Audible.
No,
Order
I like
filled.
reading. Audibles
Order
are for when you're
filled.
working out.
Yep. Sure, he's giving me some trouble.
Order filled.
Yep, it is retracing quite a bit.
I heard you should listen to Audible and read it at the same time.
Like, are you joking or are you
No, no,
serious?
no, no. Yeah, I'm not.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Like, it'll help you retain all the information.
yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like
Because
that
for me, sometimes I
so
feel like
slow.
I don't know. I'm a slow reader, and it takes me some time to like comprehend things. So sometimes I'm stuck on a chapter and I'm like rereading it like
Yeah.
over and over.
Yeah, that's how I know I need to take a break from the reading for a little
Yeah.
bit.
But I think if you
Like,
listen to the audiobook while you're reading, um, yeah,
then it helps you
I would
not
say
like doze off.
yeah, it helps you not doze off, and you can maybe comprehend it a little bit faster.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Yeah, on Audible I'll always like listen to it like 1.5x speed or something.
Order filled.
Um, I don't know, some people just read really slow.
I'm a really slow reader.
I mean, like they sometimes read out loud really slow.
I don't read out loud. That's
No, I mean like the Audible when I'm listening to it. When
oh,
yeah.
oh.
Yeah, he said that he handles a losing streak by trimming down his activity. He waits it out. Trying to trade during a losing streak is emotionally devastating. Trying to play catch up is lethal.
Yeah.
Word.
I mean,
Oh,
so one of my
getting a
mentors in
little bit of
Chicago, I guess
bounce
he's close
finally.
with Paul Tudor Jones, and he was telling me that Paul Tudor Jones just goes down to like one mini when he's on a losing streak, which for him is
Really?
like
Yeah, which is tiny.
nothing. You know what I mean? Like he's
Yeah.
literally nothing. And that's something that I'm trying to get used to too, is like when I'm in a losing streak, there's nothing wrong with just going in and placing one micro
Order filled.
just
We're
to get a
getting
feel. You
Order
know, even if you
filled.
yeah.
get 2R out of that one micro, who cares about the dollar amount? At least you know that you're reading the market properly.
Yeah, then you're getting some confidence back, and at least you
Hmm.
had something in the game rather than just like tape reading,
Yeah.
and it kind of like feels like that might have been hindsight or something like that. If even if you do tape read it correctly, just having a little bit. I agree. And sometimes, having just one micro, I like that. It will help you just read the market a little bit better too, if you see how it's fluctuating from there, just to have something in the market to then,
Yeah.
if you know what I'm talking about.
Unless you're a trader that, if your finances are in a rough spot and you're trading for money, then obviously you're going to have a hard time doing that because you can't, your life is dependent upon trading. You can't size down. You're like, I have to pay my bills. I can't size down right now. And I
Hmm.
think like I really only found success in trading was like when I kind of fixed my finances.
Yeah, totally. Trading out of like desperation, it's the worst.
Hmm.
The worst. That's when I think it was like 2022. That's when I had my biggest losing streak because I was just trading out of desperation, trying to make it work, just get one small win or something like that, and then just putting random stuff on there, and you're just snowballing.
Hmm.
Hmm. Also, I think from when I read Best Loser Wins, Tom Hoggard was talking about he was at the Wimbledon and another golfer was sitting next to him, and he was asking him like, what's the major difference between, you, a professional golfer, and Tiger Woods? And what he said was, Yeah, Tiger Woods has a really good way of forgiving his mistakes and forgetting about them at the next hole.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like if you just I'm pretty good at that. Honestly, I can wake up the next day and
Like short-term memory,
I
right?
forgot. Yeah, I forgot. I don't remember what happened yesterday because I'm so focused on what happened here. It was happening right now. Maybe I don't know. I think that's a good short-term memory to have. Especially if I dealt with it yesterday, so it's not in my head really anymore.
Yeah.
Really. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a bid back, which is looking better. Back at break even on this trade. I do like that engulfing candle back up.
Yeah, I had to
Looking promising.
withdraw half an hour drawdown.
Yeah, I'm liking the look of it now. Maybe we'll get some speed. It would be nice if we end this session at 11 at near the new highs of the day.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a 4 hour, like this setup I took right now is on the 4 hour time frame. So like when I look at how much time is left in this candle, I'm like anything can honestly happen. There's 3 hours and 20 minutes left. Like I don't know where this candle's gonna close, but ideally closing higher
Yeah,
or
it's definitely an
with a
ugly
long lower wick.
wick. Ugly wicks on the 4 hour.
Um,
We came back into 50% of the previous 4 hour, I think, just now, so
yeah.
that looks
But
promising.
do you feel like I mean I'm going through I would say I've been going through maybe a little bit of an identity crisis as far as like what type of trader I am because I still haven't figured out if I prefer swing trading or day trading. I think there's pros and cons to both.
Yeah. Um, for me, I used to I when I tried swing trading in the past, maybe like 5 years ago, I could not do it because I would stay up all night. Just I wouldn't be able to sleep. I wouldn't even be like watching charts so much because I would be swinging options positions and
Yeah.
those were in like individual stocks and those are literally closed but I would be waiting until maybe 5 a.m. Um,
But it's just on your mind, even if you
it's
don't,
on my
even if you're
mind.
not looking at the charts, like it is on your mind. Like,
Yeah.
you put your
Um,
phone down for 2 hours, like, did I get stopped out?
yeah, so I don't think I'm there yet for swinging more often. Like I'll still take some swing trades, but like I said, it's really just according to like specific criteria, and it's because I have a good feeling about it. I'm pretty confident on the daily. Otherwise, still, when I'm in those positions, I'm checking my trading view chart on my phone like every hour of the day, and it's like
Yeah.
not a good obsession to have. Um, and then like looking at the P&L. So that's a process to just, I think that's a process in itself too. So I'm not it's okay for like I said, it's okay for me to be doing that and I understand if as long as I'm not changing my stop loss and changing my position,
Yeah.
but it's
But
still
even like some of the swing
annoying.
traders that I follow, they do mention like they try and just allocate 2 to 3 hours of the day where they're managing positions, whether that's at the open
Yeah,
or at the close. Sometimes, I've heard people that say they only manage their positions at the close, or they only open
yeah,
positions around
that's a good point.
around the rollover because they're
I'll
trading
keep
the
that in
daily
mind.
candle, right? So like they're trying to trade the daily candle. Maybe they're using the previous day's low as their stop loss. That way they're only looking at charts for 2 hours of the day,
That's a good
managing their
point.
trades. You know, as a swing trader, maybe you don't need to look at your trade for the next 24 hours.
Honestly,
That's hard though. I
well,
mean, I would say it was probably easier back then when you didn't have as much access to markets, right? Like you had to
yeah.
like go to your office and actually like plug in or dial into your internet.
Oh no,
You know, like you weren't
is
getting
that what
instant
dial-up
access to
meant?
quotes.
Is that what dial-up means?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. I guess you
You're
don't know, Tanya.
No, I
Oh,
definitely wasn't connecting to the internet like
oh
that.
man.
I don't think so. I remember
Yeah, you actually had to like phone into the internet with like
I didn't allowed access to internet until, yeah, I'm much younger than you, Kyle. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I know, I know. Let me grab my book.
Are you coming to New York for Christmas?
I don't think so. I think I'm gonna come up maybe the end of January. Because
Okay.
We have like a big renovation going on in New York, and we'll probably just pop in once that's done. Um, oh, Bruce Kovner is one of the other gentlemen that I really enjoyed watching. Profits in excess of $300 million. Nuts. $2,000 invested with Kovner in early 1978 would have been worth over $1 million 10 years later. Wow, 10 years.
Damn.
2K to a mil in 10 years, guys. Don't say that this is not possible.
2K to 10 million?
To a million. If
To
you
a million?
invested with Bruce
Crazy,
Kovner, he probably turned, no, 30K into 300 million. I don't know exactly where.
Hmm.
COT reports. I haven't been using COT reports, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't really. I used to look into them, but they haven't really helped me too much. They're like adding too many things sometimes will spoil the stew. What do they say? Too many chefs in the kitchen spoil the stew, the soup.
Yeah,
But I make sure I don't look at Twitter in the morning or anything, or even during the trading day, because I don't want to take anyone else's idea and like even subconsciously have that make me more bullish or bearish.
right.
People get really loud on there.
Yes, I think it was Ed Seykota that mentioned he's like his house is like on a lake or something. I don't remember. One of these gentlemen was trading from like Lake Tahoe or something.
That's a
It's like
beautiful place.
secluded friggin' lake house.
Hmm. Yeah, you can do it from anywhere as
I
long
feel
as
like
you have.
that's maybe my ideal retirement setup. I'm getting up there, Tanya. I don't know.
You're getting up there for retirement.
Uh,
Oh boy. Um, hmm. Yeah, I have certain goals in mind. I mean, I have a little, I think, I don't know. I think
trade
I'll
from
stay in
Mars.
the apartment for maybe another
Stop
year or
field.
two, but then I'm gonna look into getting a house or something.
You know where in New York? You're gonna stay tri-state area?
Oh man, I'm doing,
Jersey?
oh no. I mean, oh my gosh, Jersey. I don't know. I I was like literally looking at all my options the other day. 'Cause, if you're in New York City, you're just paying so much more. You're just paying city
Yeah,
tax.
city taxes.
And New York City doesn't even recognize S corp, so you have to pay a corporation tax as
Oh,
well. So
really?
yeah, so that's really annoying. So I don't know. Maybe I'll move to Long Island or Westchester or Jersey City. I don't know.
Westchester.
But for now, I mean, I just basically take it like, okay, I'm paying this much to be living here and to like go to all these things I like going to. Like I like
Early
going.
30s.
Hmm?
35.
You're 35?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not like 10 years
I
older
am
than
retirement age.
me.
Like mentally though, mentally, I'm probably
Yeah.
60 plus trading the markets.
60 plus is wild. It's older than my
I mean,
dad.
this trade is probably aging me at least 5 years already.
No, it's not. You're not even looking at it that much. I doubt it. Chat, did you guys take a trade yet today? Who's in longs, chat? Is anyone still in longs? I'm still in
I'm in
longs.
longs.
I thought you said you were going to tell us.
I am in longs.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I want to know if the chat's in.
I'm a trader. Yeah, Dick, it does. I think trading does age you, to be honest. How's the G-Wagon? Sick. I think everybody should own a G-Wagon. If you can justify owning a G-Wagon, then you can maybe have a business expense. I
Yeah,
think
maybe
everybody should own a G-Wagon.
fine.
I think Tanya should get a G-Wagon.
Maybe I'll get a pink one.
pink
Is it over
one.
2,000 pounds?
Yeah, 6,000
Oh,
pounds.
6,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, there's a bunch of people long as
Get the
well.
best. They get the best gas mileage.
Do they really? No,
No, they don't. They're terrible.
Yeah. What is it? Like 10, 12, 18? What is
Yeah,
it?
it's like 13 miles,
13?
maybe 16 highway. So like when you use it for business, if you have a legitimate reason to use it for business, let's say you're using it for marketing, you can write off pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. The purchase price, the insurance, the maintenance. But you have to justify it. Like if you get audited and let's say
Yeah.
you're not using it for business, let's say if I was just a trader and I wasn't doing mentorship and I didn't have a social following, they would be like, "What are you doing with this? Like you don't
Yeah.
need a G-Wagon."
Well, oh,
Or even if
true.
I have it for real estate. Let's say if I have it for real
Yeah,
estate
for real estate, I was gonna say you
and
could
I'm
use
trying to
it.
get clientele or yeah, use it for business meetups, then it makes sense. But if you're just a trader just sitting at home doing nothing and you're just using it for all personal, like all right, if you're trading and you're trying to get funds from clientele, now you have an excuse to if you ever get audited, at least you have an excuse. That's why Patrick Wheeling is has his cars in his garage, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the car is under 6,000 pounds, that's when you have to be extremely diligent in using it for the right purposes.
Okay. Like they're more
Yeah, you're definitely
meticulous
going to get
on it.
scrutinized for it. Like I was not able to write off the Ferrari, or at least not
Oh.
100%.
Okay.
Now, I think it depends on your accountant. Um, because my accountant will possibly say like you can write off like 20 to 30% of it. Right? That's just normal. Some other accountants, though, I've heard are letting people write off 100% of a luxury vehicle, which if they ever get
Yeah, that's
audited, it's
brutal.
interesting because the more and more I've worked with accountants, like they
Yeah.
have different perspectives on how they treat the tax code. The tax
Yeah.
code is not like black and white, where it's like, yeah, do this.
And it
And
changes every year, doesn't it?
yeah. And there's some people that are going out and trying to find the accountant that's like walking the thinnest line possible.
Yeah, but then like when it actually happens, is it
Yeah.
like, that's
Well, that's
the
exactly what I'm saying. Somebody said I would not do
gen-
that. That's just asking for an audit. But here's the thing,
yeah.
though, is like their chances of an audit are very low. So it's
Yeah.
like, do you want to take the risk or not? Like, yes, you maybe pay the
Order
penalty,
filled.
but if you get away, I'm not telling people in the chat to try and do this, right?
Yeah, but
Go
it's just
talk
the
to an
real
accountant.
what they end up doing is I think my accountant basically told me is like they decide to like audit everyone of a certain type of person, certain type of business that year. Like a couple years ago, they just audited like every deli in New York City.
Yeah.
Or yeah. So
They audited every deli, you said?
yeah.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because a lot of those delis try and operate on cash, right? So they're
Yeah,
like not reporting any income whatsoever.
that's a good point. Yeah. You guys, we're at the new high of day at the
We
end of
are.
at near 11, so that's
Yay!
exactly
Do we have something on the soundboard for this? We have
come on,
Kane
producer.
popping up. It's algo
Let's get
time.
let's
It's
do I'll
10:50.
give them a sound bite. Let's go.
I guess this is like the downside of maybe trading the higher time frames is maybe I'm not getting the best entry. Like let's say if this trade goes to my target, if I had waited more so on the lower time frame entry, I maybe could have gotten much better R value out of this trade. But instead,
Yeah. But
it's amazing like
like
how much the
on
fill
but
price
then on
actually
the other
matters.
ones,
You got
are
like
they
6R versus 3R.
But on the other flip of the coin is like, oh, you were already positioned. Like, what if it just kept running and didn't even retrace? Then you would get the RR, and where someone who typically waits for a deeper retracement wouldn't even get in the trade, and they get zero. So
That's true.
it is really
There's
just,
pros and cons, right? Like
it's
let's say if
hard.
it just ripped from
You
the
can't
last
just do
4 hour
the
candle.
perfect thing
Yeah,
every.
yeah.
Yeah.
But that's kind of why I don't really look at hindsight and just say, "Oh, I could have held it longer. I could have done this, could have done that."
Yeah.
I just kind of accept whatever my fill price was, whatever my stop is, whatever my take profit is at the time.
Yeah, I really like this 5 minute how it's closed.
What price did I get in? I got in at like 25,356. Let me just check.
Did you like get in right
I'm not
basically
trading on my personal, I'm
at
trading on
the
my
close?
I got in at 25,365. Yeah, I pretty much entered at the close.
Yeah, okay. So like I got in after then.
Yeah.
I just waited for a little tiny
Which I
retreat.
probably should have waited because I did anticipate that we were gonna at least print a
I
lower
think
wick,
when we
but
go lower than the 10 a.m., I think when I see, I mean, wicks like this in the 4 hour, typically I'm like, okay, we're probably gonna have another wick.
yeah,
So
going into the next 4 hour, like 2
yeah,
p.m. into the close.
no, I'm saying like from looking at the 6 to 10, how we had that huge wick there, I was like, okay, we probably are gonna retrace a little bit within that wick, and that's why I ended up putting a pretty
Yeah.
large stop, and I think we ended up probably getting to like 50% of this wick.
He said, "Ask Jim Cramer." Do not ask Jim Cramer.
I saw him. I saw him in person.
Did you?
Yeah,
You went to Wall Street?
yeah, when I went to Wall Street.
You ask him for trade
He
signals?
walked right by me. No, I just said hi. He just said hi. Yeah, he just said hi to Peter Tuchman, because they're working there forever
Yeah.
together.
How was that visit?
It was pretty cool. He gave us like a whole tour. And it was
Yeah.
like there's like a little part that's basically
There's
like
like not many people there though, right?
no, it's just mostly market makers. So that was the day that actually
People that are taking our money.
that Friday that took out like 3 weeks of
Oh, okay.
price action, and it was like so quiet on the floor you wouldn't even know because there's no floor traders anymore. So it was crazy. You just have to know by looking at the screen. That's how I knew. And then I checked my phone for any news. Otherwise, there was no like yelling or anything. It's just very quiet there. It's kind of crazy. Let's go, people longs. Hit the like button if you're also team long today.
Yeah, part of me feels like I would
Rundown.
want to go back in time and try and trade on the floor. Like I kind of wish the floor was still around. Like
Yeah.
in order to kind of learn how it was like.
Feel like I think I was talking. I mean, I was talking to Pax, and he said it was easier when he was on the pit. 'Cause you
So
could
my mentor in
see
Chicago
what was
said the same
happening.
thing because he said you could see the order flow coming in. Like
Yeah, you literally see
if I
what-
knew, like, let's for example, if Tanya was working on the floor and we all knew Tanya was working for Goldman Sachs, and we all knew the order flow was coming in, like we would see Tanya like going, coming up, walking up to the pit and be like, "I'm long, whatever, 100 contracts." We all knew, like, you could see the order flow, right?
Yeah.
Nowadays, you can't see that. So my
Mhm.
mentor said the same thing. He said that 80 to 90% of the people that worked under him were profitable, like in the 1st
Mhm.
2 months.
Yeah, I think I think I would have loved to be on the floor of the pit. I mean, it's so much energy, and you literally see what's happening, and I don't know, there's nothing like it.
Yeah.
Hello.
What's
What's
up,
going on,
guys?
guys?
How's it
How we
going?
How you
doing?
doing?
Whose entry is
Uh,
this? Who got this nice entry?
Oh, this is one of my playbook trades here.
Nice.
Wow.
It's a 5 minute OR mid
Nice.
retest. Written quite a bit about it.
Woohoo.
Nice.
So
I'm
it
just
looks
in a
like
runner
a lot
now.
of us are in longs.
Team long, baby.
Oh yeah.
I guess I was the only one short. 'Cause I shorted that basically at the highs. I wasn't expecting that bounce though. We had news. You guys that was perfect bounce actually.
I was expecting more of a volatility event from the news, but kind of a slow mover. I mean, maybe we'll get some continuation through the afternoon.
Yeah, same. I thought the news was gonna, like I remember saying, I thought we were just
Yeah.
gonna
I think my swing target is
Go.
25,800, 25,800 on NQ.
see. Oh yeah, like the last
But yeah, I might be in this trade for a couple days.
previous weekly high.
See.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I would love to go tag 549, last week's high. Or just above it, really.
Yeah. That was what like kind of the Sunday open.
Yeah. 480 was Sunday open. but I could see a 25,500 tag, good tackle last week's high, and it'd be a nice trade.
Yeah. Kind of looks like it's setting up for it based on that retrace we just had.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a nasty bounce.
It's only nasty, Selma, because you were short.
Yeah. You caught me. Oh God. It seems like NQ is leading the way though, because ES is lagging behind here. We haven't made a new high.
Yeah. Yes, also retraced a lot deeper.
YM is really lagging. He's
I feel like it's been a weird day.
It's the first day of the month.
Yeah. How was everyone's Thanksgiving?
great.
It was great.
Mine was a ruckus. Nah, mine was good.
Got to play golf. It was like 80 degrees in Florida.
Must be
Wow.
nice.
Oh, that's nice. It was like 30 here.
Yeah, we had snow yesterday.
Did you really?
Yeah,
Nice.
but thank God it didn't stick, so it was good. Kyle, you actually like golf on a regular?
Not really. I probably should though. Keeps me busy. I
Yeah,
gotta
it's a
try and
good
beat
sport.
Jared Dendler next time we meet
I
up.
don't think that'll ever happen. That guy's a beast. That's a beast. He's a beast. Oh man,
Yeah.
I have to get back into regularly practicing too, but
It's hard,
I,
man.
it's
Golf
hard.
is so
I'm
hard.
trying to go to just grass driving ranges now. So it's
Yeah.
just so different on a mat. Like it's just the mat is so forgiving. So I hate when if you're practicing, I'm practicing on sim and then even at the driving range and then it's just 100% different on
Yeah.
actual course and on real grass.
Yep.
Sim stinks though. It's like it's not even fun.
The sim is fun. I would say it's fun. I got a little chip in. I was really happy about it.
I would say it's fun. It's not as fun as going out
No.
and playing.
It's like you do it for like funsies, but it's not like I wouldn't take it serious to practice my
Yeah.
golf game. Like I would do it like if I was with a bunch of friends, just kind of BSing around.
You play
Mm.
golf, Selma?
I do, yeah. I played golf in high school.
Oh wow.
Oh
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, I was varsity captain, but like I was good, but I shouldn't have really been varsity captain. It was almost like there was no one, there was no one, there was no one else.
You were on a one-person golf team?
Yeah.
You?
Oh God. No, but it was a great time. I would say it's probably the best sport in my opinion.
Are you in Jersey, Salma?
I am, yeah.
Okay. Then we can go golfing.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go golfing.
Where you're
She was
in
talking
New
about the
York.
bag. She was talking
Yeah.
about the bagels.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we were definitely
That was
The
awesome.
Jersey bagels.
stoked for that. It was like bagel.
We gotta put that on a shirt.
What's a
Tanya, where are you in New York?
like
in
in
this-
the Queens area.
Okay, nice,
Mhm.
nice. Yeah,
Tanya's
I'm in
never
northern
left. She's
Jersey,
been in
so
Queens her
Oh,
entire
okay, so you're
life.
close to New York City.
yeah, pretty
Yeah,
close.
cool.
Just I
Nice.
honestly hate the drive there though. I used to drive to Queens all the time. I'd go like see a friend out there, but it's a horrible drive. Between like the tolls, the gas, the mileage.
Yeah, I think it's like 40, 30 bucks for you
Yeah.
to drive to to me. But I mean, I have a simulator in my amenities. That's why I go.
Oh yeah, I would
I'm
go
not
too if
paying-
I had that.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Is it busy though? Do a lot of people use it?
No, I mean it's just like everyone. The people don't really use their amenities much.
Yeah.
The golfing though, sometimes I'll maybe wait 15 minutes or something for it to be free. But I mean, I barely use my amenities, so like, people are busy.
You have like a pool table and stuff too?
Yeah, I'm terrible at pool though. Awful.
I love pool. Pool is fun.
Okay, I'm just
Well, I'll show you. I'll show you how to play.
You'll teach me? Okay.
I got you.
Sounds like a date.
Guys, we almost
She's gonna
have.
hustle you for money.
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
Kyle still owes me from golf.
I thought we were good on that.
No, we're good. We're good. No. No. We have our arrangement going on.
That wasn't fair either. Jared's like a freaking scratch golfer.
Yeah, I was just happy to be there.
I'm like a 30 handicap.
Yeah.
which is really bad, by the way, guys.
Yeah. But like, so
I've been
the
getting better though. I'm
it's
working
easier
on it.
for us to get better, you know? If when you're bad,
That's
I
true.
think about this one like, oh man, I'm so bad, I can only get better. I'm sorry to Delhi. There's definitely a lot of my red golf balls in that creek by that golf course.
I guess I'm gonna hop off here, guys.
Yeah.
You guys have a great day.
GG's, good luck, good trading.
All right,
GG.
take
Thanks.
care.
Still on the
See you
trade.
guys.
Have a
Good
good
Bye-bye.
job.
All right, take care, guys.
Ciao.
Ciao.
And then there were two.
Oh, the best two though, you know?
I would say so.
Yeah. hmm There's nobody better. No, I'm just kidding.
You guys hear that? Production, clip it and play it every single time that Leo's with someone else.
It's totally false. What's going on, chat?
Dude, we have almost 2,000 people watching. That's great.
Oh, dang, that was so short. So short-lived. Yeah, so this is my, this is the trade I guess I won't shut up about. But basically it's, just like this is the 5-minute opening range. For all, just for clarity, I did try to short it here because this would be, we broke it. I took this short here. It got rallied, rammed through. And then once we broke out above here, this is a long for me at this point. So I took it scaled out here at the OR high, then at the V range high, and just kind of as we push through, I only have one left now, but it was a great trade sequence for me, and totally within kind of everything that's set up. I mean, to the tick is nice. It's always nice when it happens to the tick, but that's pretty much the trade setup. It's discussed in detail in my playbook on paintingthetape.net. So if you want to read that, it's free. There's nothing, you can just go read it.
Hey, thanks for telling the rest of us. We didn't want to make money with you. It's cool.
It's been out there forever. I mean, you
No,
should just
no, I
read
meant
it.
this trade.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why today I'm so short bias.
I mean, I am a little bit because of just kind of this rejection here.
Yeah.
So, from last week's high, but I got to tick my setups. I guess like I'm short term a little bearish, but long term bullish. We talked about these lows being pretty good about a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. We got a nice rejection off of this area that we talked about, these 25,000s, and we rallied all the way through, the top end of the range. So it does make sense to see a little bit of, resistance, kind of difficulty. The buyers may not be as emphatic as they were, through this range, through this part of the range. But yeah, I'm still long-term bullish here. Just kind of, I can see, reasons for weakness. Like we're getting it right now.
Yeah, it seems like NQ is the much stronger one right now. We have ES just range bound basically, still stuck in its 30-minute OR.
Yeah.
Intraday I am short bias, but long term I would say yeah, I'm definitely bullish long term. Just it just feels like I don't know. I don't want to say trappy, but I just don't trust longs right now. I'll be happy to be wrong, but that's just what I'm seeing.
I think I might add if we get a retest of this V range low, or sorry, the high at 340s.
That would be a good ad.
Mhm.
That would coincide with the 9 EMA as well. I like it. I guess I just want to wait and see what we do here. ES is holding on to its previous day low very well. So like I would give that to the bulls. They're holding that very, very well. When we did drop this morning, we bounced to the tick off of the 30-second OR low. I'm sure Pax was probably happy about that. But yeah, I just want to wait and see before I take anything. Chat, are you guys mostly longs? Are you short? Or are you sitting cash? Long. Damn, we have a mix.
Long gold, long runner, long NQ long, was long, done for the day, missed a move, long. It's a team long in the chat.
Yeah, it's a mix.
I see nothing but long, Salma. There's only a few people that are short.
Where my bears at? No, I'm joking. I want to see what gold is doing though. Yeah, 30-minute on gold does look good. Hmm. Haven't traded gold in so long. I think since like the competition, probably.
Yeah, I looked at it. I had to nuke the gold chart because it was taking up some data. It's kind of throttling this workspace that I have on Ninja. But I don't know. It was just we started looking at it and then NQ started moving. So I got to go back to my bay, you know.
Yeah. I had a lot of success with gold before it like really became wild. So I had to give it a little rest too. Now I just look from afar. Just keep eyes on it. But yeah, not really seeing anything too interesting.
The participation picked up on the drop. Interested in shorts? Not yet. I'm still gonna stay in this runner for a little while.
What's your entry? I'm not looking at your chart.
277.
Oh, you're chilling. Oh yeah, you're good. Basically, and from like previous day low. That was a good entry. I
Do
guess
you know do you know what I'm doing for the first time?
what are you doing?
I'm building my own desktop PC.
Oh, that's lit. I went a little
Uh,
bit. I did
Very
some Black
nice.
Friday shopping.
that was my Black Friday shopping.
How much was that?
I might be a little embarrassed to say
Too much?
too much.
Oh God.
I mean, it wasn't. It was, I went a little overboard on some of the specs, but I think it was like $4,000.
Yeah, dude, I don't know anything about any of that stuff. It looks cool, but if you were to tell me, oh, build one, wouldn't even know where to start. So good for you that you're able to do it yourself.
I did go with the 9800 X3D, and then I got the 5080 NVIDIA card.
Oh, it's happening. Let's go.
Yeah, it was more. Yeah, it was more than 4K. Yes, the
Nick.
RAM is actually crazy. Yeah, it's a write-off. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody in the chat can tell me. The 5080 is a good GPU. Is it worth it to get the 5090? Because the difference is so significant in price. They just told me no in the background. So it's not. Okay. Multiple people, it's not good. Okay, the 5090 isn't even good. Okay. There you go.
Damn, chat knows a lot about this stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's good, but the difference isn't worth it. 5090 had bad power connection. Okay, nice. Chat knows. The chat knows.
Dude, a chat is like they
They
were
are
waiting for you to
lit.
ask.
Yeah. I use an A2000. Well, that's a professional graphics card, sir. That's for like Autodesk and stuff. The 9070. Okay, so I can't use an AMD card for there's a specific program that doesn't work with AMD cards. Yeah, I got a 1000 watt PSU. Yep. The 9800 XD, 3D, whatever. X3D. There you go. Blue Shark. I know a little bit about a few things. Does NinjaTrader desktop work on Linux? I don't know.
There you go, Leo. Austin offered to help you out.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Oh, okay, sweet. Thanks, Austin.
What else did you get besides a PC?
That's it.
That's it. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna try and deck out my office a little bit. And I got a docking station, a new one.
Nice.
And I think oh, I got a camera too. I'm like tired of using my laptop camera. So
You got
we'll see.
a real camera.
Yeah.
So the Salma is in 4K.
Yeah. Because my monitors
Nice.
are up top, so I feel like when I'm looking at them, it looks weird on stream. So I wanted to do a little something.
Yeah, the chat says we need to get some vibes going in that office, Salma.
Yeah, you know what? I'm like a minimalist. I don't need too much. So,
Yeah. I'm gonna take
uh,
these ads here. We just pushed into the 30s. If we get a continuation, I would think we would want to hold
Order filled.
this level here. It's kind of a do or die level.
yeah, I'm gonna hold off. I only trade ES. ES is still range bound, so I'll wait to see if we can break out of this range and then go
Mhm.
from there.
It's a decent little pullback, for anybody that's short.
Yeah. Oh my God, yes. Someone in the chat said Selma needs her name and neon lights in the background. Dude, do you know how much those cost?
300
They're like,
bucks.
yeah, it's ridiculous. I've looked into it. I was like,
No, you
yeah,
should get one. It's only
no,
300 bucks.
I can't justify that. No way. I'd
I can.
rather
I can justify it.
I'd rather spend 300 bucks on dinner than spend 300 bucks on neon lights. I can't do it. I've checked Amazon. The prices are insane. And it's like it goes by per letter. So obviously Salma has 5 letters in it. It's like $80 just for that. And then if I wanted like whatever, Salma trades or whatever else, it's too much.
Dinner will be gone in a day, but neon lights last forever, Selma.
Yeah, no, I don't I can't justify. I'm sorry. If someone wants to gift that to me, great. But I can't do it. I'll probably tell my sister or something for my
If I
birthday.
gift it to you, I get to pick the colors
Okay, cool. I don't care about the colors
and the design.
and the design. Perfect. That sounds good.
Does neon lights help to get better trading skill? Yes, you should.
Oh,
It
apparently
does.
so. Yeah, every trader has it. So
Minimal MAE, maximum MFE.
yeah, it's honestly ridiculous. They reel you in with like a really low price tag to begin with, and then once you start customizing it, it just starts going up in price like crazy. I don't like this bounty here. Leo, your ads are working.
I love the bounce. Yeah, it's great for my ads.
I'm just gonna wait. Let me see your trade. Yeah, your trade is looking good.
Order filled.
You have more PC questions in the chat, Leo.
Oh, hang on. Let me. I'm gonna take one. Maybe. Yeah, I'll just leave two on. Let's see. What's with the Valvoline hat? I got a newsflash for you, but that's not a Valvoline hat. But appreciate it, I guess. Thanks for noticing. What is the minimum? Let's see. Where are the PC questions? I don't see any more PC questions.
Leo, is the new PC for the car sim you mounting for the son and yourself or for trading? I don't really know what that means.
I talked about getting a simulate like a racing simulator at one point. So one, the PC that I'm building is just going to be my new trading PC, and the PC that I currently have, which is still a great PC, will do the simulator, the racing simulator. Whereas Kane, he'll be on tomorrow with me.
Wow, I'm getting replaced.
I mean,
It's cool. You don't have to say
I
anything.
don't think replacement is what I would use. I think you're getting fully integrated into the Ninja Stream.
You know what? I'm happy to be here. What I'm not happy about is this wick.
I think the chat could use more likes. More likes, prices go higher, and that's great for me. More likes, pump it. Is the program that doesn't work with AMD GPUs trading related? Yes, it is.
Someone said Kane has neon lights. I get
He
it.
does.
This
He
is
has.
about my
He
lights.
has. Everyone has neon lights, Alma. I have
I'm
them.
late.
XYZ has them. I mean, Tanya has them. You know, everyone has them.
Yeah, apparently I'm late to the game.
Yeah, you need to get that RGB game going.
I'll work on it. It's still Cyber Monday. I can still grab something today.
That's a good point. It is. You probably find some good deals on some neon.
Yo, someone said Salma with the grandma office vibes. Guys, I like my office.
Why are you
It's-
hating on Why are you hating on Selma's office?
It's called my office for a reason. Like, I think that's hilarious. Oh
All
my
right, I'm
God.
gonna take one more here at the top of this little volume node.
Dude, that was a good trade.
Thank you. Yeah.
I just didn't believe.
You gotta believe. If I know one thing,
Yeah. How old is Salma? Salma's 24. White everything. This is so lame.
Ted Lasso taught me to believe. That's a great meme. It's a great meme. How old is Leo? 41. How old did you think I am?
Leo, honestly, I didn't think you were 41.
I feel like I'm older than that. I think it's the baby. She's killing us right now.
It's probably trading.
Yeah,
Trading
she's
low.
actually she's really starting to like show some some
Order
personality
filled.
lately.
Wait, how old?
She's 5 months. She'll be 6 months in like 10 days.
That's when they start. Yeah. 6 to 8 months. Your baby's gonna be like unrecognizable.
Yeah. I mean, this is our third.
Oh, dude, you're a vet. You already know.
Yeah. But we got her one of the stand-up things that you set them in, and it can swivel around like 360 degrees, like they can spin
Mhm.
around.
Yeah.
She loves that thing. It's like her new favorite. She likes to be up. Like she doesn't want to lay down. She doesn't really want to like crawl or be on her tummy. She just wants to be up all the time. She has like FOMO.
Babies are the best. They like bring so much joy to the family in the house.
Once you've been outnumbered by kids, yeah, I feel that.
Salma, do you have any email or website that we ask questions? You can just find me on my Twitter.
So much joy and so much poop.
That's
So many
accurate.
blowouts. So many blowouts.
This is a very tough read here. I don't know what ES is trying to do.
For me, it's not a great place to put on risk.
Yeah.
If
Agreed.
you're managing a trade, I think that's like I took profit here for a reason, but I would like to see this continue to expand to the upside. So, only a reason for me to hold this trade.
Yeah, you'd need ES to cooperate. Good luck with that.
I mean, you never know. Never know. Actually, chat, here's what I need help with. I'm going to give you my current monitor setup, and you guys need to tell me what to do. I have a 40-inch 5K. It's 21 by 9. That is my center screen. And then I have two 27-inch screens. One of them is vertical, like in portrait mode. The other one is standard landscape mode. And there's one on each side. What I want to do is I'm really interested in some of these newer, like OLED. I think WOLED has more of a matte finish, from my understanding. Who has the best like large screen display right now? It would have to be it has to be 21 by 9 for sure. I can't do the ultra wide Samsungs because they're just so short. They're so short. They're like 49 inches is great, but they're not very tall.
How
Right
big
now
is
I'm
your
at
desk?
I'm at 60 hertz, right? So it's like it's not. Is your Dom in portrait mode? No. That's the great thing about the 21 by 9 is like on my Dom right now, I have 40 price levels, right? So I don't even need a vertical screen. Samsung 57? Is that a TV though? Because they're really not designed for like PC performance and displaying text. Selma's office is an office, not a club.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Get two LG 5K 2K monitors. Ultra wide. No ultra wides. Jeff Bezos Jeff, can you send me the details of what you're talking about? OLEDs are not ideal for work or playing the same game over. Anyways,
Leo, how big is
yeah,
your desk?
it's a corner desk. I mean, it's pretty big.
Do you have
I
all
would have to
those
measure it.
you have all those monitors on your desk or
Yeah, yeah.
oh, nice.
hmm
Very nice.
27 or 32 4Ks give the best clarity, better than 40-inch. I have this 40 inch is a 5K. How could two 27s be better? Honest question.
I want to see a picture of your setup.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I did say desk.
Yeah, it is a desk. I have the LG 45K 2K. Let me look at that. Let me look at that. 'Cause it's probably similar to the one I have, just a different brand. Yeah, I have a similar, but see, this is IPS. I have a similar brand, just or similar display, just different brand. What order flow is that or footprint? That's a great question. I'm not interested. You have to expand on that question. Like, what is the order flow? Isn't super specific. For trading, 5K 40 inches better than 27. They're more crisp, but at 5K, not needed unless you edit films. Okay, that's fair. I went overboard. Don't go OLED. Your P&L is going to be burnt in green. Is that bad, Ryan? It's only bad if the burn in is losses, not gains.
Okay, we just had Euro close. See if we can do something now. Maybe break out of this range.
Let's see, the Samsung Odyssey G9. Yeah, see, it's a 32 by 9 format. It wouldn't even be useful for me. Okay, so you're saying, okay, so this is actually good. So the chat is saying that OLEDs have burn in, and since most of us are, trading, you wouldn't want an OLED monitor because things could get burnt into it.
Chat knows too
27
much.
inch 4K is still better than 40 inch 5K. The 40 inch 5K is still going to be higher pixel density. No OLED. Okay. So this is really good. There's so many monitors out there. And I think it's important for people to know what technology is good for their setups, for trading. It sounds like OLED is not a great choice. IPS is the way to go. There you go. We have been educated. Look up Samsung Arc. Okay, Samsung. We're all learning here. Oh, snap. I could get down with this. 55 inch. Ooh. Okay, that looks like a winner so far. Who's got better than Samsung Arc? Jelly Bean, they're saying OLED will have burn in. I don't want things to get burnt in. I know it's superior as far as screen resolution. Resolution on Arc is too low. Okay. Dang, so you guys are really going. You're really in the dual monitor camp here for this front screen. Getting educated. Hey, this is all. We're having discussion. Like you can, it's good to get ideas from people and do your own research. I mean, ES isn't doing anything for you, Salma.
Nothing. There's just nothing going on. I feel like this always happens when we get on live.
We need a special Sunday night show just to talk about monitors. I think it would be a good idea to have a special show just to talk about trading technology.
I like that idea.
Like, what are the tools that you need as a trader to be best equipped? Like keyboard, mouse, anything that makes you faster, more efficient, allows you to see things better. Hardware and software show. Great idea. I think it's a great idea.
I will say this.
Punching bag.
I don't know about you
Hotkeys.
guys, but I was like a phone trader for a very long time. And I didn't really like elevate in trading and get better until I got a setup. So I definitely think this is like something every trader should have, especially if you see yourself like trading long term.
I use it as a stream deck, but not totally for trading. I had it all set up, and then things happened, time went on, and then I didn't want to redo it, reset it up. The only thing my stream deck does right now is mutes and unmutes my microphone. It's a button, which is great. It works perfect for that, but I could definitely use stream deck more efficiently.
You can also just tap on your mic and it will mute and unmute for you.
That's not how my mic works.
Uh-huh, we have the same mic.
Yeah, that's too much trouble. I mean,
All right, fair.
just reaching over for a button is so much easier. I kind of like looking for new eyes here,
Dude, that's hilarious. Someone said, pay me hourly
What's up?
wage and I'll be your mute assistant, Leo.
Damn, how much are we talking?
You might be onto something here.
How much are we talking? Minimum wage? Make an offer. Charged by the mute. Oh, that could be bad because what if you didn't mute when I asked you to, and I had a hot mic and didn't know it? That's the only good thing about having a monitor, like earbuds, like I can hear myself in my monitor, is that when the mute button's on, I know that's on because I can't hear myself in the monitor anymore. Mute is free, unmute will cost you. Just keep talking so you won't have to pay per mute. Trading on a Nokia 3310. That's efficient. Add a standing desk. Yeah, standing desk, like a walking pad. Those will all be clutch. There's a new chair that I want to get. Let's see if anybody has heard of this chair. I gotta find it.
Is it like a gaming chair?
It's the Liber Novo. Anybody heard of the Liber Novo? Liber chair. Yeah. I've had a standing desk before and still always wanted to
Sat?
have a chair. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I think I would never use that. I just get it to say I have it.
Did somebody just call me a meathead?
That's
Because
crazy.
that's kind of rude. It's pretty rude.
Chat is savage today.
Hmm. Read the reviews on that. They advise hard, but it's poor quality. Human scale type knockoff. Interesting. The only places that I've seen it have been people promoting it, so that would make sense that maybe there are some not so great features of it. Okay, Secret Labs was my alternative. So it was going to be Secret Labs or that new Novo chair or whatever. How do you handle breaking even? I'm not sure what do you mean by how do I handle breaking even? I know you're playing. The great thing about this, Yacht, is that you can play and I can also play, and it's fine. You love your Secret Lab share. Okay, that's a big endorsement. Secret Labs is a trap. There's so many opinions. Herman Miller, yeah. I guess like I'm just kind of like I always want to fade the Herman Miller. You know,
What does that even mean?
it's a chair. It's like the best. It's like the
No, no,
best
I know,
office
but what do you mean
chairs.
by fade?
I just like I don't want to buy it because everyone says it's the best. What do you have?
Uh, GT player.
Okay,
It's actually good. I like it. I used to
nice.
have a crappy chair. It was like one of those, I don't know, I got it off Amazon. Um,
Yeah,
it was good for a while, and then once I like started to actually use it more, it just became really bad really quick. This has been good so far. I've had it for almost 6 months,
nice.
so no complaints so far.
Did Leo throw the holy water at him? What? Wait, what? What? If you have a showroom near, go try them out. Yeah, fair. If you want a super comfy chair and burn some cash, get an iron horse.
I mean, the Herman Millers cost a lot, ridiculous amount.
I mean, all good things cost a decent amount of money.
Is that true though?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's definitely a like. As you get older, not saying that you're young and unexperienced, but as you get older, this is a fact of life. That the more you spend on something, in most cases, the more likely it's going to be higher quality, last longer, and give you what you want long term.
Yeah. Yeah, fair. Plus, I feel like everyone who has a Herman Miller has said that they've had it for years. So,
Yeah,
like,
right.
it
I
will
mean, they're not the
eventually,
number one office chair brand for no reason, you know.
yeah, yeah. It'll eventually pay for itself.
A poor man pays twice. Yeah, I mean that's true. Get an actual horse.
Oh, there we go. It's a nice pop there.
Let's
Wait, are you still
go.
long?
Let's go. Yeah, I'm still in this.
Nice.
I mean, I'd really kind of want to see the week open 482.
I mean, we're right there. They might as well send us.
ES is a lot closer.
Yeah.
Like,
See, I have 446 as a level up here on NQ as well.
kneeling chairs. What's your X handle? I think the team could post it in the chat. Both mine and Thomas. Leo, intraday swing trading now. Who are you? No, I think the reality is that we've been lucky to have wider ranges recently. So you're getting more insight into like my normal trading. Some of the past, 3 or 4 months has just been tight ranges and difficult to really get into some moves. Nothing beats the lazy boy. I mean, can't go wrong with that in your living room. I'm not sure about your office though.
Probably get no work done. Can't believe they just really pushed us to new highs. That was a great trade, Leo.
Thanks.
You basically got in at the bottom.
On the ad, yeah.
Sniper.
380. I took it. I took one off at 380 because it was the top of the value area right here, and also on this leg to leg, it was the top of this little volume distribution right here. You can see a little notch right there. We did get a little, small pullback from that spot. So this is kind of like a natural target for me is going to be based on, the value area there being there, and then the top of that volume build.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
If only we could get like 2 more seconds, some of these clips.
Seriously, yeah. What's up with what is it? 4 seconds max?
It's because of the
No, I know the
the
copyrights.
trademark copyrights.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what NQ does at that 0.618 446 level. And that will be the make or break in my opinion. Yeah, I do normally take a trade off the 30-minute. Unless it's like a trend day, then I will be on like shorter time frames. But there's really just nothing going on for ES. Here we go. Let's see. Leo, you watching the tape?
Yeah, it's bright blue. Nothing but buyers. So
All right,
lots of
let me know.
offers at 48 here, just above us. Are you trying to get short?
No. No, I don't want to go. I don't want to stand in front of this. I really don't. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I bet you once we get off stream, price action's gonna be a lot cleaner. Well, we'll actually get a move.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, let's see. Guys, what's up with the likes on the stream?
Yeah, there's 6.18 is what I saw just a second ago as far as likes. Oh, now it says 617, so somebody
Someone
took a like
unliked.
away.
Oh god.
That's kind of
Yeah, text
Oh,
trades NQ. Powell is there is supposed to be a meeting tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time. A lot of people spreading FUD on X, basically trying to say that Powell's going to resign. As of right now, those are all rumors.
Wait, that's
See?
actually a rumor?
Yeah, I can't. You haven't seen it? It's literally
No.
all over X.
Well, I don't really get on X that much.
They're just spreading fear, uncertainty, and what is. Hold on.
The only reason for me to get on X is to
And doubt. There you go.
make a funny joke, or every once in a while I'll share something like useful. But other than that, I don't spend much time on it.
Yeah, it's just been ridiculous. And it's like they post and they'll say rumor. Rumor has it Powell is gonna resign tonight. And it's like, okay, well, if it's a
Damn.
rumor, why are you posting it? But yeah, if that does happen, market will be filled with uncertainty, and market does not like uncertainty.
Leo likes to troll on X. I do. I mean, I like to have fun with it. I don't troll anybody specifically. I just, make fun of general topics.
Oh yeah, Cooper. Breaking news. They make it sound
Breaking
like
news.
they make it sound like
Breaking
it's a crazy
news.
thing. And then it's like, oh, it's just a scheduled meeting. But like from all of the Fed meetings, like all the FOMC meetings, Powell has said time and time again that he intends on finishing his term. So, what could change? What could have changed? I guess we'll find out tonight, though. Powell's been the only Fed since I've started trading, I think.
Time to
Yeah.
learn a new Fed.
All I've ever known was Powell. Breaking news. Some news just broke. Yeah, Twitter is a funny place, guys. This is some snoozy action.
Hey, as long as it's going up and to the right, I'll hold these runners or runner.
Literally so boring. I do see sellers sitting up here at 51 on ES.
They just took out those offers at 49, 49 and 50. Could see a little bit of a yank back here, potentially.
Dump it. Send us to new lows.
They grabbed those offers and just kind of yanked the bid.
Why are you bearish? Honestly, I'll tell you why. I thought we would on ES. I thought we would get the sweep of 795. It's this 4-hour candle's low. And then I thought we would find some sort of support here at the 0.618 and we would bounce. That's what I was eyeing. And I don't know, I just didn't trust the open and I missed longs, and now obviously I don't want to chase longs at the highs. So I'll just sit tight, especially since ES is range bound, right? We've been just basically hanging out in this opening range of the 30-minute candle. So I'll just sit and wait. That's really it. What's
guys.
up, Jim?
Well,
Hey,
hopefully you
Jim.
guys had a nice relaxing weekend with
Yeah.
the holidays.
How was your Thanksgiving?
It was nice. Nice. We had, got together with family and did, unruly stuff, but it was good.
Yeah, yeah. We
Yeah.
had to drive out to Lubbock, Texas, and spend time with family out there.
Nice. Big crowd.
No, not too terribly big, but enemy territory and all, Texas Tech people. But
Selma, how about you?
I just stayed at home. Just had me and my family, siblings. That's about it.
How many siblings are there?
We're four,
Oh,
but two were missing at Thanksgiving actually. So it really wasn't my siblings, just me, my mom, my brother, and my sister-in-law. So yeah, four of us. It was
all
good
right.
though.
Yeah, good. I'm glad
The holidays are always fun,
for
even
sure.
to just take a little break.
Yeah, we have another one coming up, but there's some work to do before we get to the next one. We still got some stuff to do in December.
Yes, sir.
Santa and all of its elves.
Yeah. Anyway, nice trade, Leo. So I
Thank you.
just heard you're going to keep this going, and as long as this thing's going up to the right.
I mean, yeah, that's the plan. I'm looking for that week open test.
Is any chance you're going to move your stop up?
Oh, you want me to do it for you? Here,
Well, it does make me a little crazy.
I'll
There,
put it
thank
up.
you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Would you put
Appreciate
it at break even?
No, just like 7 points in front. I would take myself out of this trade long before my stop get hit. But in the rare event that I wasn't here watching it, I got to stop in place now.
Yeah, it's a catastrophic stop.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have a catastrophic stop when it's in profit.
Yeah, that's what you got here right now.
Yeah.
Good job. In any event, well, I'm glad you guys had a good Thanksgiving weekend. Appreciate you being here with us. Chat, don't forget that thumbs up button. It's free. Click on it. Looks like this. And they're working hard for you, man. Here they are, doing it live in front of everybody. We appreciate them. And we also have the subscription button. Don't forget about that. We appreciate the subscription button in NinjaTrader. So thank you for being part of NinjaTrader Live. As I've said before, the best trading community that I've ever been involved in, and I've been involved for a long time.
I agree.
All right. Selma?
Yeah, I agree.
All right, just checking.
Yeah, me too. No, actually, I gave you guys a shout out on my Twitter.
I know you do, and you're awesome on that. Follow Selma on X, everybody. If we'll try to get that X handle in the chat.
No, I gave you guys a shout out for Thanksgiving. Yeah, I
Oh.
was most grateful for you guys.
Awesome.
Yeah,
You are the best.
very happy to be here. Thanks,
All
Jim.
right. All right. So this afternoon we're going to have XYZ and Nick are going to come and trade the close. In the meantime, I'm going to do a really quick edge report here to end the morning session. And again, thank you, Leo, and thank you, Selma.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, guys. See you, chat.
All right, let's just go to silver right away. This is the market of the day. Actually, let's go back to a daily chart. I mean, we have breakouts galore here. This is just moving. We hit that 123.6% target I talked about earlier today at 50 spot 03. Next stop up 138.20 extension at 60 spot 33. Intraday, we finally, I don't know if these are 30-minute candles, so we broke out of that IB high. And it was a really nice volume. I was surprised at how nice this volume profile was. It was a picture perfect for a long period of time. But then we had to break out above that 1-day max. That's the Mentor Q gift that keeps on giving everybody. And then we kind of, tried to drive up to R2, couldn't quite get there. South of that call resistance level at $60. It's also a psychological level, and we're kind of just sitting back on that 1-day max on Mentor Q. So, we'll see if volume accumulates up here or if we just get a retracement back down, if this was just a probe. I don't know, but this is a super, super, super strong market. Let's flip this upside down and take a look at the Bitcoin. Bitcoin, and we talked about this morning, so I'm just following up on those markets. This is a pretty big move down. We have this peak high up here that we saw back at the beginning of October. And let me just adjust my little counter here, my ruler. We're down about 33%. From that peak high. So that's kind of a move down. We have kind of a nice trend channel down that we kind of went sideways at. We're kind of getting back into it right now. I even put a fib line there just to see where we're at. And we're, less than that 23.6%. Notably, we kind of got to that 38.1%. Boom, hit a wall. Only had one candle close. Didn't get that confirmation candle for that. Instead, we just turned around and kept on going south. ultimate goal here, April lows in the target here around, I don't know, 76,500, give or take. That's that plum covered rectangle here at the bottom of the chart. So the Bitcoin, intraday. South of VWAP, south of that 9 EMA. I had the 9 EMA because everyone's talking about that 9 EMA on intraday, so I added it. It does track pretty good. We even just wicked through it a little bit, but boom, seller's wick brought us back down this last 30-minute candle here. Point of control is almost at the bottom here. This is about as bearish as it gets. 620, that's 84,620 where that point of control is. I mean, I don't even have any targets on the downside, guys. I mean, I just got a lot of empty abyss down here on an intraday chart for the Bitcoin. So right now, looking pretty negative here. The bears are firmly in command. I do want to talk about copper. I didn't have time to talk about that this morning. This is part of one of the metals groups that are just on fire right now. This is a daily chart. It's very interesting. Let me get rid of that VWAP because we're way below it. Double top achieved. We broke on through above that 5.29 level. We're we're trading above it right now. Yeah, we have a seller's wick here as well, but this is looking pretty strong here. This is a continuation candle right now if we close where we're at on the upside. And remember, we had that big sell-off, and then we kind of had a step up. Let me show you what I mean by that. We just had this gradual step up. It might be slowing down. It might not be. Here's a step, swing low, higher swing low, higher swing low, higher swing low. Now these swing lows are starting to slow down a little bit, but still pretty bullish here on this market. Again, nice volume profile here. We are trading just south of the session VWAP along with that point of control. They're pretty close together here at 3140. Suggesting sideways action to follow, but we're still within that initial balance, by the way. Targets on the downside is 5.25 at Jacks 3, which is right by that pivot. So there's two kind of areas of interest colliding together. That's kind of important. 1 day max, again. We went through it again. That's a Menthor Q level. I love these Menthor Q levels, especially pre-market in a lot of these metals and FX products. So in any event, we kind of retrace back down now, trading sideways on the Dr. Copper. All right, having said all that, that is this late morning Edge report. As advertised, we are going to be back after lunch, 2:30 start today. Hot Commodities was shy. I'll be back, and we're going to have XYZ and Leo. No, XYZ and Nick trading the close with us this afternoon, so we're looking forward to that. Appreciate everybody being here with us. Have a nice, relaxing lunch break, and we look forward to seeing you again at 2:30.
¡Mirad ese monstruo! ¡Nos va a hundir! ¡Defended el barco! ¡Disparad! ¡Rápido! tentáculos! ¡Cortadle los tentáculos!
Stop field. Order filled.
The country is a picturesque wonderland, nestled in the heart of
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Shukart, senior economist, and here are the headlines while we were away. First things first, I want to set something straight. Powell is speaking tonight. It seems like a bunch of people are freaking out about this. He is delivering prepared remarks for a memorial event for George Shultz. It is the FOMC blackout period. He will not be discussing economic outlook or monetary policy. So I want to push those rumors aside because it seems like there's a bunch of conspiracy theories going on right now about this event. But again, it's prepared remarks. He'll be part of a short Q&A. It is a memorial event, so he's not going to say anything that it's going to affect the markets or talk about monetary policy. Moving on, we have crypto downturn wipes out nearly $1 billion with a B in leveraged bets. We had nearly $1 billion of leveraged crypto positions were liquidated during the market hours so far today. Bitcoin slid as much as 8% to 83,824 in New York, bringing its decline to more than 9%. Ether also dropped 10% and is down 18% since December. Market also is having a big effect on smaller tokens, particularly the ones that are less liquid than the big ones. We also had the market vector index tracking the bottom half of the largest 100 digital assets, and it's down almost 70% this year. Mr. MicroStrategy was also down about 12%, and its heights down about 7% right now. But that chart is looking very ugly. We did hi-ho silver. You know I love the silver market. Silver hit an all-time high amid supply shortages and rate cut expectations. We hit 59,435. That is an all-time new high. And this is going on, and we've talked about this market a lot on this network, but we have federal rate cut expectations. We also have a weaker dollar this morning. We've got a safe haven demand. We've also talked about the structural deficits in this market. Supply-wise, we're going on our 5th year of a supply deficit in silver markets due to industrial demand. And so we have a very, very tight physical supply right now. And there's some reports of supply squeeze across all the exchanges. That includes Shanghai, LME, and COMEX. So that market finally broke to the upside after it looked like a double top there, but that cup and handle pattern played out, at least so far. Then next we have Costco joins the group of companies that are going to sue for refunds if Trump's tariffs fall. We know we have the Supreme Court decision. They're going to decide whether or not those tariffs are legal or not. And so it seems that there are a bunch of companies that are lined up to get their refunds back that they paid at the importers. And Costco is the fastest growing chain in America, big box store in America, and so big news that they are joining that lawsuit. That would give that lawsuit a little more clout, having a big name behind the other retailers that would be suing. So something to keep an eye on. Next, we'll go. So let's talk about some Santa rally, some seasonal. So if we look across, I was looking kind of going back 30 years or so, there's no real correlation between the first trading day in December and its overall monthly performance. In fact, it's kind of been 47% to 53%. So it's iffy. But that said, according to Almanac Trader, Jeffrey Hirsch, who we will have on again. We had him on before on Wednesday morning at 8:30 a.m. You want to watch that because we're going to talk to him about seasonals. But he says the Christmas rally really doesn't start until December 24th this year, just due to seasonality. But we will dig into the markets more with him on Wednesday morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, so join us on Wednesday for sure. And now I will pass it off to Jim for an Edge report.
Thank you, Tracy. Let's start with the E-mini S&P right now. I have a daily chart up on the board here. A lot of lines, a little bit messy, but a lot of stuff to think about. We've pretty much had this kind of V-shaped recovery. Remember, we started middle of November, up around 68.73-ish with that nice doji, and then we sold off, rallied back up in relatively quick fashion. Now today, we have it's an interesting candle because the body of the candle is still an inside bar, the wicks are not, but it's almost an equal and opposite candle. But the one thing is we have this big wick at the bottom here. Buyers are kind of defending, pushing us back up into that 68.30 handle. So it'll be interesting to see where this candle closes with respect to what to do tomorrow. So the moving averages are kind of sloping up. We have a nice crossover to the 8 over the 21. 50 is kind of cool and fruity, kind of sloping up pretty nicely. MACD is also positive. So, all said and done, it's kind of looking kind of strong, even though we're kind of down on the day. We'll see where this candle closes, though. It'll be kind of important throughout the rest of the week, in my humble opinion. Remember, November highs are way up here, 69.09. There's a 334-point high to low in November. So it was very volatile, a lot of price action, both on the upside and downside. So intraday on this candle, this 30-minute candle that we just had, pretty big sell-off here happened after we kind of stalled out on this kind of rally here after the initial balance breakout to the upside. We don't have anything to the downside yet. Odds on a Monday of a downside breakthrough at this point are pretty small, less than 25%. Edge Full has great stats on that if you want to go and play around. I did add that 9 EMA to my chart. Everyone's talking about it. It's all the rage these days. And then, Selma kind of told me to add it, so I added it. But in any event, we're trading right at that VWAP, right at that session VWAP right now. Volume profile is really immature and wonky. It's not that great. It's kind of, blackish, I would say, right now. The top of the value area high, though, is pretty close to the initial balance high, which is telling me something. The bottom of the value area, again, is close to the bottom of the initial balance low. So that's kind of the range we've been in right now for the E-mini S&P. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin really quick and take a peek, and then we're going to sneak in silver because Tracy said to. So let's go to the daily chart. This is, again, pretty negative looking chart here from a candle point of view. We're breaking back down into the trend channel on the downside. I have April lows as my target, 26,500. I don't know if we're going to get there or not, but we do have a target wick that's approximately 80,500. That's right where my crosshairs is right now. So that target wick is in play. We're below that ADMA right now, pretty substantially, and look at these EMAs are just sloping down pretty negatively as well. MACD is around 0. Intraday, really kind of, again, a wonky volume profile, but it is a B-shaped distribution. B as in boy. The value area is pretty far south here. The point of control is at the bottom of the day. We've only had 2 candles trade here, but it generated the point of control, or that price happiness level, at 84,620. So we're kind of trading between that and the 9 EMA that we just added right now. So not a lot of movement. We'll see if we can get a breakout one way or the other before the session. And silver, let's take a peek. We already talked about it a little bit, but we'll start with the daily. You can just see the breakout happening here. My 123.6% fib extension level was hit today. That's 50.03. Now the next one up is 138.2. That's 60.33. This is a pretty nice break, but remember, This could move on a dime one way or the other. Right now, I'm super bullish here, by the way. Second kind of volume profile on an intraday has kind of developed a little bit. Up around that 1 day max. This is this Mentor Q 1 day max, and sure enough, we're just kind of tapping on to that 9 EMA, right? That's at the bottom of the current wick. This is kind of a tiny retracement back to the downside, back to that 1 day max. We'll see if we could sustain it or not. That's 58,820. Right. So right now, this is my area of support. To get a break on down, we got that initial balance high as a target, and then we have that VWAP, session VWAP as a target. Should this turn around today, 58.19. But the bands, the first standard deviation band and the second standard deviation band, are starting to kind of go horizontal, suggesting maybe some more sideways movement throughout the rest of the day. And finally, before that, we have JAX 2 down at $58 even. So that is the silver market. That is this afternoon's Edge Report. It is time to trade the close with XYZ and Nick for a tick. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey, Jim.
Have a great turkey day, Nick?
Yeah, we did. We laid low. I cooked some wonderful food, and yeah, it's finally cold here. Yesterday was like 30 degrees, and it is again today. So it feels like winter finally.
How about you, XYZ? Is it winter there yet?
It's chilly. It's chilly. It's where I like it. It's not hot. It's not too cold. It's chilly.
So like 60 degrees?
It's like 60. Yeah. At night it's like 50s, low 50s. That's what I prefer.
Oh my goodness. XYZ, you have a trade on?
I did. I just planned it. I had a short right now. I might regret the scratch, but we'll see. It's not really sellers aren't doing too much, so I scratched out of it. We'll see what they do. They can easily just hold a higher low and bid, so it's in between a lot of things, honestly.
Yeah, there's a pretty big red move down just about half hour ago.
Yeah. We will see. We will see what they do because it did tap VWAP where it just found this bid, so.
So does this have a long trade written all over it for you?
I'm actually 50-50 on both. I want to see what kind of decision they make in this area in the 413s to the 390s. And we'll try to get alongside there. But for now, I'm just gonna let them figure out their feelings.
Okay, Nick, do you have a trade on?
No, I was kind of eyeballing that short up there. I actually haven't done really anything today, like outside of just take a paper cut, trying to long this a little too early, as we were sitting in the green room. But yeah, I was watching up towards that 500 spot, last week's high, kind of sitting up there, and was.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. I'm gonna try to short.
XYZ is getting involved right away.
Gonna try it. I'm gonna scale into this thing. Unless they just run.
All right. What's your price? 387?
390 right now is the average. I'm keeping a close eye on this.
Awesome.
I'm just like scaling in slowly, so the average will keep shifting for me. If the tape starts to fade on the sell side, I'm just gonna get out of the trade. But until they do, I'll scale in as they make progress and stuff.
All right. Chat, thank you for being here. Best chat in the business. Everybody who's listening, thanks for being here with us. Appreciate the thumbs up. These guys are going to be working hard. XYZ's already landed on the line with all proceeds to be evenly distributed between me and Nick at the end of the day. So we appreciate that. The subscription button, it's important to us. Thank you for the subscriptions. We really greatly appreciate it. And most importantly, everybody in the chat's been super cool, super helpful to each other, which is really why this is such a great community, to be honest with you. So let's keep that rolling. Appreciate everybody being here with us today. I am going to dip into the chat and I'm going to wish both XYZ and Nick the best of luck on their trades this afternoon.
See you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, I'm hoping I'm on the right side here, but this is where they got to make a choice. So,
I mean, the amount of times I would have taken a similar trade and gotten very much run over trying to take that type the short from even the highs. Like it just a slow drift up Monday, like that usually is we just continue or we
Yeah, I
get
did
stuck at the
not want to short
highs.
those highs. It was in my area too, like my level high time
Yeah.
frame, look for an offer here. But just with how the day's gone, I was just like, I don't care where it is right now. I don't want to offer this market. Obviously, in hindsight, it was a good offer, but it is what it is. Some things you do, some things you just don't. Good afternoon, chat. Just working this dom here, trying to get my position in. So I'll get to you guys in a bit. Just trying to make sure we stay on sides here. So I got 4 on right now. I'm open to adding more, but they're gonna have to make it a little more enticing. They're still like trying to just run through mud. Don't really like how much I have to risk on it, so if I'm adding, it's going to be higher up rather than lower with price. So I don't, if the trade works out well, I'm not adding to it. Because I'd like better risk on anything I put on, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully, they'll run this. I'm largely looking at ES for this as well because they've digested their VWAP and, well, they're trading well below it now.
Yeah, yes, kind of looks worse.
Yeah, ES is definitely weaker here, so hoping that this is NQ's decision at VWAP. You get the bounce, but ultimately it's just not enough. You get to the low volume spot and no further bid. You work back to VWAP and figure it out again, and maybe we go lower. So there are buyers showing up here, 81s, 80s. I'm hoping that they don't get anything for it and they have to sell out of their position, which will probably drive us down to VWAP pretty quickly. So I'm eyeing that right now. I'm looking at the buyers in the 81s, seeing what happens to them. And if they do get some traction, obviously this trade is probably not as good as we want it to be. So for now, we're just keeping an eye out. No ads. Do I think it'll make it to the generational lows? No, that's what makes them generational. What price was that again?
The 140s. I actually was laughing looking this morning and kind of seeing the lows was like 170. I'm like, see, we told you guys.
Hey, look.
Generational. Never going to see those again until maybe tomorrow. We'll see.
We did not say you won't see 170s. We said you won't see 140s. So hopefully that guy buys it forever. Looks like there is a bid. Might scratch out. I'm going to see what they do up here. See if they can sustain the trade close to the 90s here. If they do, I will scratch out of this trade. So there's still an offer that's reloading. I'm going to see how willing the bid is to keep trading that 90, 89, 90s price. If they keep trading that, I am going to step out of the trade. So they're putting in like single digit trades right there for now. Nothing too strong. Nothing aggressive, that's for sure. Every time they're trading the 89s, 90s, it's like single digit size. So I'm waiting for anyone. If I see someone willing to really slap size on there on the bid or with the bid, I'll get out. But for now, it's nothing. They're trading it, but very little. So we'll stay in. Hopefully, that's the last shot, and we'll just go down from here. So sorry, I know chat is saying some stuff, but I'm just watching the dollar right now for the trade. I want to at least get half my size off at some point, and I'll get to you guys. That was crucial there. So another thing is once they're down here again, if they don't offer this now to VWAP, we're not in for a good time. It could just consolidate here for however long. And I probably will also get out of the trade because of that. So do want to see follow through in the 70s. There's a really jumpy bid now. And see if they sustain. So offer still reloading. ES is finally pushing a little bit here. So hopefully that can take NQ down. ES is starting to put in some bid trades.
All right. Sorry. Just trying to respond to somebody there. What are we doing?
I'm just trying to see sellers run the price ladder down.
Yeah, you're still sitting short. What's up, chat? How are we all doing? I'm back.
Yeah, you guys can talk to Nick. So offer is still steady, which is keeping me in the short. Obviously, there's a bid that's here, but as long as the offer is steady and the bid doesn't really bid above 80s, it doesn't really matter too much to me. I am watching ES's order flow as well here because they are putting in some decent selling as well. And if it starts to flip positive delta, I might just take my money and get out of here. I will see. But they're trying. They're definitely trying here.
Yes, still looks like it wants to go.
It's like just teetering on the edge of value there.
Yeah. Did you trade much this morning?
I didn't trade at all. Actually, I didn't even open my charts until we were heading into the agreement for the stream. So
Yeah.
Got
I said
nothing.
this, I think maybe last week, maybe the week before, but I'm actually outside of the show, guys. I am taking a step back. It's this time of year. I don't want to be stuck at the charts in low volume price action of November and December all day, every day. So I'm holding myself accountable for that. I would like to spend a little less time on charts unless I'm doing the show. Obviously, still need to pay myself and do things in this line of work, but I'm really trying to not do as much.
So
Do
I
more
flattened
with
out my
less.
trade. Yeah, I'm as usual. The trading I do is whatever you guys see on stream. Just been a lot busier these days too. So but let's see. Long. I'm not too interested in doing anything right now, honestly. Even if this thing just craters down after I flattened it, it's all right with me. It's just not activity that I like to sit in. Define flip positive delta. Well, if the sellers are really trying to sell, right, you're gonna see negative delta. They're trying to trade against the bid. And if you see all that delta unwind itself and now it's mostly positive, the buying is flooding in, and the sellers are at risk of having to cover, and that can lead to pretty big upside. So that's probably what's going to happen from here. They tried quite a bit to run this down, and they kind of got it inch by inch, right? But as they're going lower, maybe 4 or 5 points, they're finding buyers. They're finding buyers, but they can't liquidate them. Otherwise, we'd be moving down faster, right? And so at some point, if they give up and the delta flips positive, it means right now there is more aggressive buying, and that's when I want to get out, and that's when I got out. So took what little profits there was, but I mean, I considered it. What's up, Kane? You looking for a long? It's not a bad long.
Kane, are you actually back, like home? I feel like I'm all out of sorts from the holiday still.
So I see Jaro in chat.
He's
Jaro, the
there.
market calling, and then he says, the market maker don't like me keeping it real. I'm gonna stay quiet. And then I see 7 more chats from Jaro, man. You afraid of the market makers or not? Look outside your window, see if you see a van. That's how I find out.
Mine?
Oh, I'm talking about Jarl. He's got
Oh.
market makers watching him. I said, just look outside, see if they're still there.
I'm pretty sure they replaced the algo allegedly on Friday. So
Dude, it seems like Kane hasn't streamed for like 3 months here. That's what it feels like to me.
yeah, it really does.
What's in
Yeah,
the
Kane and
bottom?
Leo back tomorrow afternoon. Trade together.
Bottom is tape reader. It's just a free study. Wonderful Labs. Yeah, market's in a really dicey place. We're in the middle of the profile now. Lower edge for ES.
This is
I
like
wouldn't say
this.
the highs are all that great. So targeting the highs is not a terrible idea for sure. But the selling is, I mean, it's a little upset. I don't know what they're mad about, but they're mad about something.
Probably that we just drifted upwards for 4 days straight yesterday. Last week, excuse me. That's why they're mad.
Jarrell says he called the shorts off of 25K on Matt's stream. I believe you, buddy.
Is gold done anything today? Still at 260s. No, it's basically been consolidating all afternoon.
Tex. You got $60 left of drawdown on the funded. Should I go in one mini? Not financial advice. I can't tell you what to do with your 60 drawdown, but I'm not sure it really matters what you do with it at this point. You're probably gonna hit the reset button.
Yeah, that one might be dead.
You might as well just hit it now, maybe. Theo, I hope it provides value for you, man. Um, when I'm in a trade, I'm trying to like talk through it to you guys. I'm just like word vomiting, so I'll hope it comes off clear enough. My thoughts, at least. Everyone's got their own way of trading, so don't take what I say for gospel. I'll tell you that much. Which one? Single footprint on the right. Oh, this is the leg to leg delta profile. So it's like a volume profile. Um, but it just tracks delta and it resets based on rotation. You missed the XY lock-in. Yeah, sometimes I gotta lock in. Gotta lock in on the DOM. Am I long now? No, I'm flat. Any good books on learning order flow? Plenty. Plenty. I'm sure chat can throw you some books out right now. Obviously, there's markets in profile, the OG. Yeah, everyone, look, guys, Kane needs help on his longs, and the best way to do it is to hit the like button. So please do so. Any comments on making the turn and overcoming break-even trading? The simplest answer I have for you is to lose less, which is stop looking for more winners and start dialing in on what usually tends to become losers and stop taking those. It's always going to be addition by subtraction. Volume profile to find high value nodes for support all the time. So chat, please. The market isn't exactly pulling itself up, so we're gonna need more likes on the stream for Kane. He said that if his trade works out, he's going to tip everybody that hit the like button. Or you can look at Josh's trades and fade it. That's one option. Aramis, volume profile, what you mean volume profile useless Garbo. Yeah, our Lord and Savior ICT is still on his anti-VP crusade, I think. Yeah, Dio, you know the deal. You know the deal, Dio. You can put a trade on right now, put a stop and a take profit, and neither will hit. That's what happens when Nick and I are on.
Nick, less trading, more pumping iron and holiday shopping. Yeah, I need to go back and I'm becoming a wuss. I think it's more so actually the time of day that I get to now exercise, it's changed and it's so cold in my garage gym that I may just wuss out this winter and go do 5 a.m. workouts actually back in the gym because it's miserable with a baby to go do that.
You got to pump it up.
I think Kane wants us to pump it up.
Yeah, that was Kane. Longs aren't looking. I think the longer this continues, the better longs look, honestly. Yeah, longs are starting to look pretty okay. Longed with one. Good luck.
Guys, all these suggestions require me to buy a heater for the garage versus just for the same cost, probably for the whole winter, is just to join a gym. If not,
Oh, you don't have
less.
a membership anywhere right now? You gotta go
No,
find one?
I haven't actually in like 2 years.
Oh, oh, Reginald. Good afternoon. We missed you in chat. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving, Reginald. Yeah, the high Shep cap high is not the greatest. I will agree with that. Good afternoon, Cedric. How was my trip? I didn't go anywhere. Oh, if you're talking about Japan, it was awesome as usual. NQ is still trying to figure out how it feels. So Nick and I will do the usual, which is nothing and complain.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the hourly candle was pretty nasty. I wouldn't be shocked if they get continuation, but it doesn't look like they're really doing much on the sell side right now. I want to get longs in the 60s, if anything.
Yeah, I'm kind of want to long this now.
Yeah, I'm willing. I'm willing if they'll trade the 60s from here. Sellers just kind of fading. So you've been flat all day, Nick?
Yeah. Well, I took the one guy 10-point stop out trying to long this earlier, but
Oh yeah, I tried to
I was like, let me
tried to
just
long
see,
at some
and it
point on
like
the way down
immediately
too.
got stopped. So
I did try to long it somewhere on the way down. I think it was here. And it was looking good for a minute, and then it just died. And I was like, okay, sure. And then I think I tried it again somewhere. It was before the VWAP hook, so maybe here. And then we got some good movement, and then it came back to me again. So I was in there with you. It already hit the best squiggly line. Fiber optic. That's why they can't get it any lower. I would also be willing to long if they could trade in the 420s and hold that node.
well, that's where I tried to long
Me too.
because you try to long 420s for the meme.
You,
Also, it just for some reason that continues to kind of work to either
you
side.
either long or you short 420s. Either way,
Yeah.
you got to do something.
You have to just be on whatever size. Are we above it or below it? And then you just take that as support and resistance, and it usually will at least work once.
420 is like the ultimate level. It's gonna do something. Where would you look for?
I mean, we sold off from it this morning at 10 a.m. Central.
Was it 420s?
Yeah, 420.
Oh,
420 to
the
almost
tick.
100 points. Almost 100 points. Gave you about 80, 90 points.
420 to the tick. Amazing.
So you can't say it's not a thing.
I think anyone that could say 420 is not a thing, you would just know that they haven't been in the markets too long.
Yeah.
In the futures market, at least. Year after year, the junior desk constantly proves to us that 420 is real.
And all we really do is just trade between 420
Yeah, we
levels
just
every
trade it.
1,000 points.
They give us the action and we try to flip the coin. Even Kane knows it. Want the 60s. Willing to long 60s. Do you use anchored VWAPs? I don't use anchored VWAPs, but it's not to say it's not good. Nick, do you use anchored VWAPs?
Just the automated ones from leg to leg.
Yeah, I use the leg to leg. I don't use anchored, but it's not because I don't think it works. It's because I have a million other inputs already.
Yeah.
And I did use the leg to leg for a few days and it just kept coinciding with my other things. So I was like, well, if it's going to keep telling me what my other things already tell me, I don't really need to throw another thing on my chart and clutter it up some more.
Kane's a anchored VWAP enjoyer.
Oh, yeah? Oh, anchored VWAP expert. Yeah, I think he's been working on the course. Someone asked, do you really use them or no? Sad to admit, I don't think that's sad at all. Happy to hear it. Yeah, anchored VWAP's legit, man. Maybe they won't give us 60s to trade, but I'm gonna start getting in some longs.
I think it's gone. I wouldn't mind kind of building into one around here at IB high.
I'm feeling one. I'm gonna see if it pulls back. I'll just start adding through this range. Just adding through the range. Like the long.
X Tacky, were you the one with $60 in drawdown?
Oh, someone is he still alive?
Well, he said he's scalped up back to 300.
Oh, nice.
Impressive. Impressive.
All right, you've got an account again. All right, well, they're definitely trying to buy 92s. Wow, there's a 93 lot. All right, I'm in 4.
Oh boy.
I definitely wanted better average, but they're not really going any lower for now. So we'll feel this out. We will feel this out. Put in a stop just in case.
She's gonna go without me, isn't she?
Yeah, I had to force these fills up here. Literally just filled one. I was trying to add in through the downside, and they just decided no more downside. So we're in the trade. Let's see if we can pop the 410s, hit the 420s, and grab some covers. Might have to. There's some offer coming in now. I'm gonna tighten the stop up. All right, guys. We're all Team Kane. Fun fact, when me and XY are on the same side, we don't lose. Hey. Let's see if it's for real. They gotta buy through this. Or else I'm calling the police.
I mean, they better
If
at
Kane
least
gets
push it to
target, I
420.
need his anchored VWAP course. Kane, what's the target? It's gotta be new high a day, right? 27. Oh yeah, I got 424 is my first target. Hopefully it gets there. I mean, Kane's got a better average, that's for sure. Let's force Nick to hate watch this up move.
I mean, I've done it many times in my life.
Are those considered stuck sellers? Yeah. I would consider them stuck. That's why I wanted to get the trade going down there. It would mean the market goes back to where they're stuck, and if I can get more information, just one more time, just a little bit of information from there, I'll put the trade back on and we'll be well protected. The buying is kind of fading right now, so I don't want to just take like 20 or so points on it. I think if the trade works from here, it can really run. So I'm just hoping that Kane is just mashing the buy button, you know? I need Kane to put on, I don't know, maybe like 600 more lots.
Yeah, just a quick market order of 600.
Just 600 lots. I think that'll get us to the 420s. So please hit the likes so that Kane does it. He said if we get more likes, he'll throw on some more. A whopping 2. Well, then you can put on 598 more. I wouldn't be surprised if this comes back to around the 92, 93 price. It's pretty imbalanced there. If they can't hold it here, it will retrace close to my entry at the very least. So anything under 400 right now is pretty light in volume. Don't want to let them get access to that range. Just want to keep it moving, building up here, which they're doing. They've got some selling that didn't get what they wanted. Hopefully this is what pushes it through. Oh yeah, Kane's in the 80s. I got a front run Kane's TP at 24. All right, so there's quite a bit of selling that's now underwater, and I hope they just run it up against them from here. Don't want to see them get continuation.
You really couldn't just go to 420?
They are still, yeah, they're still selling this thing.
If you're gonna offer it, just offer it there so I can get in there.
I know, right? No, 420, 424, 427 for Kane. Yeah. Could just sell two with me at 20. Well, no, I got I got 24. You know what? I'll move this one down. I don't know what you're seeing, but I'm gonna have to trust you on that. We'll I'll get my one at 24 and we'll offer three whole lots at 27 half together. That might move things.
You guys think I'm dying to get in something? I mean, I've sat on my hands basically all day. I've been at my desk since like 10 a.m.
Nick has sat on hands for about four days now.
I mean, I kind of have.
Yeah.
It's a long time, and that's okay.
You didn't
I,
trade like holiday, like Thursday, Friday, right?
I tried to trade Friday, and then I regretted it in 5 minutes, and was like, "All right, I'm done." Took a stop out, and I was like, "Okay, screw this."
It's like as I suspected.
But yeah, I don't know. I every year I yell at myself because I hate this time of year to trade because I end up getting stuck at the desk. I feel like so. Like I said earlier, guys, I don't really want to do it that much outside of the shows. Take one of XY's playbook.
Yeah, it's a better quality of life for sure, or else you're just trading like what feels like all day.
Because it's like I feel like I'm still trying to trade the mornings, and then I go do something, then I come back because I'm doing the afternoons, and
Right.
it turns into okay, I just sat at my desk the entire day, which was never the goal, and definitely shouldn't be the goal at this time of the year. I got to go back on the roof after this. Finish putting up some lights.
Getting real festive over there, huh?
Oh, I'm well, not this year because I got lazy. But
Big lights guy?
I'm usually a Clark Griswold type. Go a little overboard, but last year I barely did any because we had the new baby in November, so that was just not a high priority item. Did a couple like they basically did like a small amount, and I'm gonna do a little more than that this year.
Does it get competitive in your neighborhood?
No, it's just me and my next door neighbor, the only ones that are
Oh.
idiots on ladders on our homes. Everyone else is smart enough to pay people. Not like I can't afford to give a guy a couple $100 to go put up lights and save me a few hours, but I enjoy it. I really do. Like this is one of those stupid things that I actually like doing every year.
All right, we're midway at that 15-minute candle that closed really strong. I'm gonna be looking to see if I get some ad opportunities or they'll just kill me. But either way, I'm looking to potentially add on. ES still looks like it wants to go down a tiny bit more.
Yeah, ES is not helping.
They just dumped quite a bit on NQ. Let's see. Yeah, 83 is also my stop. I think Kane's got the same one. If it comes back there at this point,
She's going.
yeah, that's not a move we wanted to see on the upside. They really did try to buy that and they couldn't, and that's definitely a choice. Yes. So if they can hold this, it'd be nice. If they can hold, even if they like just grab me out of this trade, and they can still hold it higher, I'm willing to try longs again. But I don't want to hold through the 83s on this trade. That's the idea for me. I'd rather just get out and figure it out after. So there's a chance that Kane is actually just sitting at that price buying it up so he doesn't get stopped out either. That's what I'm going to tell myself. Decent hold here, and I will consider ads up higher. But I don't want to add in this range. ES is definitely finding some serious buying. So the market needs to pull up from here. Or there's a lot of buying they can run against on the downside, which is not going to be cool. He did add. I'm not adding yet. I want to see a little more aggressive buying, yeah. All right, I'm going to start to add now. So Kane added his other 598 lots, I think. I'm going to go ahead and add 2 more to match. I'll match him with two contracts. So today looks like the buyers want to come back in. I will add with them, and if they don't get what they want, Kane and I will just not eat for a week. It's okay. It's fine.
You guys don't need to feed yourself. Kane was just on vacation. I'm sure he ate an insane amount of food. If he's anything like me on vacation.
He's got food coma right now. That's why he's minding the size, you know.
Yeah, see, I'm so full from vacation. Yes. I know exactly how he's feeling right now. It's the same way I felt Thursday afternoon before I even took a bite of food because I've been cooking all day. I'm just like, honestly, not that hungry. That's how it was.
Yeah, when you just like come back from binge eating, whether it's like vacation or holidays, your appetite is just like really strange. It's just like you just don't. I think when the day I came back from Japan, I didn't eat for the whole day. Like just had no appetite. Well, chat, there's a lot of buying coming in, and price isn't rocketing, so it's a little scary. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I know sellers got a little excited there at those highs, but naturally we settled right into what is a typical trade the close with you and I, which is just
I know.
a small little range, like
I
right
hate
as we
it.
come on air.
I actually hate it.
Like they literally did that.
I'm
We were
getting
getting
out of
this
this
flush
trade.
as we
I'm
were in the
getting
green
out.
room, and then it died in let's call it a 30-point range.
Okay, and I hope it works for you, but I'm out, man. Am I bilingual? Yes. Looks like it wants to flush. I mean, it wants to. We just don't know if they can yet. For Kane's sake, I hope it just rockets. But there's a lot of buying that just came in, and they're not really doing exactly what I hoped they would, so. I think buyers and sellers are just not getting what they want, so. Maybe they'll make a decision within the next, 7 minutes? Or by the next 7 minutes. They're at a stalemate, and sadly in those situations, buyers tend to win. I wouldn't say sadly. Buyers are the good guys. Oh, because he's usually the seller. Still, I mean, that 15-minute candle that just printed is really nice. It's poking around halfway. It could hold and just continue. Maybe if they poke lower, even lower, I'll consider another long, but don't want to be stuck in this little consolidation here. So while we have you guys, once again, please hit the likes because the market isn't giving us anything.
Yeah, really isn't, is it?
A typical classic Nick and XY trade the close
I
on full
apologize,
display.
but it is what it is. I mean, this looking back at like I really didn't trade this day outside of that flush that we had. I mean, this is a usual choppy open grind up Monday kind of trend day that I would have just hated anyway. So kind of thankful I didn't really press buttons today.
Yeah, what makes it even worse is gold is there's nothing to do in gold either.
Yep.
So
Gold just well kind of drifting upwards now. But
I mean maybe this level will hold, but
yeah, gold just bounced into 20 basically 20 points for all of RTH.
tape is still just two-sided. Could it be they finally gonna bid this? I'll hate watch it with you. Think I'd rather do that than get stuck in it anymore. Kane's got good prices, so he's not feeling any heat.
Are we just building like a bear flag? Someone who's good at those things, tell me if that looks like one because I have no idea.
I might, I don't know, I feel a little generous. I might help Kane out here. Maybe if I do this first and then I get long after, it'll work out.
No, it looks like a trap. Yes, the trap is always set to anybody looking for additional downside, as is tradition.
The trap is definitely a trap if it's Nick and I trade the close together.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting ready, just getting the long setup ready, guys. Give me 1 second. All right. We're ready to get long. Ready to get long. 2 minutes until end period. Black Magic has entered the chat. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
There's every textbook in the 2000s right there.
If you didn't find this in the book, you are the first one to open that book.
Yeah,
Guaranteed.
that is a brand new book in your classroom.
And it's your duty to draw this on it. Yeah, I mean, Glovex range still not. Or Globex overnight is not tapped.
Oh, the Bitcoin off its lows. I haven't really been paying attention today.
Hey, Rack City, would you buy it? He says NT Live needs to sell hats with that S symbol on it. Yeah, would you buy it? Okay, well, buyers upwards of 400s are still just buying
Getting
it
nowhere.
and getting ran under. So whole family would get that. This is what it like. I'm pulling out all the tricks I can for Kane right now, man. If this doesn't work, honestly, nothing else was going to. Looks like some good bid. All right, I'm getting in.
Do it.
My entry is even worse than earlier. This is actually insane.
But now they're going to push finally until they get to 420 and probably everybody runs away again. They were just waiting.
Oh, how many
wow.
seconds was that? Cutting it
Under
close.
the limit, clearly.
Cutting it close.
But
Was
3
it like
seconds.
4 seconds? Gotta be under 4. All right, let's see if I can get some more on this here.
They were just waiting for the anchored VWAP from the high of the day to be sitting right around 420 now.
I am still bullish on this bid. Still here. Getting in some scales.
The bid is always out there.
The bid's always out there, man. Bid's still here. It's good. I'm finding this for break even. They didn't do it fast enough. I don't want it. Average was high too. It was like 98. It was either going to happen then or not at all.
I kind of wanted to get in at 400s and oh man. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good exit for sure. Let's see. Still trying to stalk along, hoping that they give us these lower prices. Sweep would be nice. 26s, 25s, yes. It's looking like the 50s, 350s, and Q. Fill or fiber optic? No, I don't think that is bad theory at all. You could be definitely right. If no one really shows up that's got the willingness to push it, they're just not going to push it. Right now, there's no one showing up. So you guys might just be stuck watching this 15-point range with us. All right, so we're getting really heavy tape again, and I want to see
0?
what becomes of this tape. No, I'd like them to not get what they want and try along. But if the tape just stays heavy, then I'll just stay out of it. We only have what 15 minutes till algo, so honestly, the day is.
We did absolutely nothing since you and I have been on air. Oh my gosh.
You did nothing. I paid commissions.
Yes, this is true.
What does Gamma say? Is it in the room?
I don't know. I haven't actually looked at Gamma, but I'm assuming.
Any opinions for oil? No, I haven't pulled up an oil chart in a while.
It looks like we're probably at like some kind of midpoint or something because it's us kind of stalling here after that move up. Probably means they're just killing premium at this point. Who knows?
Gamma is balanced.
But I'm not looking at anything. I'm literally just basing that. Okay. Well, Jeff, what? Gamma's pretty balanced. Okay. So someone else is looking at it, and that kind of makes sense.
Very cool market, man. So heavy tape came in and did nothing.
Mm-hmm. They're just making the range even tighter.
See ya, man, dude. Thanks for hanging out.
I may have to take a trade to get stopped out for us to actually do something.
Well, I would be careful. I would be very careful of looking for shorts because right up ahead is this monster right here.
Mm-hmm.
Big liquidity up here. Very big.
Yeah, I was kind of mad we didn't just go take out the overnight high.
I just want the, yeah, I guess they did trade the 80s, but I want like the mid to low 80s for a long. Just couldn't drive it.
Are we finally going to pop this to 420s?
This is insane, man. I thought these days were over for us.
No, it's never over.
We thought we were back. We were never back.
We know what's on Nick's mind. What do you mean?
What's the stat on not trading out of the overnight range? I think the overnight range gets tapped like 90 something percent of the time, either side. So
Did we not take out? No, we did not take out the overnight
ES
low.
and NQ, they have not taken out
Yeah,
either
this is
side.
like a very rare situation. And last time we talked about it on the show, it did in fact happen. I was, I think, short for the overnight low, and it happened like in the last couple minutes.
So if they do it, they're going to do it in the worst way, pretty much.
I mean, probably, but we're so far
Well, look,
from either of them.
you know where the dollar sign is? Right in the middle of the dollar sign is overnight high.
I think we're literally about the same distance from the overnight high and overnight low. In NQ at least.
It's close. It's close. It's close. ES is like literally the middle.
Yep.
NQ is like the upper 65%, 70%. But yeah, they'll do it now.
Let's see. Let's see if Mr. 420 is still sitting here.
Poor low ES, yeah.
420 and putting lights up is always a good decision. Yes.
Yeah, finally above the 14, but they gotta show some they gotta sustain. They gotta really show that they're willing to trade the ask up there, which they're doing now. So that's good. I mean, look where the dollar sign is. Some cells hitting the tape now. So
They're
the only
front running
question
420
is this
guy.
cell gonna drive it down, or is this cell gonna be the reason we trade overnight high?
Apparently, there's still a seller up there.
Fourteens. That's quite a bit of buying. I'd be pissed if I were them.
I'm pissed just watching it.
Yeah, they they definitely tried to buy that thing. Oops.
We're going absolutely nowhere.
Might be seeing some generational lows tonight. The 140s? We only say
I don't
140s,
know.
by the way. I'm not giving the two digits before that. It's just the 140s, okay?
Well, apparently the
Well,
S&P.
thumbs up
What?
in the chat if you guys hate this.
Yes, the level was in fact given live on stream.
That's an understatement. That's given
I
live is an
traded it.
understatement. We were just going on and on for an hour straight about how it would never trade again. The 140s.
I was going to pass down that runner onto my children. Unfortunately, it got tagged because I put it on Twitter.
Dude, that that was insane.
I was still this still might be an all-time
I saw the
timestamp.
tweet and then I saw the candle and I was like, wait a minute, that price. Then I saw the timestamp 1 minute ago. I was like, the
Oops.
curse.
It happens. That was the last good trade I've taken. But yeah,
I mean,
everyone's
the
coming
market
back.
makers, they're always stalking Nick's Twitter, right? So as soon as he did that, I mean, he cooked himself. They have level 8 data over there, so they
It
can see
literally,
exactly what's going on with his stop.
like, and I'm not kidding too. Like, it was legitimately instantaneous. Like, I pushed send, and within like 3 seconds, that candle happened, and it was 70 points lower on NQ.
Kane, yeah, look what I've done for you. I've whipped out my signature move right here. Can't use it too often, but I'm giving it to you. This dollar sign right here, right at the overnight high. It's gonna get you there, man. I'm putting the secret sauce out full display just so you can get your money. Proprietary magnet. Yeah. When it populates on the chart, price just can't help itself but go to it. It's just the way it is. I don't know why. It just is what it is.
Tag 421 and then
Magic
just
indicator looking sloppy. Well, that's how you know it's handmade, right? It's hand drawn. This is not mass produced stuff. Made to order. Next tweet should go into NC Hall of Fame. Yeah.
that needs to go, and that might be need to be inducted into the FinTwit Hall of Fame
Yeah.
of a because I don't think anyone's done that. Like the whatever you want to call the screenshot curse. I don't think I've ever seen one happen that fast. And it wasn't like I was violently trailing it. I was trailing at about 70 points and it had already survived several attempts to go lower.
I mean, you could have easily showed that off. Like if instead of a stop order, it was a limit entry, people would be showing that off. Like, look,
Oh,
to
yeah.
the tick. I know what's going on. I'm on time, I'm on target, no drawdown. But Nick did the opposite. It's with the stop. But that's just how the story goes. You guys have been here long enough.
Yep.
You know that Nick's stop
You
is
long my stop.
Yeah. And it goes no further, by the way. It's just
Yeah, that was like the bottom of that range that we continued to sit in all day. And then went
it's
higher the
like
next
your
day.
stop was 60 points. They're like, let's just do 70 for good measure.
Yep.
Wow, really cool market, man. This is
I mean, 420 worked again.
Is it?
Just
Almost
a
to
quick
the
20
tick,
point
huh?
scalp.
6 ticks. There's still this bid that's like really jumpy down here. So you go up there and there's just an offer that steps in. You go down here, there's a bid that steps in. Kane's probably up to like 800 lots by now if he keeps buying this range. Someone
Yeah.
just keeps buying the same spot.
I think Kane's also a 420 guy. He's just offering up there and then rebuying down here.
He covered at 420.
Yep.
Jaro says, hey, guess what? The open of the M1 candle is at 411.50. Well, I don't know what that really means. But if you're talking about Ghost in the Machine, Hoodoo Voodoo, Market Magic, we don't read the same book, my friend. I think to most, market makers are the evil. I think to me, market makers make it so that we have something to trade. So hey, fiber optic, you gotta start selling that. Sell that as a strategy. Are you all seeing the same profile? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Text trades, that is exactly it. Yes, they provide the liquidity to these markets. The only stop they're looking for is Nick's. I promise you guys. They don't care about your stops. They only want Nick's stop. What he may have said something to them in the past to piss them off. I don't know what the relationship dynamic is, but they've had it out for Nick.
Well, I escaped the van when they were trying to have me help program algo too.
Oh, that's why they went with the other guy?
Yeah,
His name was like
I'm
Michael
just,
or something?
and I'm improving
named
my
Michael,
lore,
right?
my trader lore here.
So you were the original. You escaped, so they had to go get the other guy.
Exactly. I knew too much.
Attention traders, it's algo time.
Nick dated MM's mom and never called him back. Well, that was very
Anti-climax.
action-packed. What an action-packed stream. It seems like everyone else had all the fun today. Once again, 140s not traded. Also, for chat, you guys should know if the 140s ever do trade, I'm just gonna deny that I ever said anything anyway. So
Yeah, we just delete it.
honestly, don't look for it. I'm just gonna deny it. Kane, they did play your soundbite. You were definitely, yeah, zoned out.
Yeah, I
They
have
played it
two.
because I didn't realize it was 12:50. Well, 12:50 my time until I heard it. So they played it. You getting royalties, man?
We someone asked me a question about my two profiles here. So this is just the current swing leg from the high of the day, and it's giving me the delta profile and then the volume profile for said leg. That's all that is.
Oh, royalties. That's good. You're like the trading version of Bruce Buffer. Damon's, thank you for the words. I'm glad it helped. It took me a lot of effort to make it, so I appreciate it. See you, Kane. You don't need to lie to us and say it's a good stream, but I'll see you.
Yeah, this was. I mean, Kane made money, so he's happy.
Yeah, it's good because he made money. Well, Tacky, I hope that playbook takes your $60 drawdown to 300 to 3,000. What do we think about Leo's midline strategy? Well, he makes plenty of money off of it, so it's very good.
It worked today beautifully.
Cooper, thank you. Thank you for keeping it real.
Right there. This guy. I think he even took it right on stream too.
He did. Yeah, he had like, I don't know, I think what I saw was like a 140-point run or something like that. I don't know what happened to it.
Not
I
bad,
do
though.
know what I need to do. I need to take off this indicator so that no one says it doesn't work. I need to get rid of the evidence.
Well, plus we have to talk about 420s also provided a long this morning at 11:15 Central. Right there, 420s.
There you go. There you go. Can you explain Leo's midline strategy? 5-minute opening range, the midpoint of that opening range. If price breaks that opening range, try a rebid or a reoffer at the midpoint. Yeah, you know a yacht. It definitely does work. And when it doesn't work, I delete it. Do you guys ever find yourself taking drawdown before catching the trade that works? It's frustrating to go red by a decent bit before catching the trade that works. Yeah. I think it happens to everybody. But that's when risks, like just really managing your risks the right way,
Mhm.
still puts you out on top at the end of it all. But those things, I mean, assuming it's
Whoa.
not you breaking your rules and FOMOing into a position, right? Those are just market things. Um, Slippage, call it breakage, call it expenses. Like sometimes, as much as we don't want to pay for some information, the market's going to make you pay for more information. So, and that's one of the ways they do it. So,
It
yeah,
came
just
down to
manage
your 60s here.
this level here, this really, really proprietary secret level, dude. That's
Mhm.
literally just a swing high prior. Yeah, this 1 hour candle was pretty nasty. Getting continuation, which is like trading 350s, wouldn't be too surprising. But
Well,
hey, who knows?
it's not
They
going
don't
to
want to do
happen
anything.
though because we can't even get a
Yeah,
whiff of
they're
the
not even gonna
generational
do
low.
anything. So, well, well. I've learned more in 2 weeks here than 6 months fumbling the F around on YouTube nonsense videos. That's a big compliment, Yacht. It is. It is a big compliment. We appreciate it for sure. That is a huge compliment.
What is ES doing?
360 full session view. Yeah.
ES trying to make a run. Fortunately, still about 20 points away from that overnight low stat, or overnight stat rather.
They were close. They were close at the open.
Yeah. I mean, NQ was too. It's just
Yeah,
could
NQ was
not do
super
it.
close. They might fulfill it in the worst way possible.
An end of day liquidation would be encouraging. No, that might be all she wrote. Let's see.
They could liquidate it to like the 150s, but no further down. No lower than 150s.
No way.
150 is the lowest.
We're not allowed to tag the 140s.
No, nope. We will not trade 149 and 3/4.
That's gospel now, XY.
Yeah, it has been made illegal to trade that price. So,
By the way, someone in chat mentioned Nick is qualified to be in the Ninja Trader Hall of Fame. Nick's already in the Ninja Trader Hall of Fame.
Am I?
Yeah.
Thanks, Jim.
So is XYZ.
me?
Yeah, that's another reason why everybody should be hitting that thumbs up button right now and the subscribe button.
What are we out in subs? Are we at 160 yet?
Yeah, we have 160,000 plus.
Ooh.
Soon we're going to be talking about what we're going to do for 200,000 subscribers.
When's the roller coaster? Is that 200 or 250?
Or we have to get packs on a roller coaster?
Yeah.
I think it's 200.
But am I seeing the likes right? There must be something wrong with the likes. There's only 254.
Oh no, there's nothing wrong. They hate us. They're blaming us for this 15-point range we sat in.
Is that the reason?
I mean, I can't say that it's not justified. I'll be honest with you.
I think we can get to 300. I'm going to keep talking. Look at that, 270. We're doing it.
Guys, if we don't hit 300, Jim has the power to cancel Christmas.
Just like Jerome Powell did last year.
Ooh, yeah.
Do it for the kids.
Do
If
it
you're
for
not
the
hitting the
kids.
like button,
276, baby. I mean, even silver was able to print a $59 print today.
oh yeah, silver is just like running right now, right?
Silver's crazy.
Nick, is it time?
We're
To trade
286,
silver?
baby.
Is it time to trade silver?
It's time.
I've never pulled up a silver chart.
I was going to build a silver chart, to be honest. I'm going to get there before the hype does.
All right,
I think it's got room
time.
to run.
Chat is
All right,
furiously
so a
pulling
little
up
bit of a
silver.
warning because I've been around a long time and I've seen silver run before. It does go parabolic like it's going right now. If you pull up a weekly chart, you'll be like, holy cow, look at that. However, you don't know when the top is. And when that top hits, oftentimes, falls
liquidation.
down just as fast. So be careful.
Yeah, we'll see how much I actually want to, if it'll tear me away from ES and NQ.
I mean, you might just make the book look at the spread and be like, yeah, no.
Yeah, we'll see. I
There
don't
we
know.
go. That's the bell. 286. We're 11 away. We could do it. We could do it. We're going to stall a little bit here. Bitcoin's down 5.672%. Ripple down 8%. Solana down 9.31%, and Ether down 9.25%. So crypto assets are risk off today with money coming out.
Wait, so I mean, I'm obviously late to the party. I've been mental vacation, but what is happening with the Bitcoin? Is there something that did this, or is just market liquidation? Same old, same old.
I don't know. I mean, it
There's
depends
no
on
news.
who you ask.
Hmm.
Right now, sellers are in charge. That's the only thing I know for sure.
Well, if the Bitcoin trades all the way down to 60K, are you still gonna call it the Bitcoin or just demote it to Bitcoin?
I might change the to duh.
The big.
might
At some point, it's
figure
just
it
gonna
out.
be the coin.
No, it's going to be okay. I mean, I'm looking at, remember that we have those earlier year lows around 76,500. I have my eyes on that.
You gonna bid that?
I might.
You guys got the
Well, I
insider
know that's
tip.
my plan right now. That's my plan right now. Unless something catastrophic happens that I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe that.
All right, we've got Jim's price target. Forget about what JP Morgan says, all that. Goldman Sachs.
Yeah,
We've got
they're
the
out.
insider tip right now, 76 even.
Didn't you say, were you the one who said there's double bottoms but no double tops?
Double tops are fake. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. So we have a double bottom coming. That's
Oh,
all.
that's
But we're
easy.
stuck at 294, you guys. We need 6 more. 6. There's got to be 6 of you still listening.
It's just the three of us.
I gave you the target.
It's just the three of us.
76,500 on the Bitcoin.
Free alpha, you guys have to hit the like. Free game.
Oh my gosh, we're not gonna make it. Oh, here we go. We did it. All right. You guys. All right, honey. Unlock the basement door. Let these guys up.
Yes.
Good job. All right, tomorrow. Thank you, chat. You guys are the best. Thank you, everyone listening to Ninja Trader Live. What a great community. Tomorrow, the 2nd of December, we have Danny Diane is a special guest this tomorrow morning with Deli and Shy. You don't want to miss that. Tape Talk is with T-Trades. Trade the Open with Christian and Merritt Black. We have midday markets with our very own XYZ and Jack Gleason. By the way, Jack Gleason did his debut last week. He was awesome. I love that guy.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be our first time together, so
Yeah, he's not shy either.
that's good. So he can talk to chat, and I can
Yeah,
just kind of chill out.
No, but he's
That
pretty
works.
good. I was like, wow, who is this kid? I love this kid.
That works for me.
And then Trade the Close is Leo. I won't say the big cat because I get in trouble when I say it together. But Leo and Trader Kane. So we got a great lineup tomorrow afternoon, folks.
You know what he really likes? He likes it when people call him Leo Cat.
I'm not taking that bait.
You don't believe it?
No way. I called him Leo the big cat, and he just ripped into me. He said, no, it's
Chat.
either Leo or the big cat. You can't say it both.
Chat, you gotta believe me. Just when he comes on next, just keep saying, "Hello, Leo Cat."
Don't do it. Don't do it. Anyway, thanks again, everybody. XYZ, Nick, Fortick, you guys are awesome. Thank you for being here with us today. Looking forward to tomorrow. I do want to remind everybody, most important message of the day, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. See you soon.
See you guys.
See ya.